Silence in the house. Who was it? Who was it who burped? Who was it? Who was it who burped?
Silence seems to be a pleasant surprise to me.
Death of the Globe. Just as silent as the Big Bang was, bro.
Yep.
So silent it never happened. Just 2 minutes of silence in respect for Rob Skiba. And the 2 minutes of silence is over. If anyone would like to speak, you're more than welcome to. Oh, look who we got in the house. My boy, my brother. Baldy cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas pressure without a container. Might be a bit late in Britain for him to be awake, but I'll be revving. Intro, no strings attached, it's something like a plimsoll. Just for your info, Graham to me's like. John Player was to Nat King Cole. I'm not a hurricane who came through the front door window. They ain't gonna let me through the front door, so I'm gonna come through the back door. A quick day there, the jaw. I'm doing it on top. I'll get there. See, criminal gets the ribs there, ribbon there. You know that. Involved with the intro and those things attached to like a plimp, so just for your info. Rhyme to me's like Jazz was to Nat King Cole. They don't want to let me in the mainstream door. Give it this, I'ma come through the back window. This can be the calm before the storm hurricane. Crack, yes, I arrive when the wind blows. I run wild like a dingo. These MCs will walk the talk. Me, I walk the walk barefoot like a Flintstone. The bites like I ain't eating enough. Real talk. I feel full after a spring roll. And I ain't never been big. But now, I'm slimming than my insult. Still, I ain't the nigga you can insult. Face to face, it's like, it's the same case. It's more like, crack, what's wrong with you? I just want to do a song with you. How the hell can I be on F radio if I don't get along with you? Look, it's a part, it's a long pursuit. My bars would be under the boot. 2000 of life then came with the gospel, then I made freedom of speech. I got the crowd on my side, I'm blatantly on form, best MC in the scene. Even the founder of Grime says I'm responsible for desecrating its lead. There ain't a doubt in my mind who's taking me off course, I believe in my dream. There's 3 CDs deep, and I'm back with another one. Whenever MCs say my name, they always say Ghetto's the same as Kane. I ain't never heard anybody come with another one. I ain't a battle MC, but they all want to hear me battle MCs. Where does it end? They'll always end. There'll always be another one. Had a deal. Now I'm in talks of another one. In fact, let's talk about that. If my name was money, I'd talk about cash. I'm going to take 80,000 for the album. Squash all this talk about Clash. There ain't no money in it. And at my age, it's all about stacks. Most man hate on Strider and shit like all they make is watered down tracks. Niggas hate progress, hate the new me, rate the old gets. To me, it makes no sense. Change is part of the process. If Wiley had never made Rolex, he wouldn't have made top 5 dough yet. Sometimes I feel like I've outgrown sets. Still, I give 100%, no less. I don't want to write bars for a set. I just want to write bars for a check. And I don't want to write bars for a clash. I just want to write bars over a track. I used to write bars for respect, but now I know how far I'm ahead. Now I just want to write songs that are gone because I ain't where I belong. Am I wrong? Well, am I? Never been more right, but still I get it in one more time. Who's helping the team? Who else in the scene but Will? I could never bring more guys. Sonny, you're lucky that was you. Because I was about to mute the motherfucker who did that.
I was trying to play it with you. I was trying to play
it
with.
Work. Your volume's like 50 times louder than mine.
Oh, is it too high? Really? I have to sit back further then.
I can't. To be honest, I can only rap a cappella, and they're not even my bars anyway. And the only way I can rap bars that aren't mine and get away with it are if I rap them. I can't play the song, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll just rap it. I was half asleep and there was silence, and I was like.
So you could probably do it with just like a single note going by, like.
Probably, yeah. Never been more right, but still I get it in one more time. Who's helping the team? Who else is in the scene but Will? Gonna ring more guys. And I know deep down most of them wouldn't return the favour apart from Devlin or Lights. So why am I helping out when I need help? There's no help about. It's alright, I'll get there, take the jet there, see Criminal Rapid and Devs there, see Kane Scorcher Merchant and the Wretch there, yeah, it don't matter who's next there, nah, as long as we all get there, yeah, when I get there I won't forget here, I went from sitting on the wall to the deck chair, yeah, I'm like sorry it's your time next, yeah, this is the calm before the storm, I'm sorry for the delay, you know me, it's more than an entertainment to me, come back, I have to raise the levels and shit, does this so often, don't doubt me. You don't hear me, don't think I'm sitting at home with a joint and a zoot in my mouth and I ain't my style, I get it in. That was Gats, Calm Before the Storm. But the guitar just doesn't go with it, unfortunately.
Sorry. It's not.
I don't know, there is a way of a guitar going with it, probably.
Yeah.
It
probably have to be really more simple. I don't know.
It'd probably have to. Well, no, it could be really complex. It would just have to be probably like an electric guitar, or
Yeah,
it would
that's right.
probably have to be like a very deep, and then the beat, you'd have to get the beat as well, which is like
Yeah.
like the beat as well is one that
The beat has to kind of go with the rhythm of your words. So yeah, that would all kind of start there.
Yeah, let me send you it. Wait there.
And then maybe like a bass part to go with it, you know.
Right. Listen to this a second, right? Yeah. So right, 1 sec, honey. So it's like this, right? Look. Involved with the intro, no strings attached, it's like a plimsoll. Just for your info, grime to me is like Jazz was to Nat King Cole. They don't want to let me through the mainstream door. Give it this, so I'ma come through the back door window. This be the calm before the storm. Hurricane gets, yes, I arrive when the wind blows. I run wild like a dingo. These MCs talk the talk, mate. I walk the walk barefoot like a Flintstone. The bike's like I ain't eating enough. Real talk, I feel full after a spring roll. But I ain't never been big. But now I'm slimming on my insoles. Still ain't the nigga you can insult. Face to face, it's like the same case. It's more like gets what's wrong with you. I just want to do a song with you. How the hell can I be on F-Radio if I don't get along with you? Look, it's a par, it's a long pursuit. My bars, I'll be on the booth. 2000 a life, and I came with the gospel, then I made freedom of speech. I got the crowd on my side, and I'm blatantly the best MC on the scene. Even the founder of Grime says I'm responsible for decreasing its lead. There ain't no doubt in my mind who's taking me off course. I believe in my dreams, I'm 3 CDs deep. And I'm back with another one. So then, if you listen to the way it sounds, it like anyway. I suppose I could just. The thing is, Guess is like this, the sort of guy who like I would wish I could play English Frank in here. I don't believe we would get a copyright strike if we ever played English Frank in here, Sonny, because English Frank, right? Just listen to the first like 20 seconds of the song. It's only 2 minutes long. That's what I was just rapping. It's Gets, The Calm Before the Storms, the album. Intro is the name of the song. I'm not trying to steal his bars or anything. I was just singing like other people do. Rap is the one thing where you can't say the bars and then you have to preface it or end it with "those aren't my bars." It's not like normal music, is it? Rap. It's like you have to tell people they're not your bars. Where if I come in here selling Willie Nelson, no one's going to care if I don't go, oh, by the way, that was by Willie Nelson. You know, I could get shot if I don't say those bars aren't mine. You know, no, real talk. For real, bro. In the right area, if I was to have done that like in a rap battle against someone on the street, right, in Shepherd's Bush in London, I could get shot for doing that or stabbed.
Don't go near the bush. Sorry. I don't even know about the bush, but I'd say don't go there.
Shepherd's Bush is that place where Moses went to, isn't it?
Shepherd's Bush.
Spoke to the burning bush.
I don't know. Maybe Brutus did, though. I don't know. Could be.
Shepherd's Bush is basically Shepherd's Bush is probably got the largest Pakistani / Middle Eastern population.
Oh.
Other than Tower Hamlets in London, I would say. It's got a big population of Pakistani Middle Easterners.
Yeah, that's probably changed quite a bit in like the last 20 or 30 years, I imagine, hasn't it?
20 years ago, I'd say still the biggest population was Middle Easterners / black people. Now it's more just Middle Easterners. 30 years ago, still a lot of Indians, a lot of Sikhs, and a lot of Pakistanis. You got to remember, Pakistan has been a part of the English Empire and still is to this day. They speak English there, like their mother tongue is pretty much English. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the language Pakistani?
I don't recall. I don't know. You know.
No, of course you haven't. That's what I'm saying. Like you've heard of. No. They speak Urdu. They speak a few other dialects, but their main language.
Or Farsi. They also go, "Oh, hello, my friend."
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's if
live
they're
in
your
New
friend.
Jersey. I live in New Jersey, and there's a lot of people who own gas stations here, and they pump our gas, and they're very receptive to flat Earth. They fucking love me,
Yeah.
dude.
I know.
Yeah,
The
that's
people at my
called.
dollar
Do
store.
you know what a global would say to that? I'm sorry, I have to say this before you say the dollar store story. A global would say, "Yeah, the people at your gas station, yeah, it's because they're huffing on gas, so they're crazy. That's why they're receptive to the flat
That's
Earth.
what that's what the
That's what they. That's
anti-flat
what a
earthers
global
would
would
say.
say. That's what the
That's what they would
globals would say.
No, it's because they're making a lot of money for their family, dude.
Mm. No, I'm just saying, like, if you say to a glober, yeah, I'm just saying this would be the response, yeah, because for some reason, yeah, I've actually heard this before, right? This exact analogy what I just used. Someone said I was talking to a guy at a gas station. He pumps gas, right? Yeah, and I was in Gem Pandas, and they was like, yeah, man. Like I was speaking to him about flat Earth, and he was basically pretty receptive to it. They didn't use those words. And one of the people in Gem Pandas went, "Oh, I'm not surprised. He's there pumping gas all day, so he's basically huffing gas. He's high on solvents. So no wonder he was receptive." I'm just saying that's how a global would answer back to what you said. I was just trying to be a funny twat. Right, go ahead, Sonny. Sorry.
Well, that's
But
pretty
that's not why
fucked
they're
up.
receptive. I know that's not why they're receptive. I'm just saying that's the way a global would reply to that. Because
That's
I've heard that reply.
that's lame. That's so lame. Because you work at a gas station or have a gas station business, it means you're huffing gas fumes.
Yeah, just by being in proximity to the gas, that would
Tell
make you
'em-
more receptive to the flat Earth, apparently.
I'd tell him I'd rather huff gas fumes than globe fumes.
Well, it made no sense because I broke his argument down to this. I said, okay, if that's the case, then how come every person that works on an oil station, meaning someone that drills into the ground, yeah, either on land or out on a platform, right, like Platform Hill House or Habitat, yeah, Platform Habitat, how come all of those guys that are huffing on pure petroleum, right, not petroleum but oil, how come the fumes given off of that en masse when they're pumping, millions of gallons a day of it? Why aren't they all shouting from the rooftops to their bosses that the Earth's flat, for one, since they're out to sea half the time as well, or they're usually in open, flat spaces? Why aren't they all, while seeing observations that disprove the globe, all screaming that the Earth is flat, thus making the OPEC people, as the higher ups, hear this all the time, which would mean that actually the people that are running globalization would effectively be hearing a lot of the time from their subordinates that the Earth is flat, which would make it more likely that the flat Earth thing would get out quicker. And they were like, and I was like, yeah, shut your mouth. I can make an argument out of anything. Don't worry. But yeah, Sonny, you were gonna say?
I don't know, man. I already forgot.
Right, you had a story about a pound store. Listen, I never stop
dude,
someone unless I remember.
It's because
Listen, I never stop anyone. And wait, it's Sonny's go, and I have to let him do it. Sorry, Kojo.
That's okay,
So
no
you're gonna-
problem. I'm
were
already
gonna comment on a
distracted.
story?
No,
On the
I was
dollar
looking at
store.
the jet. I was looking at the jet. I don't know what I was talking about before. I mean, but anyway,
Well, I
I was
did.
looking at the jet you posted. That's quite a jet. That's what I got distracted by that. I'm like, oh, wow, what a jet that looks like. The
Who
jet
posted?
that you posted.
Oh, right, the jet.
RAF,
Yeah,
it's a RAF fighter, isn't it?
it's not a fighter. It looks like a fighter. That's the Vulcan bomber. That is.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sorry to take it off topic.
yeah.
Going back
Yeah.
to, I know what we're talking about. Middle Eastern people. Yeah, a lot. I noticed that at one of the stores I go to, I flat smack them. I go, you guys know the earth is flat? They're like, yeah. So I go and I go, keep it flat.
Well, Sonny, dude, I'm saying it's because they deal with so many people, right? So it's like
Mhm.
you can stand out Like, you
Yeah.
can stand out from everybody else really easily, and they love that shit for some reason. It's like,
Yeah.
something
yeah.
about them. They're just so happy. Like, literally, Mr. Be Happy.
Wait there. Helio's saying I pretty much can play a song if we're careful anyway, because it's not monetized, yeah? I might play English Frank, because English Frank, yeah, is a grime artist from the UK, so you could hear some truth rap from the English side that you guys aren't used to hearing. Which would be pretty dope for you guys to hear. English Frank's a very good artist. I might play some in a minute. But yeah, that jet is basically it's similar in shape to the B2 Stealth, except that it's got more of a dog snout, right?
Those sweeping wings, yeah, they're more. The wings are more.
The alpha shape to it.
Sweeping, yeah, they're kind of sweeping instead of angular.
Yeah, it's like the B2 Spirit Bomber, right? Yeah, the Stealth Bomber is more of a chevron, and then that's more of a dog nose into a chevron, so an alpha.
Right.
It's a dog nosed alpha, but that is a huge plane. Do you want to see how big it is?
Yeah, it looks
You would
huge.
not-
I can see the size of the cockpit.
Well, no, but it looks kind of small, doesn't it? When you look at it from a distance, it looks like a fighter, right? Like you said, yeah.
It does, but when you look at the cockpit, though, I go, oh, okay, then I kind of get it because the cockpit.
Yeah. Right. So I was at the last flight of this thing, right? Yeah, and apparently every time that it's meant to be the last flight of it, there's only one that's still up and running. Yeah. Every time it's the last flight, and then they have a collection to see if they can try and get the fly again, and every time they always make enough money for it to fly again, because it is the most impressive thing to see in the world. When you see this thing fly like a fighter aeroplane, but when you see it take off and you can see it's the size of, like, wait there. I'm going to try and show you a size comparison of it, right? Next to something, yeah?
Like a B-17, size of a B-17 or something.
Well,
huge.
dude, it's a bomber, so dude, it is pretty big, right? You're gonna be pretty shocked by this, all right? So yeah, live stream voice text. I was surprised you saw it because it was a long time ago when I posted that. Here you go, just for the size. And when you see it do maneuvers, bro, like a barrel roll, and you see it, and I've even seen
that's huge. Look how tiny those people are. Wow.
Yeah. And do you want to know a little bit more about it? It's the Avro Vulcan, basically. Yeah. Okay.
Well, you saw, was this one out of commission? You said this is not a current fighter, is it?
This isn't a current fighter. No, it's not a current bomber fighter.
Like how old is it?
This goes back to the Vulcan and Vickers era. Yeah. So this was our nuclear deterrent system. So this was the first bomber that we had that could. The Vickers was the first bomber we had, and then it was the Vulcan. So the Vulcan and Vickers days, yeah, going back to Margaret Thatcher back in the 70s. So it's back in the 70s when this was in commission. And this plane was the delivery system that we had at the time that could reach Russia as our, mutual destruction, assured mutual destruction capability at the time. And then submarines took over.
You know, it's interesting because it has some of the look of some of the Nazi fighters. So I'm sure the British got some of those Nazis also, huh? In aerospace and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's very similar to the one of the designs of the Messerschmitt. So the Vulcan, however, blue steel was the first missile, and this is 1963 to 1972 was when it was used. I could post a little thing. It uses Siddeley Olympus turbojets. It's got 22,000 pounds of thrust, basically, each. It's got 5 fuel tanks in each wing and 4 tanks in its fuselage, right? Does 640 miles per hour, right? Okay. Its ceiling is 65,000 feet high. Is how high up it can go, 65,000 feet. Its range is 4,600 miles. It can carry 1 blue steel missile, or it can carry 21,000 pounds of bombs, right? and it can have a crew of 5. That's why the cockpit's so big. And it's the first aircraft with delta wings, meaning obviously, so when I say first aircraft with delta wings, that sounds crazy, but you can look it up. Well, actually, I'll post its credentials instead. It's easier.
The Vickers V1, is that what you're talking about? I just posted it. Wait a minute, is it
Wait there, you might have posted the Vickers, because there's a Vickers and then there's the Vulcan.
It's a Vickers Valiant. That's what this one is.
Yeah, the Vickers Valiant is the one before. The Vulcan's a little bit different. Okay?
Vulcan.
But they were both used at the exact same time. So, right, if you look here, right, these planes here, right?
Wow, Vickers had planes. Look, Vickers World War I aircraft. Wow, what a trip. That's a Vickers also. Check that out.
Yeah, you have the Vulcan prototype. Yeah, listen to this, the Avro 698. Yeah,
this is
the prototype, the VX770. That was made in 52, bro. The prototype for it. Look, I'll show you a picture of the prototype.
The 172? Really?
No, in 1972 it was made. Yeah, the prototype. Yeah, if you look at the
I'm looking at these World War One. There's World War One Vickers aircraft. I'm looking at those too.
You should see the size difference.
The Valiant. Oh my God, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's huge.
No. Listen, I'm on about the size difference between the Avro 698 Vulcan VX777 versus the VX770. Right? Okay. I'll show you the size difference between the two, okay? And then I'll show you the individual two, okay? So, and then obviously they upgraded it in 53 to the XM575, which is still a 698 Vulcan, but that was a B2. So you can see where the B2's name comes from. It comes from the Avro 698 Vulcan B2 A XM575. They were known as the Dam Buster Squadron. The XM575s were known as the Dam Buster Squadron. They don't carry any defensive weaponry at all, basically. But the Vulcan basically relied upon its massively quick speed comparatively to most bombers and a lot of even fighter pilots, and its high altitude of 65,000 feet, obviously, right? That's a very high plane. It basically had extremely high altitude flights, right? For something in the 1960s, it was unlike anything people had seen. But at some point, anyway, they eventually made the Vulcan B3, right, which was a long endurance missile carrier, and it had a 12-hour duration, basically, meaning it could just go for 12 hours. But it wasn't actually built, right? And then once they eventually skipped from that, the B3, yeah, they skipped that out, right? They went over to the Avro Vulcan, the Vulcan K2, right, which was it basically then gave air-to-air refueling for the ability to, it was able to be fitted. Basically, it was called the drum unit, they called it, because it was fitted with like 3 bomb bays, right? And then it had these drum tanks, and it was the first time they used drum tanks, meaning like what the B2 uses. It uses 2 16 drums, meaning there's 16 racks. There's a rack of 16 in a drum, and it rotates, so it can have 16 1,000 bombs in each side, 32,000 pounds. That's your American B2. So the Vulcan K2 was the antecedent sort of thing, and then eventually it became the B3, which was known as the Skybolt. But it was never built, like I said. But it uses 4 Bristol Siddeley Olympus 201s or 301s, depending on what you wanted it for. They use either the 201 or 301. That gives it the 20,000 pounds of thrust, and its wingspan is 111 feet or 33 meters, right? Its maximum weight, effectively, with bombs and everything, is 250,000 pounds or 113,000 kilos. Its minimum weight was 83,000 pounds. Think about that. Its minimum weight is 83,000 pounds or 37,000 kilograms. So its weight pretty much triples. Well, more than triples when you add the bombs to it. That was for the Vulcan B2, yeah. And then, basically, then you go on to now, right? Like I said, there's only a couple of these that have survived that are still flyable. There's only really one that's flyable. I wanted you to see the difference in size between a couple of them, right? Okay. So we've got the big one of today. I can show you the nuclear, the blue steel, and you'll see what I mean here by the Messerschmitt. During the design phase, engineers knew the operational requirements would require a unique design. German World War II swept wing research was used to come up with the design for the delta wing shape, right? Yeah. So that's why the B2, the B2 Spirit bomber, yeah, that's fuselage and design goes all the way back to 1950 or 1949 or 1952 as well. These two brothers that were similar to the Wright brothers, but more on the militaristic side, they designed the antecedent to it much, much before. So you have the Avro Tudor 2 as well, which is another classic one. But I'll show you the difference in size between the Avro Tudor and the Avro Vulcan, which you see there. I'll try and download like a GIF so you can see how good it is at evasive maneuvers as well. Or I can send you a video, I guess, of it doing some evasive maneuvers. It uses a huge air manifold and air intake at the front as well, which is another reason why its aerodynamicity is so good and why it's so maneuverable for a bomber. This thing flies like literally like a fighter aeroplane. And I mean, it really does fly like a fighter aeroplane. Yeah, I'll post some stuff now. So this is its difference in size, Sonny. So I'll show you the first image is its size difference between one of the original designs of the prototypes, and then the other one is the one you see below. You see the one below? Yeah. That's the 1952 one.
That looks a little smaller. No, right? Is it not shorter? Yeah, I think it looks shorter.
Yeah, it's look how much smaller. They're all flying in actually the same altitude. Meaning,
the first one is yeah.
But the one below is the bigger plane out of the ones above.
I see.
Okay. But that one's even still smaller than this one here, which is the ones that I was posting earlier, right?
Yeah, it makes you wonder how much the Nazis actually had in mind, like what they had in mind, because I'm sure we've only heard of part of the story, obviously.
Well, that's the Messerschmitt there that they took the swept wing design idea from, right? And then I'll show you the actual design of the B2. Really copies the Vulcan and the Vickers, but also the B2 comes from this design here, right? I'll show you. I'll show you the antecedent to the B2.
Wouldn't that be cool to have a little one-seater, little private, little personal jet of your little fighter jet of your own? That'd be great.
Yeah. Have you ever seen what a B2 can hold? I'll show you in a minute.
A B2 bomber? Oh yeah. They're huge.
How much it can hold? It's insane. I really want to show you the antecedent to it though. But have you ever seen them next to the B-52s?
Yeah, it's like the Nazi one, isn't it?
It's based. That's what I'm going to show you. Is the I'm going to show you the original.
Yeah.
But the B2 is very similar to like I was showing you a minute ago. Sorry, I'll shut up a bit. So here's the size comparison of the B2 Spirit. Yeah. Okay. In a minute, I'll show you the size comparison of it next to
ME1,
the B-52s, Stratofortresses, yeah. I'll show you the size comparison because the Stratofortresses are your biggest, most threatening bombers.
Is that
But
a Messerschmitt 2? Is that a Messerschmitt 262?
I don't believe it's a 262. It might be a.
Which one? That is.
It's very similar to the 262.
ME 19, not a 109. No, ME 1. Shoot, I used to know what those were.
I'll have to relook at the photo, dude. I've lost a lot of my memory on the planes too.
That
I really have.
See, that's one of the first jets. Let's see. I think it's a ME 262. I could be wrong.
No, I think it is. No, yeah, it is. Type it in.
I freaking actually remembered that shit from building the model. Isn't that amazing?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the ME 262.
Yep,
Messerschmitt.
That was the
Schwalbe.
most frightening one. That was one of the most frightening ones out there, dude.
Yeah.
Because
Nickname Schwalbe it stands for swallow.
if the Germans got to build enough of those, yeah, right, we would have been ruined. But if it wasn't for the P-51 Mustang, they would have probably beat us. The Germans knew it was over when they saw the Mustang, because it had the capability of protecting the bombers, right? So that's the day when when the aviation guy was like, fuck, the main aviator reconnaissance guy for the Germans was like, the day we saw, I can't remember who it was who said it, the day we saw the P-51 Mustang flying alongside America's
Bombers.
Yeah.
The bombers.
What is B-17s? Long day they saw it. Well, is it B-17s or B-20? I can't remember. B-22s or B-15s.
B-17s to be early in the war, yeah. And then they went with what?
B-17s, yeah.
B-25.
No, it was in the late part. Well, yeah, it was B-17 still, I think. I'm trying to find the older designs for the B. Right there. Just trying to show you the old prototypes for the B2. This one will really shock you. Okay, you'll realise quite how old the B2 really actually is. You'll actually see it with a Messerschmitt behind it. So it's called the YB-49. Is the original. It took me a little while to find it for some reason. But when you see the YB-49, you're like, whoa, But yeah, so here's look at the size of the arm. Oh right, I want to just finish showing you the Vulcan, Sonny, a second. That's all right. This is the nuclear deterrent missile it carried. That there, the blue steel.
Look at that thing. Oh wow!
It could only carry one of them, but it could also carry one of those, or it could carry 32 tons.
Wow.
Meaning, like I said, it could either be 32,000 kilograms, or it could be 100,000 kilograms, or 250,000 pounds, or whatever the equivalent is. I can do the kilos, not the pounds. And then to show you is another old shot of it in flight. That was one of the ones. That's still it. Remember, that's it in 1959, I believe. And then this is a 1959 models model in an evasive maneuver. Watch this. That's not even the 63 model. So you can see how agile and nimble that thing is. If you ever want to watch a really cool video, type in Vulcan bomber evasive maneuvers. Look at that thing, and you see how big it is. And you see how
it's
big
huge.
it was.
Oh yeah, that's wild. I know. I've seen the Flying Wing do one like that too. It's really pretty incredible. What a bunch of fuel, boy! I tell you.
And then the V2 bomber itself is huge, really, when you think about it, right? The one above, you see the V2 above the right. So you've got the V2 below, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You've got the antecedent to the. So there are more than one variation of the B2, right? People think they're all the fucking same. They're not, right? So the one above, right? You see the wingtips are tipped up, look.
Yeah.
And it looks slightly different, and the fuel manifolds are slightly different, and even the cockpit windows, instead of there being two, there's three. That's the one at the top is the old B2. That's the older B2. With actually with more smart munitions than the one below.
And these are Vickers aircraft, huh? These are both Vickers aircraft. The V2 Vickers or B2 bombers.
The B2 bombers.
Oh, okay.
They're Boeing, I think. So, yeah, they were built in Area 51. But look at the size difference compared to the B-52 Stratofortress, bro.
Yeah, those are huge. Those B-52s. Yeah, look at that.
Well, look how big the B2s are.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty big still, right?
Pretty big.
Yeah, right. And but look how really they've been around. That was 30 years ago. Look at that B2 from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So people think they're like new. They're really not new. And then here, this is the YB, which is where it came from. And the airframe design for that is in the 1949 by two German brothers, and that's where the airframe design came from.
Yeah, and that's the one I think I've actually seen do a twist like that, a twirl like that.
Yeah, I'll show you another shot of it from a different angle. It really is an impressive plane. It's called the YB-49, if anyone's interested in looking into these planes. The YB-49 really is quite an interesting plane, like considering all of the things that were built off the back of it, right? You know, we have the the Vulcans, we have the Vickers, all of these planes, the B2 being built off the back of it. You can really see here with the YB-49, was this the very first stealth bomber is the question, right, with the YB-49. You ever seen a B-36 as well?
Not sure what that one looks like.
Yeah, that one there, Norfolk and Grumman, yeah.
B-29.
Yeah, you're right, XO. But here's the YB-49 again. Here's a really cool image. I had to take a screenshot. It used so they switched it out, right? So you see the one at the top, yeah? You see it's got jets, yeah? Okay. You see the one below it?
In your phone screenshot you're talking about? Yeah, I see that. Yeah, jets.
Right. Let me show you the even older version of it. Right, the even older version is this one, right, with the propellers, right?
YB-49, yeah.
Yeah.
The propellers, yep.
And then this is a cool shot, this one here, because this shows the jets, right? And then it shows the actual, they're a mix between a ramjet and a turbine jet. You see them hanging on the bottom. What does that remind you of?
Yeah.
That Messerschmitt, right?
Yeah, it does.
That's two Messerschmitt engines attached to the bottom.
What a trip. Yeah, really.
That was for long distance. And at the time, it could release those engines, yeah, once it got to where it needed to go. And it could get there in high speed. But it was classed as a stealth bomber because of its high ceiling capability, right? So it had a high ceiling capability, and if it went really, really high, yeah, and it just blanket carpet bombs something at its highest speed with all of its engines going, yeah, and then it dropped its main engines, right, at full burn, it wouldn't even get really picked up on heat signature because it would be effectively like leave the area at such high speed because its aerodynamic, it would be using full thrust, and its aerodynamicity would go through the roof as soon as it dropped them, and then there would be a huge thermal cloud almost right behind it, and it would just fly out in a straight line after a carpet bombing from high distance, and it had enough poundage that it could do that and hit most things. Like it took out a couple of airfields. Just really a stunning sort of show of what was. But most people don't recognize that plane there. But that's really where a lot of the technology for the B-52 Stratofortress comes from. Right there. That there looks like a jet plane, doesn't it? It's not.
Yeah, they're pusher props.
Yep. But it's a prop propeller. So it actually is still technically it still has a small turbine in there and a small compressor, right? And it still has a small unit for fuel injection. It's not a full jet because the jet doesn't take place at the back, right?
Yeah, it's like a turbo prop.
Yeah, it takes place halfway down the manifold or the intake, right? It injects fuel into the turbine, helps spool it up quicker, and it would help spin those propellers faster, right? And that's, again, that's probably why the Americans ended up using, like I said, you see the B-52, right? Have you ever heard of the B-50 as well?
No. Not that I remember.
It's the Super Fortress, bro.
Oh, yeah, then I have. Yeah, I remember that one. Super Fortress, of course.
Yeah.
That's what they always called it, though,
Well, it gets
I've heard of B-52s, man. The
there's a
Love
B-20.
Shack is the only place you want to be.
There's two Super Fortresses. One's a B-29 and the other one's the B-50.
Yep. And then you've got the B-54. Have you heard of the B-54? Most people haven't heard of that one. It's called the Ultra Fortress.
Some of those they didn't fly, though, did they? Did they fly that?
Some of them they didn't fly, but some of them were flying. You got the XB-38 as well, which was a smaller version of the B-38.
Another huge one. Let's see, what does that look like? Oh, yeah, huh?
I'll show you a couple pictures right there. I've got some here.
Can I get that?
That one and that one is... What do you mean that can't fit? That can't fit. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, those won't be able to fit in there. You're correct. That's what I said. Which one? The first or second photo? Because it's got 2 drums and it has 16 placements on each drum. And you can right, the older one, the top photo, technically those munitions may be able to fit. If we count them, there's maybe not 16, but on the old one, they did have the capability of having it non-stealth and then having some of it underslung and then firing that off at a longer distance and then it having the 32 on the inside. So the first photo, it might fit. The second photo, maybe not. You're correct. Yep, that's the B-54, which was actually that was the photo I was about to post next.
Then you got this strange one. If it lets me. Uploads have been failing.
Do you see what he just posted? It's got a fuel tank attached to it. It's got
Yeah, a big fuel tank in the middle, right?
Is that the F?
It's like a drop tank.
That's the F4, right? Is that the F4?
No, it's too pointy. I watch them. I used to live like right across the street from World Headquarters, McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis.
Right there.
I watch them wheeling around capsules and
No, it's not the
F4
F4. Sorry, I'm
Phantoms.
on about the F14. I'm on about.
Yeah, the
Sorry, I
F4 is
was
a
on the
Phantom.
F4.
Yeah, that's probably.
I was on about the Tomcat, but it's not the Tomcat anyway. That's the Alpha. It's the what's it? It's the. It was a multi-role fighter, but is it Alpha or is that a Delta wing? I can't remember. No, that's a Delta wing. Sorry. It is what is it called? It's the F102, isn't it? It's the F102. Or the XF9, otherwise known as the XF9. The reason why I said the Douglas F4 is because of the F4D, which when I show you a photo, you'll see what I mean. How you can mistake it for the F4D, not the one that you're talking about, the F4. But the F102, which would be the XF92 also, otherwise known as.
The Convair Delta Dagger F102 Interceptor built part of the background U.S. Air Force defenses in the late 50s. Entering service in 56. Purpose to intercept invading Soviet strategic bomber fleets. Primarily the Tupolev Tu-95 during the Cold War. Wow, they built 1,000 F-102s.
I bet none of you can guess what this one is.
Hey man, is that the same aircraft though? It looks like it.
Oh, there's the F4, but it's a different variant of the F4. That's the F4D, the one I posted. The one that EXO posted was this.
Is that a F-102? Is it the same as...
No, it's not a Delta Dagger.
It's not, yeah, it's different than the Delta
Fucking looks like a lawn dart.
Is it are those the prototypes to it there?
It's not a YF-102?
No, that's what I'm saying. Right, okay. It could be. Is that? It looks like a F-16XL almost, but it's. I don't know if it is an F-16XL, obviously, but it looks. Or it does. It's reminiscent of the F-16XL, like one of the ones that NASA messed around with. In a minute, I'm going to post a plane for y'all to see if you can. You sure it's not? I still want to guess the one that he posted. I'm not finding the variant, bro. It's not the 102 Dagger. I know that.
Yeah, the thing has 3 cockpits. See those three freaking hatches? That's what I'm doing. Put a 3-seat.
Oh. It looks like a fucking F. It looks like an F4 Phantom, like I said. F-14 Tomcat, sorry. Really does. One of the first things I said, but again,
those are two distinctly different aircraft.
Yeah, I know.
So you're wrong.
I know I'm wrong, but I'm saying it from the front there. I know it's not. I know it isn't. I'm just saying it reminds me of it. The timing of when it was built. Also reminds me of the fucking F-16XL. I know it's nothing like an F-16XL, but I'm saying it
Have you
reminds
flown any of these aircraft? These platforms? Are you familiar with them intrinsically?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, which
Just
ones
not
did
these
you
ones.
fly?
No, I've never flown any of them. I never said that. Am I familiar with them? Yeah.
No, that's what familiar means, is that you've trained on them or...
No. I've not trained on them. No. I'm familiar with the weapons that are used on them. But I'm not
So-
military, so don't start asking me military questions. All right.
So no personal experience.
Personal experience it depends in which way. You know, British stuff, yeah. American stuff, not so much.
So you have personal experience with British aircraft and British platforms.
Munitions.
Right?
Not
Which
the platform.
munitions?
Are you being serious? Who is this speaking?
This is Iron.
Were you here for me when I was talking a minute ago?
I'm only speaking up because it sounds like you don't know anything about what you're talking about. And if you do know what you're talking about, then it should benefit you to have me help you prove it.
No, I'm not. No, I don't need to prove
A lot of
myself.
people are hearing this and saying,
No,
oh,
I don't know. Wait there. No, I don't need to prove myself to you. That's why I'm taking this tone with you right now.
Okay.
I'm guessing what planes are that are American, yeah? And you're taking a problem because I didn't like it because of your patriotism that's inside of you, right?
Yeah, see, that's
So that's the problem, right?
unverified. What have I said that has given you that impression?
Well, because I guessed one of the planes wrong, which was a game that we were guessing. So you should be able to tell me what this plane is within 2 seconds, right? What plane's that? Quick.
Does that mean that you did know what you didn't know 5 seconds ago?
No, but I'm saying if you don't know what that is, then I get to cross-reference you the same way, correct?
That's not a standard production plane. It's
Yeah, it is.
definitely... All right. Oh, tell me all about it, Mr. Smart Man.
I don't need to. Tell me what it is first.
It's a defunct foreign aircraft that has
No, it's
never
not.
been
It's an
produced more
American
than 100.
aircraft. Well, it's actually an American aircraft, but
That never went into production. You don't understand how many thousands of experimental aircraft the U.S. has
yes, I do.
engaged in developing.
Plenty.
So tell me again about my preconceived notions and my biases.
You didn't like the fact that I didn't know what an American plane was.
I don't know
so
what you're
you
talking
started
about.
Started
I just
to attack
got here.
me. All right, so what did I claim? Tell me a claim. What was my
you're
claim?
claiming that I claimed you made a claim, and now
No.
Before that,
Listen, wait there, Iron.
I never made it.
Wait there, Iron. Before that, you claimed I didn't know what I was talking about. Tell me what it is that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I didn't claim anything. I asked you.
It was in the live stream.
Hold on. Are we having a conversation here, or are you just trying to pontificate?
No, we're not. No, we're going back for your
so if you're
claim.
not having a conversation, then why would I wait until it's my turn?
No, because
to
you
respond?
made claims. You made claims. So
I asked you,
specify.
What personal experience do you have, and you said none.
No. I said you asked me, have you flown any?
Rewind
And then you said, are you familiar? And I said, yeah, I'm familiar with some
Rewind
of the platforms. But familiar, then you redefine that as flying.
I didn't
Try and
redefine
make me seem like a
anything.
liar.
You're disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. That's the way it made it seem. And then you said you don't know what you're talking about.
I came in and I asked you what personal experience you have with this theater. Have you trained on these platforms? Have you flown a plane once in your life, or do you just research information on aircraft and their munitions? And rather than answer me honestly, which you could have done and said, no, it's just research. Instead, you still pretended to have personal experience and first-hand evidence of these things.
Experience. I have got personal experience. But
then you put a experimental prototype airplane up and said, name it in 2 seconds.
Because that's what your annoyance at me seemed to be, was that you said I didn't know what I was talking about.
You're projecting.
Right, wait there. Tell me what I said where I didn't know what I was talking about then.
I never made any claim that you didn't. I asked you, and you failed to answer.
Yes, you did. I
asked you what your experience was, and you said none.
What? No, I didn't say that.
So, have you flown an airplane?
I have flown what do you call it? like where you do one of those little shitty lessons.
Yeah, okay. A flight simulator on your PC. Yeah, I got it.
No, I never claimed to be a pilot though. So.
Right. So why are you continuing this idea that you are an expert?
I said munitions, bro. I never said.
So what munitions have you personally handled?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're talking about being an expert on munitions. I'm sure you must have loaded some bombs into some bomb bays of some strike fighter.
He never said he was an expert on any of it.
I never claimed he should be either. He's dug himself into this hole.
No, you need to rewind it, actually.
You just got muted.
No, wait there. No, I want to talk to him. I want to continue because I don't know why he's even attacking me. Iron, what was it that you took issue with? Because you did make the claim that
I didn't take any issue. I was simply asking you what your personal experience was, and you failed to establish anything. And then you strawmanned me and tried to attack me, saying I said things that I didn't say.
Oh, sure, I did I? So I said I had no experience,
it's recorded, isn't it? We can get to the bottom of it.
So you've already contradicted yourself twice. How? By saying that I said I had no experience, but then I said I did have experience with munitions. So which one is it?
I never said you have no experience. I asked you what your experience was.
No, you told me. I said I had none.
You never answered.
No, you said I said I had none.
That does not mean that I claimed the opposite.
No, you said that I said I had none. You literally said that a minute ago.
Yeah,
now you're saying
you literally said I haven't flown a plane. I haven't done any of this personally. I have handled munitions, and I asked you which munitions, and you failed to answer that question also.
I'm not. If you know anything about this, you know that I'm not going to answer that question.
All right. So preach.
Well, no, we were talking about aircraft, and that was it. And we were guessing aircraft, and you've come in like there's some form of debate going on, right?
No, you're projecting. I never made that assertion.
No.
I never came in combative. I simply asked what your personal experience was, and then you spiraled. You spiraled.
No, you called me a liar, basically.
I did not. I never said the word liar. Rewind it. I dare you. I'll give you $100 if I said you're a liar.
You basically said you don't know what you're talking about, and lots of people are thinking the same thing. You said you don't know what you're talking about, and lots of people are thinking the same. So what was it that I was saying that lots of people are thinking I don't know what I'm talking about?
You're completely missing the point, and you just obfuscated the claim and attack that you made against me only moments ago.
I'm about 2 seconds.
You want to run away from it? That's fine.
I'm about 2 seconds from banning you.
I can go back on mute, and you can have your little conversation.
No, I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you because you're a fucking liar. You said what you said.
You're going to ban me for being a liar?
Yeah.
When the video and voice recording proves that you're the liar?
Iron. You literally claimed things that I never said.
What did I say? What did I claim?
You turned around and said, I don't know what I'm talking about. And you said that lots of other people are thinking the same.
I said, do you know what you're talking about? You're a liar.
No, you didn't.
I asked you what your personal experience is. Did you want to be a coward and blame me and ban me?
No, wait there. No, I'm blaming. I'm gonna ban you for being intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, do it.
You actually turned around and said, "What did you say?" You said, "What are your personal experiences?" You said, "What's your personal experience?" Right? Yeah.
How is a question a positive statement of you don't know what you're talking about? How can you support your personal experience and your knowledge? How is that an attack on you? That's pretty.
You said that first before you asked the question. You said that before you asked the question. For one.
So we're just revisionist historying everything.
Right, wait, I'm going to play it back for you. All right.
Do it, please.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be fun.
Going to play back what you said.
Are you going to play back from the start, or are you going to play back a small clip taken out of context?
No, I'm going to play it back what you said.
You're a joke, man.
All right, so you're attacking me now as well.
No, that's my opinion that you're joking right now.
Delusional, I'm a joke, and you've attacked me.
Incredibly offended over being asked what's your knowledge of this topic that you claim yourself an expert in.
When did I say I was an expert in aeronautics?
Oh, wow.
Tell me. So you're being intellectually dishonest.
That's like your opinion, man.
When did I claim I was an expert in aeronautics and being a pilot? You literally put it in my mouth. You literally put it in my mouth that I was a pilot. This is why I'm getting pissed off with you.
I didn't put it in your mouth that you're a pilot. I asked you if you were, and you could have been one. You could have said, yes, I am a pilot. I served for 20 years in the Royal Air Force. Or you could have said anything. But that was the answer to the question, is that you weren't.
I failed to answer, right?
Are you feeling insecure that you have no personal experience?
No, that's the point, is that you tried to make out, that
Don't tell me what I tried to do. You're not a fortune teller. You don't read my mind.
You said it with your words.
I did not.
All right, this conversation is over.
Go back and talk about.
Just mute him. It's easier.
No, I'm banning him.
He's not going to shut up.
I've banned
him. He's convinced
because
he's. Yeah, I hear you. Move on. Anybody else? What's up? How you doing today?
I can't be bothered with people like him. He's someone that is obviously friends with one of my enemies.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he probably knows somebody that doesn't like you.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Just has a bad taste in his mouth for some reason, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that happens for legitimate reasons.
The only thing that I claim to be a slight expert in is munitions, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to actually fire.
No, I've always said I don't have any credentials either.
I said you wouldn't necessarily have to have used them to necessarily know how they work, now would you?
No, because a lot of the time the thing that you'd be involved in the munitions for nowadays is actually sensors and also precautionary devices as well.
Basically, you said
and for shape charges as well, and how to make shape charges. That's the munitionary basis that I've been involved in personally, and more British platforms over American. So because I didn't get an American plane right by being able to guess a bomber, right, which I made no claim to be an expert or a pilot, if you actually play it back, right, he actually did come in and say, I've listened to it again, he came in and said, you don't know what you're talking about, and lots of other people are thinking the same.
Yeah, he said something like that. Yeah, he did.
100%.
I realized that it wasn't a matter of being called out. He just going to lie his way through. He's one of those. Whatever it is, you trigger something in him, and then he just goes to this resort. And I'll just wreck you. I'll just try to make you look bad.
He was trying to basically make me look bad. That was the point.
Yeah, exactly. He was just trying to get you to say something or do something that would make other people think that, yeah, right. And then just try to draw it out, which is dumb.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can tell, it was his recovery. It was his way of recovering or trying to feed his what do you call it? Ego or something.
I think what he did was he attacked me thinking I was claiming I was a pilot, right? And was going to pull me apart for claiming to be a pilot when I'm not one. I never said I was one, so that's what he did. So that's why I banned him for trying to find a fight where there isn't one. And I don't want people like that in the server.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean,
and he's just turned the whole fucking thing into a shit show when it was actually just men posting pictures about cool fucking planes.
I thought you were going to meet him like when I first tried. I just checked in just a minute ago, and I knew right away. I was like, I would have banned him already, or at least muted him and let him think about it.
Oh no, I wanted him to like further push himself into a lie, so that I had evidence for why I banned him. Because he first claimed that I said nothing, right? Back to his question, and then he said that I claimed that I did have expertise. He said, "You said nothing." He said, "Well, what personal experience do you have, right?" And he tried to change it into like, and I said some, or I said along the line. He's like, "Do you have any personal experience?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "All right, so you're a pilot." And I was like, "Well, no, obviously not. Like, I wasn't saying that. But in terms of munitions, or certain forms of munitions, I've been involved in certain things to do with that. And then personal experience could be me just photographing these planes, which I did do for several years as well, up close, right? And then as well, I've actually given like guided tours on at different, like, let's say Farnborough or somewhere like that, and given guided tours showing people the different planes that are on display, and teaching them about the various parts of the plane, and the ceiling of the plane, and what it was, and what operations it was involved in, and things like that. But like, that's what I meant by personal experience, is that really, like, with these platforms, not that I flew them. But yeah, well, I think he thought I was claiming as a pilot.
Not that you need to fly them to know anything like basic information about them. But that's what I don't understand, is why is it they always go, well, you're not an expert, so we're not going to take your word. Like, why do you need an expert? You can read. I can read the same book the guy wrote. I mean, all scientists write down their data and their science, right? They write down their findings, right? So you can just go read what they wrote. It's real simple. I mean, you can lay it all out here, but they don't want to do that. That's the part I don't get, is why they don't want to actually bring any evidence with them. They just come in.
I don't know. He wanted to strawman me into saying I was an expert on planes, which I never claimed, and that's trying to pick a fight where there isn't one. And he's a flat earther, dude, so he really shouldn't be doing that shit, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't.
He really shouldn't. He was a flat earther, right? Yeah. Wow. But that's why I know he's a friend of one of someone. Yeah.
Then what was he arguing with you? But I don't get it.
I really don't know.
It must have been personal or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, yep. That's when I knew.
You got my vote. You did the right thing.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's when I knew that it was personal. That's why I wanted to eke it out a little bit further, because I wanted to sort of check his mutual friends, and the 5 friends that he had on his list that were mutuals of mine that I personally know are people that dislike me. I knew I would find 5 names on his friends list, and I found them. And then I realized, he's just attacking me for attacking me's sake.
He was just looking for a fight.
Somebody's put him up to it or something.
I think he didn't realize that I was a moderator. The dumb twat.
Oh yeah, because you don't write it on there, so yeah, I guess that's easier. I don't know. I never even really care about it. I usually just be nice to everybody if I can. Try to anyway.
Yeah. I hate that when people try and push in my mouth that I say I'm an expert in something that I'm not an expert in, and I never claimed to be one. Like, no, I'm what you call a historical weaponologist. Yeah, that's it. But there's not really any credentials you can have for being a historical weaponologist. This goes all the way back to the Atlatl and the Bolo. And like all the way back to the earliest extensions of a man's power, and that's really all it is. And you can get some form of a degree in historical weapons, but that doesn't go then forward toward modern day weaponry. And I've never decided to want to actually go to college to do it or anything like that. But weapons platforms are something that I do know a lot about, but they're not something that I'm saying that I've utilized and used, or nor am I a pilot or anything like that. I've always been upfront with what I say about these platforms. Very upfront, in fact. My lack therein of experience, or the amount of experience I have. But going back to the Vickers and the Avro, and by the way, the plane that I posted where I said, well, you better be able to tell me what that is right away, is the Model 60.
Emperor. He knew.
That's the model. It's the McDonald Model 60, and he was actually correct that the Model 60 is a prototype type plane. Barely 100 made of them or whatever, and he was correct on that. Well, I don't know if there's 100 made. I wonder how many of them there were made. Let's check it out. Let's see if he was correct on that.
I think that's true too. I'm not sure. That sounds like pretty sure I've heard of it.
Huh? The Curtis. No, it's not the Curtis P60. Nothing to do with that. But I don't really know. I still don't get. I really don't understand the suggestion of like. So if I'm not like a pilot or an expert,
bro,
then I shouldn't be allowed to talk about it. That's really confusing.
It's a full moon. It's a full moon.
Fuck knows. Really confusing.
Right. Now we know the freaks are out, right?
Even if guys, just if you have got a problem with someone in the air as well, and you're a flat earther, you are supposed to take it to DMs and not do it in the live stream as well, right? So I apologize for airing that out there, but he attacked me here, so it was kind of like, yeah. But like I said, I don't think it's the full moon thing. I think it's more who he's friends with versus people that dislike me. And him trying to impress his friends.
Why would anybody dislike you though?
I don't know. I've got a lot of people that dislike me, dude.
I haven't had a problem with you, so I don't know. Maybe you are. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
I don't really start.
You seem like a nice guy. I mean, you're mellow. You don't seem like a aggressive person. I mean, sometimes you get a little on the edges. When you catch someone, not being honest and stuff. But they deserve that.
Well, no, what it is I monologue quite a lot. I monologue quite a lot. That's what it is, and people don't like the fact that I speak a lot. But oh well, someone out there must like me doing it. That's why I'm a moderator, and that's why he's just got the flat earth role. And
I think it's more about personality, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah, it's about how much time you put in. Actually, and it's how much
personality. You got a good way. Yeah. The way you do everything, you're polite and stuff. It's not easy to be nice when you're, in sometimes.
It's really, really hard to be friendly and be a moderator as well. Like sometimes people don't realize the other stuff that's going on in the background, sort of thing. So it's like
right? Yeah.
Sometimes you're thinking, is this person who they even say they are? Like because we've got people that are consistently trying to get in here when they shouldn't be, and
all it takes is an email. That's not hard to make.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like there's a bunch of us that are out there trying to find the bad guys that are taking advantage of that. It's always just finding out which one. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's more of them out there trying to cheat than there are out there trying to catch cheaters. That's what I mean.
But yeah, there's actually sometimes there's very, very concerted and I would say like quite big efforts towards trying to like fuck over moderators. No, to fuck over moderators. No joke. I've been swatted and everything since I've been a moderator, dude.
I take it as a badge of honor when I get kicked out of a place. If I don't get kicked out at least once, then I ain't being honest with myself. Because I'm the kind of guy that usually that causes a lot of trouble. Like I rub people the wrong way sometimes. But
yeah, I know I do for definite. I don't mean to, but I know I do. And
sometimes you got to. Sometimes people are just roughing you and they're just trying to jar you, and you gotta let them know.
Joshua's here actually. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joshua, were you here for that guy? And what he did?
I think he was here when I came in.
If he's military as well, or he's ever been involved in private sector military stuff, he knows by asking me the question, what munitions have you been involved in? He knows that I'm not allowed to answer that fucking question.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And he knows that for a fact, so he did that just to be a cunt.
Yeah.
Like, what a prick.
Yeah, he thought that was going to be an easy way to make you look weak, right? Yeah, that was stupid. Because it was obvious to me that he was trying to let you. I was going to mention it, but I didn't know if you wanted to even mention that at all.
Well, the dude's obviously a douchebag, so.
Yeah, he is, obviously.
I've seen him. Listen,
I won't argue with that.
I made a role called the Viking tag, right? And I made it for people that are like people that I found to be quite cool dudes, and I noticed he had that tag. So he's someone that I previously got along with, right? So think about that.
And maybe you could do a little research and find out if it's somebody that you know just messing with you. Maybe somebody giving you a hard time.
No, it's someone that is friends with.
You're right, but I mean, somebody sending you a little someone trying to have a laugh with you.
Oh no, that wasn't for a laugh. That was 100%. Like I said, I knew if I looked on the mutual friends list, there would be 5 mutual friends on there for definite. That.
Okay, so you've already got a pin who, what it's all about then.
Yeah. It's like an old beef from someone that got, someone I banned ages ago.
I see.
So that's what that was down to, basically. Pretty sad, really.
So you heard about Rob, right?
I banned probably about 5 people as well, just to be honest. Yeah, rookie dude. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I like. What was it you were saying? Recently, I can't remember. What was it on a different server?
Yeah, we've talked quite a few times. Yeah,
we talk on a different server. There was something you said that. Oh fuck! I can't remember what it was. I wanted to ask you more on it at the time, and you loaded out, and I was like, "Fuck."
Well, think of it. I'm here.
No, I'll try and remember what it was, but it was something you spoke on, and I was like, I really wanted to find out more about what you were saying, and I was like, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find out any information myself on it, so I was gonna ask you about it, but it was something you mentioned.
Is it something you can't mention here, or do you mean?
No, it's nothing that I couldn't mention here. It's just I literally can't remember what it was.
Oh, I see. I was gonna say,
that's what I'm saying.
Just kidding.
I had like a really pertinent question that I wanted to ask you, right? Like about 2 days ago, and then like I was gonna write it down, yeah. So I didn't forget it, and then I was like, right, oh yeah, I wrote it down, and then I started looking through my notebook, and I was like, shit, I didn't write it down. So I mentioned something, and then realized I didn't even write it down, so I can't even ask you it. So I basically said,
you think of it, I'm always here. You can always DM me or whatever. I'm assuming that's something positive, right?
yeah, no, it was something positive. It was something we were talking about in a different server, right. And it was something that it was some information.
I was going off the other night, so I was having a bad day that day. I
don't remember that.
I don't
remember that.
Apologize if I do. Well, I get mad at the world. It's like sometimes just things happen to me, and it's like, all right, come on, people. Like, what the hell's going on here? Like, everybody starts sounding the same. They're saying the same things. It's like something's not right here. I just get tired of that. It's like, why is it I wake up some days and it's like everybody's saying the same thing? It's like, would you guys stop that? Like, snap out of it, okay? Like, are you guys okay? Did you fall into another fucking dream world or something? Like, what? Hello? Are you guys okay? Like, did I die last night? And then what's going on here? Something changed. Like, I woke up this
That's
morning
what
and
I felt like a minute ago.
Yeah, and I'm like, what's going on? I thought we had this I thought we had all this Mandela stuff ironed out. All this whole new wave of stuff.
Oh
It's like, what?
no, shit.
It's like,
Oh, that Mandela
I
fucking
wish
stuff
somebody would
does my
figure out
head
what
in,
the hell
bro.
it's really all about, so we could stop arguing about it. You know, like it's getting old. I mean, I admit it's.
I felt like that a minute ago, dude.
You know, like I don't know how you would explain something because it's like stuff that you can't really nail down whether it's really changed or. So,
Well,
like,
a lot of the time,
it's
actually.
so easy to remember something improperly, even though you look at it all the time. You know.
Well, yeah, but it
I
could
do it all
just be
the
that
time.
the companies have changed their shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, of course that's the excuse, but I mean, some of
I
it.
wish
I'm gonna
Trace was
argue,
here.
it seems like it's changed, but there's got to be a reason why it feels that way. Why it feels so genuinely like it's changed, even though, come on, how are they going to change the stuff that's in my house? Like it's stuff that I have collection item. Like if I collect a certain brand, let's just say I collect stuff that says Coke on it, okay? And I know what Coke says, I know how it's written, but then all my stuff changed too. I think I'd flip out a little bit, and I don't know that I would advertise that on YouTube either. But just out of just be honest.
Yeah, you know what Coke smells like, what it tastes like, what it feels like. Oh, I mean, yeah, you can tell the difference between Coke and Pepsi. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, the way the label's written, like when I was a kid, there was an assignment where we had to create our own label. First, we had to copy another one. And then the other part of our home ec class was to create our own product. So I came up with cashew butter. And this is before I'd ever heard about almond butter.
Oh.
So I was like, cashews are good. Let's make cashew butter.
Yeah,
That was my great idea. It was a great idea. And my ad and everything, dude, I got an A+ on it. It's the only thing I ever got a really good grade on, ever. I really didn't do well in school, but not because I'm not smart. I
bet you that teacher went and stole that idea and made the product. That's what I think.
No, people are selling it now, but I don't think I think people thought of it. It's probably been done before.
No, I know, but I mean, I think universities are about that. That's kind of the point I was trying to illustrate. Universities are, I think, about funneling the best brightest minds, especially when it comes to scholarships, right? And I think they funnel the best and brightest minds either to build psychological military products, like with Ted Wazinski, IQ of 178. They had them working with Andrew Murray. They helped build MK Ultra and all of the, psychological torture techniques through the coursework he was doing, where he believed he was just in a debate class, where it was actually about destroying him from the inside. And then they used that very technique on him.
Would have known exactly the truth about him while he was doing his killing.
Yeah,
how weird that would have been. Imagine how he could have manipulated people. That would have been weird.
I'm just saying, I feel like universities are a way of people robbing ideas from the youngest and brightest minds to be in.
That's the reason why they have school. It's to train and to weed out all the people they can use.
Exactly,
I didn't do well in school because I knew that stuff was wrong. I knew something wasn't right. Like I saw stuff going on at school that creeped me out. And I couldn't explain it. And when I tell people about it, they go, "That's crazy. Well, why would they do that, Ryan?" I'd be like, "Well, I don't know why they do it, but they did it." "Well, that's not true. You must have missed or something." I'm like, "Well, you could say that I'm just stupid." And people have been telling me this all my whole life. I'll tell them something crazy. I mean, literally, I'll just say something off the wall. I'll be like, "Well, maybe it's this," just out of curiosity. And they'll be like, "That's crazy." And it's always like, "Yeah, that's crazy." But now it's like we're starting to find out that, like, I don't know if I should even talk about it because my wife get mad at me.
No, I know what you're saying.
My wife got a shot, okay, and now my wife got the jab, okay.
Shit.
And now her boss got sick, even though they both got the jab. So now she has to go get tested. And I said, "Well, of course you're going to test positive because you got the shot." And of course they didn't give her anything, but now we're waiting to see what's going to happen.
I'm really sorry, dude. Like, yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. And it sounds like I'm saying sorry, like she had died almost, but like, I mean, no
matter how she looks at it, it proves that I'm right. So it's going to hurt more than anything.
Well, yeah, it's one of them cases of where you don't really want to be correct, to be quite honest, isn't it?
I'm not gonna. I got to be real careful not to ruin my face because it's going to hurt this person,
Yeah, dude, I can imagine if my partner got the shot. She never would, and I know that for a fact. Like, for a fact, she would die.
That's like an antecedent to being in love, to being my wife.
No, I know.
At the same time, I'm going to support my wife no matter what, just like she would me. And, because I love her and care about it, regardless of how we feel about all this. You know, I'm not going to. Me and my wife, I'm not going to actively leave her or nothing over that. No, I'm not going to let it get to that. That would be letting whoever's doing all this for whatever reason. Man. All right, I'm gonna shut up, man.
Well, dude, all I can say is that I've not even tried to argue against a shot to any of my family that I don't really speak too much. I didn't get hold of them to warn them. I'm taking the memeist approach. The meme approach is like, you know, let the people that want to get it, like, let's just hope the one that your wife got was a placebo. Let's just pray that it was, all right, you know? Because some of them are going to be placebos. It's just a fact.
Yeah, so anybody out there wants to say good things or think good thoughts for me, that would be great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. If you send me your wife's first name, I like to pray a name, but you don't have to if you don't want to dox yourself or anything like that. But
Shannon.
All right, Shannon. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Shan or Shannon? Shannon. Okay, sweet. No worries. No worries, dude. All right, sweet. I'm gonna make a note of that.
Hello, everyone.
Yo, is that actually Hank on a hill? No way. I wish you were here a minute ago, and I wish Drace was also here.
You're here. Just kidding.
Drace loads in, you load in straight after. Someone came in and attacked me like for no reason at all, which was one of these incidences where.
Well, not for no reason. Ridiculous.
Oh no, yeah. Well, it wasn't for no reason. It was for it's a reason toward a concerted effort of people attacking me of recent. But yeah, like it was just completely ridiculous. You know, someone trying to claim that I was an expert at things, like trying to push words into my mouth, you know, type thing. But like Joshua said, it's a full moon. You know, I just it's the first time I've had to ban a flat earther, and I feel a bit shit about it. And like, you know, and the reason he was attacking me, I believe, was because of me banning one person as well. And I've literally only ever banned about 4 people, like ever. And it's like the concern trolling thing's a real thing, man. It really is.
Well, I remember one time somebody got banned because I was talking about how you can learn from people you disagree with. You can learn from a Muslim, a Hindu, an atheist, right? And he was really fired up about that.
How dare you? Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, the guy was, you know, really irate and was, you know, basically like saying that I was like not a real Christian or whatever.
Oh, really? That's like that's so ridiculous because
why do they go to the lowest spot? It's like, well, I can't get you any other way, so I'm just going to go after your religion because I know at least you got something, you got morality, so I'm trying to take that away from you too.
Yeah, exactly. What?
You got nothing about, really? Like, okay, here, let me just be honest here. Let me tell you all my problems, and then let's trade for a day or two, and let's see how you like my problems. See how much better you do with my life. You know, like, who are you to say?
I'm sorry.
Walk a day in my shoes, brother. No, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, you know, like, you know, that's how it is nowadays, right? Like everybody is.
Yeah. Crazy. Sorry, what was that, Drace? Go ahead.
I heard the tail end of that. I'm sorry I wasn't here.
Oh, bro, I would have loved you to have been here to like pick apart some of his logic, and because I couldn't memorize every little bit.
He didn't have any logic. His whole argument was that.
Well, that's what I mean by.
I don't even remember what it was. It wasn't even logical enough to remember where he was coming from. He didn't have an angle for about anything. It was just, well, you said this and then you said this. It's like, but I didn't say that. Let's rewind it. And then he kept saying, yeah, let's rewind it. And then when he thought you were going to rewind it, then he got all quiet for a second. And then it was almost like I was waiting. I thought you were just taunting him, like you were just messing with him, like you were going to play it back, and then you didn't. I was waiting.
So I missed it. Who was it?
He was wrong. I don't remember his name.
Who was it?
He was called. What was his name?
Iron.
Iron. That was it.
Iron. Yeah, with spaces in between. Yeah, spell capital all letters. Scott.
Yeah, I like to write out what they say when they say it verbatim, just to help us remember it. So I'm kind of a stenographer when it comes to these kinds of things.
I'm on a phone, so fucking.
Oh, you mean you
moving
I knew it. I knew you were working out of a cubicle there, Drace. I knew it.
It's obvious. Look at the way he posts memes and shit, dude. He's in a bunker somewhere in Iceland.
He's a 3-walled warrior.
Oh, I know. He's in a mobile sea bunker. I know that.
I always make that joke about QE that I imagine QE just sat there in a bunker. Like, imagine Quantum Eraser. He's just sat there in a bunker somewhere with all these fucking huge filing cabinets left or right of him. Like, with like digital codes that he puts in, like numpd 102, and then like a file just pops out, and then it's just like presses a button, and then it just like Bluetooth it straight to the screen, and then
imagine having a World War II era American battleship.
Yeah,
at your disposal, and you just have it decked out with the top communications. So you can have the internet out to sea because you have microwave beam technology.
I think there's something going on here. Rookie, click on Joshua Matthew a second.
Am I not hearing somebody?
Yeah, I think so.
Hello.
I hear you, but you're like not all there. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone right now.
Can you turn them up a little bit, Rookie?
All right, I'll just start doing for us to talk that way when I cut in. You can just tell me to shut up.
Well, no,
it's alright. I'm used to people talking over me, so.
I know. That's why I just go on talking, and then other people get all mad at me, and it's like, I'm sorry, I thought everybody was cool with it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
So wait, I want to. Oh, Hank, is Hank still here? So Hank, why? Wait there, because I got lost in the confusion, right? So someone basically got annoyed at you for saying that you could glean truth from Muslims and like Hindus and shit, right?
Right, because we were talking about you can learn from people you disagree with, which is one of the things that I've been preaching kind of since 2015, right? Because you can learn from like globe earthers, right? There's many ways that you can learn. You can listen to the opposite of what they say, which is one thing to do, right? You can look at both sides of the coin and measure it out and justify for yourself with your own discernment whether they're telling the truth. Or, take a look at the Lord's Prayer, just the Old English King James Lord Prayer. Would a Muslim be able to pray that prayer and it be just as sufficient in his religion? Or a Jew? I think so.
Yeah.
I think they could take that Lord's Prayer and pray it to their God, or however they see their God, or you know what I mean?
Right.
And it's supposed to be the same God. But I think even a Hindu could look at the Lord's Prayer and go, that's a beautiful prayer. So I was talking about the Muslim prayers.
Of course they could.
That you write it out in English, and it's like, wow, that's a beautiful prayer.
Well, dude, I've prayed many prayers that come out of the Quran but then I've just replaced certain words. So, for instance, there's in one of the hadiths there is a saying, and it basically is a prayer, and it's almost like it's like the Serenity Prayer, bro. Right? Yeah. And it talks about being granted wisdom and all of these different types of things, right? Yeah, and asking for wisdom. But I just changed Allah to Yahweh, and changed. You know what I'm saying? And then I didn't say peace be upon Muhammad and all that. I just sort of said, in the mighty name of Yahusha. So like, you see what I'm trying to say? Like, but the words were still had meaning behind them. The words, just because they were written in a Quran, it didn't mean that those words didn't mean something. They were just words. For fuck's sake.
And I really wish this person would come back, because they're a flat earther and they kind of go and they kind of comes back sometimes. So I'm hoping that he'll just come back, because I'm certainly not mad at the guy. But apparently it's not tolerated if you go spiral into like a religious debate, and then because someone doesn't adhere to your doctrine, you're condemning them to hell. Apparently that's not tolerated here. Or whatever he did, he was basically saying like,
you can't
banned. Do that. Yeah, he got himself banned. Because the way I see it, like, I'm sort of and eclectic in a way that I could take something from Taoism and be like, oh, that's nice. And I'll incorporate a Taoist principle into my walk. Like it says in the Bible, be slow to anger and quick to forgiveness, right?
To forgive.
And then the Buddhist and the Taoist teaching is very similar, right? So if I learn something, let's say Raja Yoga, it teaches you how to control your emotional faculties, right? So
The Bible says, do not let your emotions be rulers of you.
Exactly. So if I take the Raja Yoga thing and I'm practicing it, has nothing to do with any of the, Hindu gods. It's just a principle for maintaining your emotions, and then, I will incorporate that into my walk.
Well, yeah, dude, that's just called, like, you could have thought of that shit off your own back. Like, you could have been led by the Ruach, right? Like, whoever said that, they said it in a spirit, right? What was the spirit they said it under? Did they say it under a spirit of hatred? Did they say it under a spirit of false idolization of a god? Or were they just talking about principles? It really comes down to that. Again, the bits you should discard from things like Hinduism and stuff is where the principle goes back toward reifying a deity or an ideological thing that they would, let's say, something like an idol. If it is something that contradicts the principles and morals of that, what is true to your belief system, then discard it. But there are words in between sometimes that can obviously.
You got to dodge the hijack. You got to dodge, miss me with that extra bullshit. I'll just take this. That's where I come in and say, chew the melon and spit out the seeds, or chew the meat and spit out the bones. I'm not taking the part that
separation of the wheat and the tares, bro.
Right, exactly. It's discernment. We're supposed to test all things. What does that mean? Does that mean like the Quran?
Test every spirit.
Does that mean like the Hindu? Yeah, everything. We're supposed to test everything and keep that which is good. That's basically a philosophy right out of the Bible that teaches you to be an eclectic like me.
I wouldn't even say it's a philosophy. I'd say that's an ideological framework. Because, the reason why I say that, and it's not to be a word policer, is the Bible, if you believe in it, and you believe in the deity behind it, it's not philosophy.
I agree.
It's straight ideology, right?
Right.
But if you don't believe in the deity behind the Bible, you can see it as philosophy, right? That's the main difference, I would say. Well, no, I get you. Obviously, I got your point. I'm just saying that for the audience, really, because I know you know that anyway.
Yeah, I got you.
I've literally heard you say that before. I swear. Like, I've listened to you for that many hours. I know I've heard you say something similar anyway. That the Bible isn't really philosophy, but
the Bible warns against the philosophy of the Greeks, and where did the whole globe Earth and the secret societies and
exactly
the mystery schools that came out of like the Greeks and the Egyptians, whatever they were doing with each other.
Probably bum sex. Sorry,
with olive oil.
With olive oil as well. Wow. I took that as a fact then, even though it was a joke. But I'm taking it as a fact because I'm choosing to. See that? You see how I did that? That's called being intellectually honest and dishonest at the same time.
You're a married bachelor tonight.
And I didn't just violate the law of non-contradiction. But I kind of did. Wait, was that a violation of the law of the non-contradiction? Who cares?
Yeah, I think you did it twice.
Who cares? Now I'm begging the question, right?
But yeah, dude, sorry to hear about, your family members, all that have chosen to gamble with the death penalty. Here's the thing, man. You just got to be wise as a serpent, harmless as dove. Not wise as serpent. What is the serpent always doing? He's always sticking out his tongue and testing before he goes forward. Isn't he always like sniffing the air? Always moving slowly forward.
Yeah, so Ricky, I'll be praying for your wife. I really will, and I'll be praying for her name. Me and my wife will pray for your wife as well together. Where there are two or more and all that. And I'm sure Hank will probably do the same. His wife's name, he actually said his wife's name. His wife's name was Shannon. Yeah. So, but yeah, like exactly. So yeah, like there'll be intercession for her. Especially, I don't know if she believes or if she's a Christian or what, but you could ask her to agree to any prayer that's prayed for her tonight. That's toward the directive of being helpful and toward the directive of being healing. Obviously, don't just say accept any prayer that's prayed for you tonight, because there could be Satanists listening to this, and then they could pray for her and try and actually fuck her up. But yeah, ask her to be in agreement with Crackwillen and his prayers for her, at least. That would be something smart to do.
Thanks, man.
I always say that with like witchcraft and stuff like this. People don't really realize how witchcraft and stuff really works. Like, it's some real shit. It really is, especially if you know it's going on.
Like, don't tell the Muggles.
Listen. The endo pleasure system, bro, is an extremely powerful thing, right? And people go, oh, that's just a false spiritualistic experience. You went to church, you experienced the resonance, and you were in the sweet spot of the church under the vaulted ceiling of the cathedral. That's why you felt God's presence. And I say, so who created everything if Yah created everything? Who created the capability for the knowledge, for the capability for me to be able to feel the frequency based on the shape of this building? Oh, wait, it was Yah. And it's those buildings, right, that happened to be built solely for the purpose for me to have this experience. And it was those buildings that were called the holy buildings that I would worship the name of him. And that's the sweet spot. All right. But yet, that's some form of design in order to reify the idea that he exists. Okay. Well, if all's created by him, and somehow this is the thing that helps personify him and helps put me in a frame of mind to accept him and to get in closer contact with him, couldn't I simply just suggest the exact same thing, that all comes from him, so therefore what are you talking about? Do you get what I'm trying to say? As much as people could say this is a created religious experience, okay, well done.
What if we were all just fractals of the same being?
Well, what if all of us are fractals of the same being? Would be akin to saying that is true in essence of this, right? Fractals of the same being. All things came through creation through him, right? Okay? If all things are created through him, then all things came from him, right? That means we are fractals of the same being, and then we're also double fractals of the same being. For if the body is the temple, and the temple, the third temple, this is what people don't get. The Jews don't get this either. They're waiting for the physical third temple to be built for the Messiah to come back and to live in.
Yep.
Well, guess what?
Whoever
temple, you are it, right?
Yep. That's why he said he will destroy the temple, and in 3 days it will be rebuilt.
There you
but he
go.
built the temple in the heart of man, right? Which means you are the temple. Why do you think there's a body part called the temple?
Listen, exactly, brother. So, and then as so will the Son of Man, spend 3 days in the belly of the beast. You know what I mean? No. So sorry, I messed that up. As so will the son of I can't remember, the son of someone will spend 3 days in the belly of the beast. So will the Son of Man spend three days in the belly of the earth, right? And then
Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah. It's obviously Jonah, but I mean, I can't remember the son of. I can't remember the next word after that. But then I can't remember what it is, whether it's his father's name that's given or whether it's. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So, as so the Son of the Earth spent 3 days in the belly of the beast. As so the Son of the Man 3 days in the belly of the beast.
And does great things Whoever does great things and enhances their body and says, "Look what I have done. I have become great, and I deserve the praise that I am receiving." That is the beast, the Antichrist, the one that is set up in the temple for false worship, the worship of self.
The devil comes from within, brother.
Yep. People don't realize that duality is a trap.
Of course, bro. And really that should be not necessarily apparent, but I would say to me it's apparent, like in the sense of like it's obvious. But in essence, I would like to sort of say this is that when you look at these prophecies, right, like, you know, when people, right, this one's the best one for me, right? So, it's the Psalm, right? Psalm, right there. Why? There you go. Let me just, I'll find out what one it is. So Psalm 22, right? Okay. So Psalm 22, effectively, right? Okay. Remember, Yahushua's on the cross, yeah? Hank, you know about this probably. There's a prophecy, right? This was written 700 years before, right? In the Davidic, I think it was in the seventh temple, I think, or the seventh. I can't remember which part, but it's a Davidic psalm, right? Okay, Davidic psalm. Anyway, when Yeshua was on the cross, and he shouted out to all the Jews stood around him on the cross, "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" Now every atheist strawmans that point, and they all turn around and say, "Why would he say, if he is God, to God, why have you forsaken me?" Or why would he say that to his father, "Why have you forsaken me?" No. You got it completely wrong. This was a 700-year-old prophecy being fulfilled right in front of the faces, and he wanted every single Jewish person there that cheered on him being hung on that cross and allowed Barabbas to go a murderer instead of him, a man who was blameless, right? And they hung him on the cross. He was initiating the beginning of a song, a very famous song that all of them would have sung when they went to the temple. "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" Right? "Why are you so far from saving me? So far from the words of my groaning. Oh my Lord, I cry out by day, but you do not answer by night, and I am not silent. Yet you are enthroned as the Holy One. You are the praise of Israel. In you our fathers put their trust. They trusted you and you delivered them. They cried to you and you were saved. In you they were trusted and you were disappointed. But I am a worm and not a man. I am a worm and not a man, scorned by men and despised by the people. All who see me mock me. They hurl insults, shaking their heads. He trusts in the Lord. Let the Lord rescue him. Let him deliver him, since he delights in him. Yet you brought me out of the womb. You made me trust in you, even at my mother's breast. From birth I was cast upon you. From my mother's womb you have been my Yah. Do not be far from me, for trouble is near, and there is no one to help. Many bulls surround me, strong bulls of Bashan encircle me, roaring lions tearing their prey, open their mouths wide against me. I am poured out like water, and all of my bones are out of joint. My heart has turned to wax, it has melted away within me. My strength is dried up like a pot shred, and my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth, and you lay me in the dust of death. Dogs have surrounded me, a band of evil men have encircled me. They have pierced my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones, people stare and gloat over me. They divide my garments among them, and they cast lots for my clothing. But oh Lord, be not far off, O my strength, come quickly to help me. Deliver my life from the sword, my precious life from the power of these dogs. Rescue me from the mouth of the lions. Save me from the horns of the wild oxen. I will declare your name to my brothers. In the congregation I will praise you. You who fear the Lord, praise him. All you descendants of Jacob, honor him, reserve him. All of you descendants of Yasharel. So think about that. Was he saying, "Father, Father, have you forsaken me," or was he just simply iterating the beginning of that psalm, saying out to everyone that was there, "Look at what you've done"? This is
the same way. Go ahead.
This is a 700-year-old song, bro. Yeah? A 700-year-old psalm, a Davidic psalm, written 700 years before. Think about the words where it says, right? Okay? They cast lots for my clothes. What were they doing? They were encircling him, right? Yeah? Like dogs, right? Like wild oxen, yeah? Okay? They were doing exactly that, right? You've encircled me. They have pierced my hands and my feet. Remember, they lay me. They basically as well, remember, the roof of my mouth, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth, right? My bones are all out of joint, right? I'm poured out like water. My heart has turned to wax. It has melted away within me. Think about that. That's like bleeding from this, It carries on and it even talks about the stabbing of him being stabbed in the side. They surround me like strong bulls of Bashan and they encircle me, right? Think about that. When those Jewish people heard Messiah up on the cross go, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? They would have all remembered that song that they all sung every week, right? In the Davidic temple, in the temple of Solomon, they would have all remembered that Davidic psalm, right? And they would have been like, holy shit, there's a man up on a cross 700 years after that song's written. We're casting lots for his clothes. We're literally, we are mocking him, as it says in the psalm. We are, casting lots for his clothes. Like I said, we're mocking him. We're encircling him. You know what I'm saying? Every little piece in there, his hands are pierced. He's up on a tree. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, his bones are all out of disjoint. His heart has melted to wax. Like all of this is a prophecy foretelling the crucifixion and the killing of the Messiah. And it happened right in front of them. So when an atheist says to you, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Why would he say that? I say, well, why would he say it twice or once and then in a melodic way? He said it like that in a melodic way because it's a song. Because he wanted every single one of them to know that they had just crucified the Messiah and that prophecy had been fulfilled. Sorry, this isn't the biblical room. I'm on one. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying this here. Were you going to say something, Hank?
Yeah, I never did study anything but the New Testament and I guess the first 5 books of the Old Testament. I read some of the other books, right? I think I read like half of the Old Testament, but I never did study it. So the only time that I've actually studied it wasn't Psalms. So when I heard this, argument before, I would say that at the moment, and this may be incorrect, this is just me trying to think about it. At the moment where Christ was on the cross, he had the sin of the world on his back.
Of course.
And it says that God cannot look upon sin, right? He doesn't look upon sin. So I was thinking that,
that's why he turned away, yeah. No, that's why he turned away. No, you're correct. That is exactly why the Father turned away, and that's the only reason he turned away is because light cannot mix with dark, right? So right. Abba couldn't look at Jesus at that moment because if he was to do so, he would have basically obliterated everything in the sight of his path because it was pure sin on his back, right? But when a Messiah, that was at the moment when he died, really, right? That's when he turned away from him. That was when all the sin went onto him. This is a separate moment when he says, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me, right? That in and of itself is, again, he's dead. That's not his son that he's turning away from now, is it? That's a dead body. That's nothing, as defined by the very same book. So there's really no contradiction. He's turning away from the sin, not the person. The person is dead, right? The person comes back from the grave, and does the Father look at him again? Yeah, of course he does. After he comes back from the grave, and he spends 3 days in the earth and comes back and has a Last Supper. I'm pretty sure I was showing.
And what did he conquer?
Again.
He conquered the laws of sin and death.
Yep.
So the laws of sin and death were conquered. That doesn't mean that he erased the whole covenant. So there's several different laws.
Of course, remember he said as well. Remember what Messiah said. Do not even think for a minute I came. No, listen, do not even think for 1 minute that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
Another translation would say establish it.
Yes. Of course.
So yeah, he conquered the laws of sin and death, and the laws of sin and death were, all the way back to the earliest covenants. If you eat this tree, good and evil, you will surely die, right? And that was the original sin. And I think that was the law that was conquered, but we're still under a conditional acceptance, right? If we accept it, there's conditions. And if you follow Christ and you stop sinning, then you're good. But what forgiveness can you be for what it says? Hebrews 10, somewhere in there. I can't remember exactly what verse. It says, if you trample on the blood, what forgiveness is for you for those who just willingly keep sinning.
Yes.
But yeah, I think if we can just follow those 10 commandments, I think that's what it's been about this whole time. Is, if you love your God, you won't break the first 4. If you love your neighbor, you won't break the last 6.
As well, remember those commandments were only given to us because we asked for them. People always go, he's trying to destroy our fun. It's like, no, people asked for these commandments. Every single thing that was dictated to people was based on even the sacrifices of animals, bro. People were sacrificing animals, right, to wooden statues and owls and shit like that. So all it was a thing where he said, well, if you're going to do that, then you at least do it in this clean way here, right? And do it in this fashion and honor it to me at least. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't he said to people, you must do this. Do you know what I mean? Abba never did that. Yah never did that. Yah always said, and remember, we asked for commandments. We asked for rules. There was a commandment that was given originally at the beginning of the creation of man, right? One commandment, and that was it. Do not try to eat from the tree of knowledge. That was it. And that was simply so that we could have free will, because he needed to create one way that we were able to go against him for us to be able to have free will of choice. Otherwise, it would have been a world designed by his own merit. Solely. And that would have made it impossible for us to have free will. So, people often say, well, if he created everything, he created evil. Yeah, he did. Doesn't mean he acts it out. Yeah, he did create evil. He created everything. So what? He had to do so in order that we could be free. Remember, he's a father. He's a father. That's what he says he is to us. Fathers want their children to love them because they love them and choose to do so. Not because the father designed it so that they couldn't do anything but love them and redefine the word to captivate and capture and hold captive, and then that mean love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people in the West, I don't think they understand what the word love means. According to the East, right? And an example of love in the West
is an action.
Yeah, well, that's what it means in the East, right? So a love in the West is like, oh, I really love my car, right? And then when the cops take it away from me, I feel really bad, right? Or I love my house, I love my wife, right? And if she were to leave me, I don't know what I would do, but that's the opposite way to look at it. It's like riding backwards right past the prime meridian. If you look at what love actually means, it's like, what am I willing to give? What am I willing to do? What am I willing to sacrifice of my own, my time, my money? That's what love really means.
Amen,
and people
brother.
think it's like a possessive thing, but really love is like...
Love is kind. Love is patient. And what takes patience and what takes,
self-sacrifice. You have to put your own ego down.
Exactly. That's why it's an action and not just a thing that just comes and manifests out of nowhere. I truly love a couple of people, right? Truly love them. And I know I love them because I'm willing to sacrifice things that I could otherwise have, own, use, keep, hoard, whatever. And I'm willing to sacrifice those things for that person. Even if it's my time. For my partner, dude, for my wife, I will sacrifice all the time there is to serve her. Right? Only because she serves the one I serve too. Do you get what I mean? For me to serve her is for her to serve me, though, because it's symbiotic. That's the reason why it could be that way. Do you get what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, I get it for sure. Makes sense.
You know, I have no problem reading to her for 5 hours if she was struggling to sleep and she hadn't been asleep for 2 days because she had something really bad happen, like a car accident, for instance. That wouldn't in the slightest bother me to, you know, stay awake with her for 48 hours and she couldn't sleep because of it. This isn't a real example, like, of something that happened. This is just an example, right? That wouldn't bother me whatsoever. Why? Because I genuinely love her, right? You know, I would sacrifice not only my time, but I would sacrifice even at times my own sanity, knowing that when you're ahad with someone, to be one with someone, right? That means that you know that they too would do the same for you, meaning that in your moment of insanity, they may be the thing that is your rudder to bring you back to sanity. Right? The same way Yah is to be too, but to be ahad with someone is to be in congruency and in alignment with them and Yah at the same time, if that makes sense. It's full circle, you know. One balances out the other and one powers the other when the other is weak, and when both are strong, you know, do you get what I mean? Like, they're a mighty force to be reckoned with. And if you spend all your time worrying about the other person and not yourself, you're never going to have any time to really worry about yourself. I feel like we don't really react very well when we're trying to worry about our own problems and our own shit, right? But I feel like I do pretty good at worrying about other people's problems and caring for other people, but not very well for myself. So if we just make sure in our partnerships that we really just worry about them, and we make sure that we worry for them and we deal for them and do well for them and love them, and they do the same for us, it makes it a lot easier. I find it much easier. And like, because again, I don't think there's any principle really out there that says that you should really love yourself, like you should be in love with yourself, right? You should be more humble than that, right? Like, obviously it says love yourself as you love your neighbors, or, you know, but sometimes you don't always love your neighbors, right? You know, we are to love our neighbors, but to love yourself as you love your neighbors is not the same thing as to love your wife, or, you know, or your partner. That's closer than your neighbor. And this is me going back to the Paleo Hebrew to get these translations and get it accurate. And to love your brother, also, your brother is your neighbor, but again, your neighbor really just means anyone. But to love your brother as well, that's more intimate than to love your neighbor. Brother is a very intimate term. You shouldn't just call anyone brother, is my point on that. And there's a reason for that. You know, to call someone brother effectively opens up a line of communication between you and them. That's to sort of say that they're grafted into the same familial tree spiritually to you. So if you was to call a Satanist brother and keep calling him brother, that gives him some form of power over you, believe it or not. And it could be for intercession of prayer, right? And it could be positive or it could be negative. You know? So, you know, we've got to be careful. Anyway, I actually have to go. It's 3 a.m.
All right, be safe, bro.
You too, man. Hank, I'll give you a call tomorrow, actually. Bit of advice. You know, the sort of world I live in a little bit. So, yeah, something happened, and yeah, bit of advice from someone like yourself would be really, really appreciated.
Yeah, anytime after 11, I'll be I'll be with my phone.
No worries, dude. All right,
I'll
sweet,
be on
man.
Hangout. I'll be on Discord.
All right, sweet, brother. No worries. Cheers, man.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Bye.
So when I first got married, I didn't have any guns. And it was kind of like the safety of the children is what I was thinking. I was young and I kind of didn't understand things. And one night I moved into town, and I wasn't used to living in town. I was used to living in the country, but I moved into town and I heard somebody wiggle the back door as if they were trying to open it. So I'm sitting there playing video games and Call of Duty, and I don't have any headphones on, and I hear the back door wiggling. And I think to myself at that moment, like, I am willing to kill another man or woman to protect my children. But I don't have the best tool to do that. That's what I remember thinking. Because, like, the best tool for self-defense is obviously a firearm. So, shortly after that, I got, like, a perfect home defense weapon, which is like a 12-gauge pump shotgun. And I say it's a perfect weapon because you can't really shoot the person 2 houses down the road if you got birdshot in there, because it's high velocity, not very much momentum. So it's not going to go through the walls. They're little tiny BBs, like out of a BB gun, like tiny ones. But ever since then, I've always kept firearms nearby to protect the children. Because if I get knocked out and then someone curb stomps me and then I can't protect my children, like, what good am I doing? So you have to have not your right to carry, but your responsibility to protect the innocent. And that's why I carry. And it's like, at that moment you realize that you're willing to, lay down your life to protect the innocent, but then you realize that you may not have to if you have a firearm. You don't have to lay down your life. You just have to be willing to take theirs. And it's not because I hate them so much that I want to take their life. It's more like I love my children so much that I'm willing to take someone's life who intends to harm my children. And I'm not in no way talking about inciting violence and throwing the first punch. I'm talking about you're at home at night, someone breaks through the door of your house and is trying to harm you or your children. Like, that's the kind of scenario I'm talking about.
I totally get you, Hank. For instance, when I used to have nightmares, and the thing that would be the thing that would most often trigger my nightmares was things like that. Would be like someone breaking into our house, trying to murder my whole family. So those were the times where like I had to change the world in the dream and use my power, so to speak. But is there
I just
nothing?
busted out the telescope and took a bunch of pictures of the moon.
That's more interesting. I wanted to talk about something flat Earth related, but
Yeah, go ahead.
no,
I was just talking about love.
I get it. I was listening to Kai's song. I was thinking about that as well, but now I'm just waffling. I wanted to try to bring it back on flat Earth, but I had nothing. So
Yeah, so tell me more about the plasma moon.
Don't know.
That's my speculation. Well, I heard it from someone else, and then I thought it made a lot of sense because when you see light, isn't it usually plasma? Unless it's a man-made contraption.
Hank, if you zoom in on these pictures that I took, you can actually see like a glowing halo around it. Different colors, green at the top and blue at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. Could possibly be plasma. Could be multiple things.
But in nature, when you usually see a light, unless it's like man-made or like bioluminescence or something, when you normally see a light, it's lightning, right? And lightning lights up the whole Earth close by. And it's like it's daytime just for a split second, right?
Yeah,
and
lightning is plasma. Fire is plasma, but that it's air getting charged into plasma.
Right, it's excited.
Yeah. So I don't know what the source of the moon is. Like what it like is it exciting the air and creating this moon in the air? So it looks like it's in the air to us, but that's just where the plasma is getting excited. But the source of the moon could be somewhere else. I don't know.
So I think, and we were talking about this earlier in another Discord, I think that when the sun perturbs the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere, the gases, they turn into plasma, and that's why the sky turns blue.
Yep.
And then, like, I think that pretty much everything else you look at is like plasma. I think it's like fire, lightning, the sun. And the reason I say the moon, too, because you can hold like a fluorescent bulb up into like a magnetic field, and it'll cause the bulb to turn on. Like, even though it's not hooked up. And it's like really interesting. They used to, show like Nikola Tesla in the movies. He would be plugging a bulb into the ground, like just screwing it into the dirt, and the bulb would turn on. And you're like, how does that happen? But they don't want you to know about the ground generator or the battery that you can put in the ground. So you take like the guts of a battery, like, it needs like the two type of metal. So let's do, I don't know, copper and silver. Okay. So you put those two in the ground and then you add water, and then it's going to have like a 0.2 volt charge. And then you can put those in a series and it has diminishing returns, but that should be enough to light up, to light up a light bulb just from the ground.
Yeah. I saw something that supports what you're talking about, where a guy was testing and playing around with plasma, and he charged up one plasma vacuum tube with I think it was neon and or something. I forget what it was in it, but the different types of gases that are supposedly up in the atmosphere or air, and he charged one up with a magnetic field, and it started glowing, and then he showed that each one that started glowing was then propagating the charge of the field and allowing it to glow even further. So he could line them up in a row to make them glow further. Then they would be able to like glow based on the magnetic device he was using to make the first one glow. So the plasma seems to like propagate its charge further. So if you have a lot of gas up there, like all these, I forget what they're called now, but if you have them all up
noble
there,
gases,
that's it, and you have some sort of charge up there, some sort of magnetic charge, it would propagate outwards in a circle around that charge. So that it's interesting. His idea was interesting.
Yeah, so obviously I'm speculating about the moon. I mean, nobody can know. If someone says that it's made out of cheese, that's just as scientifically accurate as me saying that it's plasma or that it reflects the sunlight. So they're all scientifically not scientific. I mean, let me rephrase that. They're all equally not scientific. So it's just poetry.
Yeah, it's interesting to consider and look at what could be possible through different means until we have definitive answers that lead us to say like it's one way or the other. It's always interesting to consider, but we don't like hang ourselves on any of these.
So I struggle with Christians when they talk about the moon giving her light. You know, and I'm like, hey, that's speculation. We don't know that. So just to be absolutely clear, like, it is speculation. I don't know what the moon is made out of, but whenever we see light in, you know, in nature, other than bioluminescence, it's plasma. The whole star in a jar thing is really interesting, and I haven't done a great deal of research on that, but that's one of those things that like makes you scratch your head and go, wow, this is beyond cool. The star in a jar. But isn't it a form of plasma?
Yeah, I don't know, like the star in a jar thing doesn't work for me as the stars, because then you would actually continue to see the stars the higher you went up, and they would become more bright. But instead the opposite happens. So I don't know the source of the skylights.
I'm just glad that I can go outside and go, you know, I wonder what that is, right? And other people, they're going out there like, oh, I know what that is. That's a gas giant in a vacuum, and it has this much mass. And I'm like, yeah, you're silly, buddy. That's a cool story, bro. That's some poetry. You should write that down. And I'm going, I wonder what that is. And they're like, oh, I know exactly what that is. Sure you do.
I think the big difference is they look at it and think they know, and they lose out on the wonder and amazement and the fun of thinking about the different possibilities instead of being locked into like thinking they know.
It's kind of like that scene in The Lion King, right? When they all lay down, you know, the pig and the meerkat and the lion, and they're all looking up the stars, and then the lion says that he thinks that it's, you know, the ancestors of the past, and then they were like, oh, you're crazy. It's obviously, you know, great giant balls of gas, right? And they're burning forever, or whatever they said, right? It's kind of like that, you know? It's like they're clowning on the dude for going, this is what I was taught when I was a kid, right? They're clowning on the lion, but it's like their shit is just as clown worthy, if not more.
Yeah.
I probably saw that in a video somewhere, but it's very like true to reality as far as I could tell. But I can remember being like 2 years old and, you know, walking, holding my hand with my dad, and like, what's that? And he's like, what? And I'm like, that up there, that light. And the clouds partially hid the moon, and he didn't obviously see it at first. And I'm like, that light, what is that? He's like, oh, that's the moon. And it's like, I had seen the moon before, but I hadn't seen it behind the clouds. But yeah, that Lion King movie, what is it like? Lion King 1.5? It's really good if no one's seen it. If you've seen 1 and 2, like 1.5 is so good because it kind of gives you like the in depth in between the lines, the stuff that you missed. It's such a good movie.
I'm pretty sure Karma's seen it, and I probably saw it in passing when I was young, because we had all the Lion King stuff.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah, Karma loved it.
Yeah, the meerkats, they dig so they can hide, and they hide so they can dig. And they sing this this little song, and it's like very catchy, and you'll find yourself singing it while doing the dishes. But yeah, I do like some Disney films. I don't really think The Lion King was too bad. I would recommend it to just about any child.
Yeah, I mean, there's some trauma in it, but if you're there with the kid to teach them the lessons of that and help them through that, then it's not that bad.
We talk about like man-childs, right? Sometimes like people just refuse to grow up. The guy who never takes responsibility, never does anything, for anyone else. He's only concerned about himself. Like that's kind of what the young king did for a little while. He was an adolescent, and he was hanging out, with those two guys eating bugs, and he didn't really want to grow up. And then like he runs into the female from his tribe, and she's like, "I thought you were dead. What are you doing over here?" It's like, "You're over here just bullshitting. Like, you're supposed to be helping us." And then like he like decided, he chose to mature and grow up. He like decided that he was going back. And I think I got this from Jordan Peterson, to tell you the truth. But I think Jordan Peterson says you could see it in his face. Like when he was, hanging out in like the wilderness, like he had that goofy look on his face, like he's half stoned or whatever. And then when he chooses to go back, his face hardens, and you can see the so there's palm reading, right? And then there's face reading. And you can see the trait conscientiousness like went up like a standard deviation. Like you could see it in his face. And like you could tell, like some people look childish, like Babyface Nelson, right? He looked childish like into his older age. And his conscientiousness must have been really low. He must have been very open. In fact, so open that he thought robbing a bank was good. But yeah, you can see it on people's faces. Like they make micro expressions for so long that you can read the lines on their faces and tell them like stuff that they've experienced in life. And once they know it and they're addressing it, maybe they can kind of heal from it, and those lines can actually go away a little bit. But yeah, face reading, ancient Asian art, pretty much lost to most people. They have no clue.
It's still widely used in China, though. They use it even when just hiring staff and stuff like that. So they think there's something to it.
I know that art still exists today. It's called being stereotypical accurately.
Could you elaborate? Please? Because I get it is stereotypical. Like if you see like somebody who has like resting bitch face. Now usually this is only females, but men can definitely have it too. Right? It's just, resting cunt face, right? And I don't mean cunt like the female body part that no one likes to talk about. I mean like, I'm a member of the country club. Right? That kind of cunt, right? The guy who's playing golf all day. Do you have resting cunt face? Here's what you need to do.
Smile a little.
Try smiling, put down the golf clubs, and quit beating on your, what's the guy who carries the golf clubs? Your patsy? I don't know what they call him.
Caddy or something?
Yeah, caddy, that's it. Stop beating your caddy. Smile a little bit and maybe go do some charity work. Probably make you feel good. You know, go work in a soup kitchen.
Oh, no, wait. Go take a picture in a soup kitchen, then leave and donate to Bill Gates like usual. Oh, wait, that didn't work last time. So, yeah, do what Hank said.
Yeah, I'm not hating on people that play golf, you know, but it's like, you know, there is that type of person, right? Resting cunt face. You know, maybe they don't necessarily go to the country club, but
well, they might not go to the country club, but they go to some other fancy club. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I've looked into Chinese face reading quite a bit. I like David Snyder when he talks about this. He describes his teacher and having watched people when they deal with the underlying issues like built up grief and stress they haven't really managed to express. Those lines become less, and some people, like, it's common for people to claim to have lost 5 to 10 years after having gone through that face reading therapy thing. So it's interesting to look at, because we all certainly carry trauma and different things within us, and it kind of shapes oftentimes our issues. So can give you a hole in your stomach. Yeah, just like Karma came with a good point. Just like stress can give you a hole in your stomach.
Exactly, bro. Micro expressions. You make the same sad micro expression for 15 years, you're gonna have those lines like permanently in your face, right? So, have you seen the thing where trauma can pass down 3 generations?
I heard of that, yeah. And I think part of that is through epigenetics, because we turn those on and off, and I think we can deal with that karma in our own lives and work through it. And I think it's important to try to not pass on negative karma to your children.
Sorry, I missed a few things. But yeah, the epigenetics. So I've heard that like people will say that like they're terrified of like ice water, right? And their whole life they don't know why. And then they mention it to their grandmother, and their grandmother was like, "Oh yeah, when I was a child, like I fell in through some broken ice, and I died. And ever since then, I was like really afraid of it." And it's like she never told the granddaughter, right? But the granddaughter was like innately scared of like ice water. And I think we witness this in the animal kingdom a lot. You know, we love those videos where people put the cucumber next to the cat and the cat jumps like 5 feet in the air, and it's like, damn, kitty, I didn't know you could jump that high. And you know, it's like fun to watch, but they innately are afraid of snakes. Monkeys too, right? You don't have to teach a monkey to be afraid of a snake.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, you take a cucumber and put it next to an Icelandic cat, and the cat's like, "What the fuck is this?"
There's no snakes in Iceland. That's hilarious. Yeah. Dude, that that makes me think of the what is it, the something monkey effect, to where monkeys on one island started using a tool to get their food, and then on another island, like completely not connected, the other monkeys started doing it too. So they did this test, one in the UK, or I think they started in Australia, and it was like an abstract painting of some sort, and they said, see how many faces you could find. And they found like a real low number at first, and then they did the one in the UK, and they had a similar effect. But then in the UK, they told them all the faces that they found, so they pointed them all out at the end. And then they did it again in Australia, and they got like a way higher number that time. Like they found way more faces, and it was a completely different group. So I kind of wonder, like, how much is in like the, you know, I hate to say Akashic Records or the ether, you know, but how much can we get from just, you know, pulling it out of, you know, that fifth pocket, you know, like in cartoons, like where did he get that gun? He just pulled it out of his back pocket.
Well, we're only using our conscious minds, and the subconscious mind is about 90%, they say. So we could be connected on a much deeper level. So I think that's one of the reasons why you have all this mainstream control of the narrative. You want to have them all believing some other stuff, and so it's easy to goad them into what you want to believe, because as long as you can make the majority believe it, or enough believe it, it starts to spread and be easier for the other ones to accept.
Aussies and English people are psychically connected to each other. You know, it's the accents.
Obviously, you're speculating, right? After all that shit that I just said, right?
Yeah, it's making fun of it.
If you look into some of the early experimentations concerning, or attempts at experimentations concerning hypnosis, where they tried like double blinds and all sorts of weird things, they found that like with Edgar Cayce, for instance, how he could heal people, and they could make random people just do this. Figure out the illnesses, figure out the prescription for it that would help them. And sometimes the prescription was really weird, but then they did it and it worked, and it was just weird. And another time, I wish I memorized this story perfectly, because it's a really weird one. And I'll read the book again, memorize it, and then tell you guys later. But it's essentially mankind has more abilities than we are conscious of, and through the unconscious we can access those more readily, and that's basically what that whole thing went into.
Oh yeah, if you read a series of lessons in Raja Yoga on YouTube, it's like an 8-hour and 45-minute book. And it's one video, and it's got like, sorry? What? Anyway, a series of lessons.
You cut out, then you cut in.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a series of lessons in Raja Yoga, right? It teaches you how to utilize your subconscious. And your subconscious is like a supercomputer compared to the thing that we operate on a daily basis, the conscious level. So with a supercomputer, like if someone asks you a question, you don't necessarily know the answer to it, but your subconscious probably does, because your subconscious is probably taking in like, 16 terabytes a second of all the information that's going on, right? All your senses and everything, your heartbeat, all that stuff. Like it's recording everything, I think. And you don't need all that in your conscience, but your subconscious needs it for like, future encounters. Like we learn from the past, we store everything, and then, we're prejudiced based on what's stored in the subconscious. So like one of the things they were saying is that businessmen often will smoke cigars during the business meeting, right? And when they're asked a question, they might take a drink and then take a hit of the cigar, and they're postponing the fact that they don't know the answer right offhand, but their subconscious probably knows the answer. So what they're willingly doing is they're giving over time for the subconscious to process the answer. And, you know, I kind of pause a lot in my speech. And it's because sometimes that's what I'm doing. I'm practicing what I learned in this book. And I'll pause, and then people overtalk me, and it's like, well, I'll just wait then. I'll just wait. And I'll like try to hang on to that answer, and then I show up like 5 minutes later, and everybody else has moved on, and it's like, I got the answer now. And like it trains you. This book trains you to do this. It teaches you to utilize your subconscious, because people don't usually utilize it like at all. Like, I mean, you've heard the story of Archimedes, where he gets in the bathtub, right? And some of the water overflows, and that's when he discovers Archimedes' principle. So he gets up like a pervert and runs through the street naked, screaming, "Eureka! Eureka! I figured it out!" Right? And it's because he had stopped thinking about it. And at the very moment you stop thinking about it, you allow your subconscious mind to take over. And when it takes over, obviously it figures it out eventually, right? And that's when it kicks in. And it's like really amazing that, you know, you try this shit and it works. It's like this actually works. So yeah, I definitely recommend that book. I learned that from a Hindu man, and it was like some of the best information I've got on the internet since I've been on the internet.
Yeah, can you write the name of it so I can look for it and find it?
Yeah, it's a series of lessons in Raja, R-A-J-A yoga, Raja Yoga. And it's got like a pink or purple flower on the front. I'll just pull over and find it real fast. And this is one of those things, you can't just read it, right? And now you have the knowledge and now you're all powerful. No, you gotta like take notes. You gotta take notes, and you gotta like, you know, practice. You gotta practice this stuff. Okay, so
it's kind of like that with everything like this. It's a skill, and it's a habit.
Mm-hmm. All right, there it is. Share. Yeah, this is one of those ones that, you know, you kind of have to get past the accent. I think the first guy or the second guy has a real thick Hindu or Indian accent. And it's like, if you can get past that and just listen to what he's saying, like for me, it was difficult to understand him at first. Because I'm not used to, you know, talking to Hindus all day. But yeah, this stuff is like really good. Really, really good.
Cool. I'll definitely give it a watch.
Take notes. All right, let's see. Into the science, so they mean knowledge. Regarding nature of real self. Yeah, when they start talking about the I, right? Because, like, ask yourself, who are you? Right? And you might say, well, I'm a father, I'm a candlestick maker, you know, I'm a driver. Right? All those are like archetypes. Like, who are you really? Right? And then you start saying, well, you know, I guess I am that guy. Like, no, the guy, that's just your gender, right? Like, then you boil it down, it's like, I am I. When I say I in a sentence, that's who I am. I am the I when I say I. And you might point to your third eye, you know, your pineal gland, right? That's supposed to be like the seat of the soul. But it's like, I don't know. This book kind of teaches you like who you are. You're not the meat suit, right? That's just your body. Like I'm not the Pontiac Vibe that I'm driving right now. That's just the vehicle that I'm currently in. Anyway, it's really ancient wisdom, I believe. I don't think there's anything in that book that conflicts with Christianity as far as like training your emotions or your mental faculties. I don't think that's antichrist at all. I kind of think that's what we're supposed to do. I think we're supposed to be well trained. And I think we're supposed to be badasses with swords that never use them unless we absolutely have to. I think we're supposed to be ferocious beasts, but we're supposed to control that beast at all times.
Are you talking about like karate or something like that, or kung fu?
Yeah, there you go. Or a samurai or a
They say
ninja.
the only problem with those martial arts is they invoke spirits to do those superhuman feats and stuff. So I think they say that it involves spirits that may not be what you want to deal with, from a biblical, sense. They might be, in some cases or extreme cases, demonic. And so I think they talk about the invocation of different spirits to do those arts and stuff.
From what I have read, I don't see that as being the case for majority of it. I see it being the case for some of it. True.
Well, like when they say, I, the spirit, and, I pass the meat suit. Like, when you deal with, like, a Hindu man, right? Like, you're doing business with him. Like, he's just a spirit man. He's just a light being trapped in, this meat suit, just like you are. It's just his meat suit was formed in India where the plants and the foods are different. So he's going to be a little different than you are. And his genetics are different because his family has been through different traumas than your family has. Different experiences, different dragons. Yeah, I mean, there might be some stuff in there about reincarnation, and I just dodge that stuff, because I don't really think I'm coming back as a tiger or a leech. Hope not, anyway. But what I was saying is, I don't think there's anything that you're going to read in there that's like going to cause you to like miss the mark. I think all that stuff in there is like ancient wisdom, and our fathers, like our forefathers, like they went through a lot of shit to pass down whatever wisdom that was left to us. Because think about what knowledge we have now, which is not much, and think about how hard it must have been to try to pass it down, right? Because we're living in the New World Order. This is the New World Directive, right? This New World Directive, where the world is a sphere and everybody thinks it's a sphere and everybody thinks that they're, an animal. Not everybody, but, like this place that we're in now, like this isn't the old world. Like if you look at, they passed the law, the New Deal, right, in 1933. It's like, what was the old deal? And if this is the new world, what was the old world like? So anyway, whatever knowledge we have left, because I don't know about y'all's library, but my library, it's small. It got shrunk. They took the library and moved it to another place, and it used to be like an upstairs, downstairs like place. It's huge, and they turned it into City Hall, and then added to it, and then they shrunk the library and like made a new building like down the road. But only 2% of written literature is on the internet. So everything else is like hidden somewhere, like covered in dust, and people aren't reading it because it's not on the internet. Because, you know, let's face it, who's cracking open a book these days? Certainly not me. I like audiobooks. But that limits me, right? Because only 2% of the world's books are in these audiobooks, and I can only read English. So what? Like less than 1% probably? Or I can only comprehend English.
I think if the moon is a plasma, it's a plasma the opposite of the sun, in that you have to have get supercharged, like to go from a gas to a plasma, like heat it up. So the same like with the moon, only cooled down. So in a sense, the moon could be yeah, because it's colder, like in moonlight. Just my thoughts.
It's almost like it transmutes the sun's light.
Yeah. So if the moon's plasma, I think the sun is probably too, and that, but you know, I don't know.
At least we get to wonder.
Amen to that.
You got to wonder what do globe earthers wonder about. Like, why do these schnozberries taste like schnozberries? That's probably what they wonder about. And that's funny if you know what a schnozberry is.
It's that and aliens.
Isn't a schnozberry a candy booger?
Nope. In one of his other books, he defines it as a male reproductive organ.
Oh, the other nose. Okay.
So early this morning, maybe like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, I think it was then, me and B. Carls were arguing with this guy. In fact, I don't know when it was, but me and B. Carls were arguing with this guy, and this guy kept saying, like, you're just a layman. You're just an idiot. Like, you're reading these sources that you're citing, and you don't understand what it's talking about, because you don't have like a PhD or, those letters after your name. And I was like, okay, so you're basically saying that I don't think that word means what you think it means. So I'm going to call that the Inigo Montoya fallacy. So if anyone ever says that to you, I coined a new fallacy. I get it that it's the argument from ignorance or incredulity, but it's like a variation. Like, you don't understand the argument because you can't understand what these words mean because you don't have a PhD. Anyway, I thought it was funny as hell. So my wife watches that actor. I don't know his real name. She watches him on TikTok, and he was kind of clowning on Shatner for going to space. And he made this video. He was like, "Oh, Shatner went to space. Like, who cares? Look how good this cake is. Like, oh, this cake is so good." It's like him and his wife are like, "This cake is so good." And they're eating cake, right? And like they continue on, and they're like, "Oh yes, it's so wonderful, so creamy, right? It's so light, it's so delicious." And the next thing you know, they're like rubbing the cake all over their face, and they're like, like, "Oh, this cake is so good." And it's like, yeah, man, who gives a fuck about Shatner? Like, this cake is good, and it doesn't matter, if you're talking about like ice cream cake or vanilla cake or chocolate cake or marijuana cake. It's like, fuck these guys. Fuck them. We got cake. Is there any new people in the house? Any VC verified? Any Globers? Anybody want to pick a fight? So I think I've seen some stuff because my wife, she really loves this guy. I can't remember. I don't remember his name. Yeah, I do believe I don't remember his name. But I think I remember him saying, like in an interview once, like, you know, like we all love this guy, and it's ironic that he's asking, you know, an English speaking person, and he's obviously from Spain, and he's saying, like, I don't think you know the word what you're using it wrong. I don't think you understand it, and like that's not even his first language. But the part about his dad in the movie, like he said, it was very real emotion, right? Because he used the emotion of his dad who had recently died from cancer, and he kind of transmuted the I don't think he used that word, but the six-fingered man into the cancer. And when he was reading those lines, he was very much thinking about his real father who had recently passed, and that's what got him the role, because it was so strong with the emotion and the casting that he got the role because how strongly he felt. And when you see the you know, the actual movie, The Princess Bride, and like you see how emotionally charged he is when he encounters like the six-fingered man. You know, it's really beautiful to watch, because most acting is, you know, kind of crap. That's why I don't like Hollywood, because most of it's just, you know, a load of crap, except for, you know, the people who really get into it, like the method actors, you know, who are, you know, like some of the greats. But those method actors, they're the ones channeling spirits. I don't know about martial artists, but the method actors are the ones channeling spirits. But this the Inigo Montoya character, like, he's not challenging anything. That is like real raw emotion that's like bleeding out of him, and like every pore, every sweat, like it's all real raw, like unfiltered emotion. And I guess I can't watch Hollywood for the same reason that I can't watch like the fake wrestling, you know? I can't suspend my disbelief long enough to get to the end of the match when, you know, the Undertaker throws everybody else out of the ring and then he wins. Like, I can't suspend my disbelief that long. You know, it's like, he wins again? Didn't he win the last time? It's like, didn't he win the time before that?
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
That's it, bro.
How did you go to wrestling from that?
Suspending disbelief. Like, you don't have to suspend your disbelief when you hear that man say that line. Like, when he says that line and you're watching the movie, you're like, fuck yeah, get him, poke him. He's springing a leak, hit him again. You know, like you're with him like 100%. You don't have to suspend your disbelief. Like, you're with that guy in that moment in that movie. You know? And even though he kind of started out as the bad guy, like, he turned out to be a good guy, an honorable man. And like, at that moment, you realize that, you know, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. And you're like, I'm with this dude. He's right. You know, that six-finger man did kill his father, you know. Give him what he deserves. You know, but when you're watching wrestling, you have to suspend this belief, because at the same time they're punching the guy in the face, they're stomping the cage. And it's kind of like the Hollywood movies are really bad because, you know, the car goes down the hill and it hits a parking meter and busts the glass, and the next scene the glass is all repaired. And it's like, wait a minute, this is still the chase scene. What happened to the broken window? And it's like stuff like that I can't deal with. But sometimes there's a movie that's made so good that I don't have to deal with that. I think there was one that was really good recently with Johnny Depp and a train and an inspector and he had a weird mustache. I watched that movie with my family, and it was really good. But I still figured it out before the end. It was a murder mystery with Johnny Depp, but I still figured it out before the end.
I think I know what happened with the broken window on that car and that car chase. The guy driving the car, he just has really good insurance.
I was thinking cheat codes.
It's Murder on the Orient Express.
Thank you. That was a really good film if you have trouble suspending disbelief.
Yeah, the original, and also anything regarding the actor that played Poirot in the TV series was very good.
I didn't know there was a TV series. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, it was like 35 or 40 years long. Very, very long. In fact, apart from like shows like The Simpsons, it's one of, if I'm not mistaken, it's like among the longest lasting TV shows of all time.
My favorite part is when he steps in the shit, and then they were like, "Oh man, let me wipe that up for you." He was like, "It's not the shit, it's the imbalance." So he steps in it with his other foot, just so he could have balance. I'm like, okay, I feel that. I kind of understand that.
(1989 to 2013). It's a pretty long time.
What TV show are you talking about?
Agatha Christie Poirot, or I'm not Belgian, so I can't pronounce that word properly. But Poirot, there's no roll of the R really.
Agatha Christie Poirot is what you're saying?
No, Poirot. P is in Paul. Poirot. It's a great series. It's slow to start if you start the show from the very beginning. It's kind of like, oh, it's kind of lame. It's kind of poor acting. But if you watch through about 3 or 4 episodes, you'll be like, okay, it's an endearing character, and the plot lines are very nicely done. And Agatha Christie, it kind of creates a character that's similar but not a ripoff of Sherlock. Columbo is infinitely better, but Poirot is pretty good. Columbo is the king, the eternal high king of all mystery, murder mystery. But
yeah, because Columbo will be like, just one last thing. Like, oh, fuck.
Columbo, I could rewatch that series over and over from start to finish for the rest of my life. I think that highly of Columbo. It's kind of ridiculous, but
well, you see, there's just one last thing I want to ask you about.
He's so great. Speaking of endearing, that guy is so epic. And his movies, the movies he played in, which, speaking of Princess Bride, which you were referencing, he's the grandpa that tells the story. So that's Peter Falk. So, and of course, Fred Savage or whatever.
I remember playing that baseball game when I was a kid. I had that Nintendo game that Fred Savage was playing.
Oh, yeah.
You could see like he was really getting into that game when he was playing it. Like he was really enjoying it. And I gotta say, as someone who hates baseball, That was a fun game to play when you were a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but most stuff that comes out on like DVD, it's like complete garbage. I can't get into it. I can't feel it. Most of it's crap. So it's like I'll watch TV with my family sometimes, and sometimes I'm just like, guys, I can't watch this. It's dumb. Like, forgive me while I play on my own separate computer screen. You guys enjoy that. And we're all enjoying our own screens, like 5 feet away from each other sometimes.
The overt Luciferian and Freemason symbolism that's in almost every Hollywood production is what is exhausting and tedious.
But I do like certain movies, like Constantine. With Keanu
that one would be full of the symbolism, but maybe
yeah.
on purpose. But yeah.
Oh yeah. I love The Matrix. The Animatrix was okay. I'm looking forward to the new Matrix, even though it's probably going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
I love movies like Magnolia that are just like so many interwoven plot twists. Movies like Memento. I like stuff like that, like the weird stuff. I just remember Tom Cruise, respect the cock. Shit is funny. Yeah, it's just most movies just don't do it for me. Like Time Traveler's Wife, I'm like, oh god, I can't do this.
I like Time Traveler's Wife. That was Eric Bana. He's a boss.
He's the Hulk sometimes.
The longest TV series I have, at least for America, is 33 years. The Simpsons, 710 episodes.
Wow, that's a lot of them.
But what's not fair is The Simpsons is a cartoon animation, so technically you don't need same kind of actors. They don't age, for example, just the voices. But they have like The Bold and the Beautiful and like Young and the Restless. I think those have been going on for longer than that, like 40 years. I don't know how they're comparing to The Simpsons because, hang on, let me check.
It's Hollywood. They're all demons.
See, I have The Bold and the Beautiful also at 33 seasons. Interesting. Simpsons, Bold and the Beautiful. Uh-oh, guys, something's happening. 33. Younger than the rest, I have 47 seasons. Those are those afternoon novellas where the old folks get in front of TV and just hear some really slow, mundane, but catchy story where everybody sleeps with everybody and everybody's daughter sleeps with their father and stuff like that.
Disgusting.
It's basically porno for old people. Like the stepdaughter sleeps with the the father's best friend, and they go back and forth, and they have a baby.
I don't care who you are. That ain't right. That ain't right, boy. That ain't right.
Another current story is a guy named Eric, and he's an older dude, so he's impudent. So he's having his wife sleep with a young black dude.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Basically, swingers, immorality.
Yeah, I feel very fortunate, to be with a woman who hasn't been with another man in at least like 20 years. Let's see, let me do the math. Maybe 19 years. Wait, no, it's 20. Yeah, it's about 20. So that's pretty good. I wasn't a virgin either, so it's not like I deserved a virgin, because I wasn't one. But I think it was less than 10 people, so. Because I think it's really gross to, like, share. I don't know, that just doesn't. I don't compute. Like, Like, I'm not very, like, possessive of certain things, but I literally view my wife as my property, and I'm her property. And if you look at the etymology of the word, it means that she's proper to me and no one else. And I should enjoy it. Yeah. It's like she's proper to me, and it would be improper for anyone else to use her for their pleasure and benefit. Like, she's only for my pleasure and my benefit.
It's like my tractor, right? Nobody else touches my fucking tractor but me.
Yeah, same thing with a motorcycle. So my wife and my motorcycle, nobody rides either one of those but me. You can shoot my gun and you can play my video games, but you ain't sitting on my wife or my bike.
How about people less fortunate than you? You want to share?
Well, they can sit in the passenger seat, and I'll take them around on the motorcycle. I've taken a few old ladies around like that. One of them cried on my leather jacket. But yeah, I've given a few rides to people.
So you help out those old ladies? Do you, Hank?
Look, man, like they rode when they was young, and they had like some memories of riding. And
like the rumble.
Yeah. Look, if you ever get a chance,
give like a young buck.
Give an old lady a ride on a motorcycle. It's the worst thing you got to do is clean your jacket. You know.
Wait, are you talking figuratively?
No, seriously. She cried on my jacket. She snotted and wiped her face on my leather jacket. I'm not joking. Apparently, she had some trauma or something. But, you know, with the amount of bugs that you hit on your jacket and all the bug guts, you know, what's a little snot? And tears.
Now, when you say old, are you talking old like Queen Elizabeth, or are you talking about Dolly Parton?
Bro, I don't know. I don't remember how old she was. I just know that she said that she used to roll around all the time with the biker club, you know, ride with the gentleman, and then she got hit by a motorcycle and it killed her, but she came back to life. And she asked if she could ride, and I took her for a spin. And then when I noticed that she was crying, I pulled over and I was like, "Are you all right? You want to keep going?" And she was like, "Yeah." So we kept going, and then I took her back home and dropped her off. And it was really emotional for her, and I was kind of freaking out a little bit because she was freaking out a little bit. But yeah, I've taken people for a ride before. My children love it. They like to hop on the back and go for a spin. If you've never ridden a motorcycle before, it's like you're free enough to kill yourself. It's like, you know, it's this whole consuming amount of the feeling of being free, because I don't know, it's like you're a bird and you're allowed to just go. Like nobody's stopping you, nobody's telling you can't do that. You know, as long as you're not doing anything stupid, as long as you're not speeding or doing willies. No dank woolies, gentlemen. No dank woolies.
Like a free bird, man.
It's a very freeing feeling.
Did you say you do a Harley?
Yeah, I couldn't make out your last question. What'd you say, Godric?
Do you have a Harley?
No, bro, I got a Honda VTX 1300C. I got it for $1,900 about 4 years ago, something like that. And it is a wonderful motorcycle to learn on if you weigh about 250 or more. If you weigh 250 or more, it's a good one to learn on. If you don't weigh that much, you probably want to start with a smaller bike. But I wasn't going to ride a motorcycle that's like halfway up my behind, so I decided to get a big bike. And it was actually recommended to me by an older gentleman, and I couldn't find one. I kept looking. I was like, man, it's not in my price range. And then I go to this place in Garland, and I was settling for another bike, a Suzuki. It was a much smaller bike, like half the size. And the guy was like, well, not half the size, maybe 3/4 the size. And the guy was like, what'd you think about the Honda next to it? And I was like, what kind of Honda? I was like, I don't want no sports bike. And he was like, the 1300C. I was like, what? I was like, bro, that's what I was looking for. And it was the same price as the one that I had settled for. So it worked out. And I got that one. And I put like 10,000 miles on it like the first year. I got to tell you, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than a shrink. That's some good quality therapy right there. As long as you can stay away from the leaves and the slippery spots.
I have that same kind of thing going with the drone, flying the drone.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like just therapy.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Punching bag is also a good therapy as long as you don't throw haymakers. You won't mess up your wrist. Just throw high volume, low impact punches. Another good thing is a guitar, some sort of musical instrument. When you're focusing 100% of your brain power trying to get the notes and the chords just right, and you're working within the theory of music, and you try to make it not just the right note, not just the right chord, but the right inflection of emotion to come out of the instrument, right? Then, you don't really have time to think about, all the bad stuff that happened to you. So number 3 is meditation, obviously, which is another way of clearing your brain just to have a little rest, because escapism is not where it's at. But if you're doing something that's like going to make your life more enjoyable and you're escaping just for a few minutes, but you're doing it in such a way that you're gaining skills or you're releasing tension. Oh yeah, and shooting targets. Paper targets are fuckers. I love shooting paper targets because you're trying to hone in on your skill, because anybody can make the sights line up. Right, but can you make the sights line up and stay lined up while you're pulling the trigger? Because if you don't squeeze the trigger just the right way, you're going to be like off your target. So that's where the skill comes in. So yeah, it's good to have a hobby. I think we're supposed to spend 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours hobby, and 8 hours working.
Yeah, works.
Back on the drone, how high can you fly your drone?
400 feet.
Is that because of the range on the
That's the legal limit. Legal limit in the United States. Hate to answer for you, bro, but I already knew the answer. I don't have a drone, but I did a little research.
Yeah, but how do you know that you're at 400 feet? Does it tell you?
Yeah, it tells you right where you're at.
And you have like a camera on it so you can spy on people?
Most of them do. Wait, spy on people? Hold on. That's not what it's for. It's actually illegal to do that, especially in Texas. If you're using the drone...
I heard they're spying on people because they have drones over where I live in Hawthorne, and it's like, I don't know, 20 of them. They come out like every other night. I think they're coming from... These are coming from the SpaceX area. And I think they're spying on us. Just saying.
Well, it's illegal for a civilian in Texas to use it to gather information, especially, like you're saying, to spy on someone. You can't use it for that. Not to say that the government won't.
Can I knock a drone out of the sky that's just over my house?
You better ask. No, because you don't technically own that airspace. I mean, but consult your lawyer, because I'm obviously not giving you legal advice, but you don't own the airspace above your house. You own the land, not the air. It's kind of like a public domain. So if someone flies like a kite over your house and they have a camera attached to it or like a helium balloon, you can't just destroy their property because it's over your property. Now, if you got like a bunch of teenage girls, your daughter's having a sleepover and they're outside in bikinis, there might be some sort of discrepancy to where you could get them in trouble. But, if it's just like your land and, they're flying over your land, there's not a whole lot you can do about it, I don't think. So as long as nobody's perving on your family, I don't really think there's anything you can do about it. If I was flying a drone and I seen a bunch of children, I would go the opposite way. Or if I was flying a drone and I flew over somebody's house and there was a lady sunbathing in the nude, I would delete the footage. Use common sense.
Yeah, definitely don't be stupid.
Okay, so you said meditate. How do you meditate? Teach us how to meditate, Hank.
Teach you how to meditate? So you just go to a place that's quiet, like the beach or the mountains or your backyard.
Does my room work as well since it rejects sound? So I don't. Okay.
Yeah. Just go to a place where you can try to avoid distraction. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to get in a comfortable position. Some people do the lotus pose. And you're only trying to focus on your breathing. So you're not thinking about your taxes. You're not thinking about your job. You're not thinking about your wife. You're only thinking about your breathing. And then as your monkey mind wanders off like it tends to do, you grab it back and you put your attention back on your breathing. And then as it wanders off again, you grab it back and you put the attention back on your breathing. And then as you're only focusing on your breathing, you're oxygenating your blood, making your system more or less acidic and more based, right? And also you're training your attention to be where you want it to be, and you're training that monkey mind to obey you. And you're relieving stress because you're not thinking about all the stressful things. So that's like meditating 101. I'm sure it gets a lot deeper if you do some research, but that's basically how you do it. But I like the woods, a waterfall. See, the environment's part of it too, for me. Like I like waterfalls, I like the woods, I like the lake. Not so much my room, but my backyard is sufficient. Because you'll find that we're all really good at our attention wandering off after this or that. But if you notice, your attention is a lot like your vision. You can only really focus on one thing at a time. You can't focus on like two people's facial expressions at the same time. You can't watch their eyes at the same time. You can only watch one person at one time. And it's the same way with your attention span, like the way that your brain works. Because your third eye, right, it's like I said, it's thinking about the taxes, or I got to pay my bills, or where's my phone? I lost my phone. Oh my God, where did I put my phone? Like you want to train yourself not to do that, because you've already trained yourself to be easily distracted, and you're really good at getting distracted. So train yourself not to be distracted.
Okay, thank you for that. It's been too long since I meditated. I used to fall asleep when I did.
I think I
I
do
fell
it
asleep
when
right
I'm.
away.
Yeah, I try to when I'm trying to sleep, like focusing on my breathing. Though I don't see any improvements, so I'll probably try something different. Because not only I had to focus on my breathing, I had to focus on what was the name of it? On my dreams as well. So I had to focus on two things at the same time, so that's why it didn't work out.
But even the exercise of focusing on your breathing by itself without having to stress over all other stuff you have in your life, that's an accomplishment, and that takes effort and skill.
Yes, so don't do it really often. I do it every now and then when I don't have like any options to sleep, since I have a really bad sleep schedule, and yeah, I kind of struggle a lot.
So, do you have light in your room?
No, it's completely dark.
So, do you work at nights?
No, but I mostly stay awake at night.
Sign of intelligence. So you have trouble with getting up, right?
More like getting to sleep.
So you have
Even if
trouble
I
getting
try to go to sleep, I only like wake up after 2 or 3 hours.
staying asleep. Huh. Wonder what causes that. Do you drink coffee, caffeine,
No,
sodas?
not even alcohol. Never drank it. And caffeine, I haven't drank it in like 5 years or so.
Do you know about sleep apnea?
Not really.
That's where you stop breathing during sleep and you wake up, and that could interfere with your sleeping.
That is a possibility, since I have really faint breathing sessions. Like I breathe really less oxygen.
If you have sleep apnea, there's a bunch of exercises that you can do that you probably don't want to do in front of anyone else because you're going to look funny when you do them. But, you know, a bunch of exercises like O, E, ah, stick out your tongue, put it to the roof of your mouth, stick out your tongue, push it down, stick out your tongue, push it up. Like all these different exercises to get all those muscles around your throat and breathing area like real tight and real in shape.
Mm-hmm.
And you can avoid carbs. If you cut out carbs, you'll notice you'll stop snoring as much, if at all.
We'll keep
Something about the sugar takes out like a vitamin, I think, and the vitamin makes you snore. It's a neurological thing. So yeah, if you cut out your carbs, maybe you won't snore so much. Check that shit out.
Snoring is a really big problem.
For some people, it is.
Yeah,
It was for me.
Neither for mine. It's just I don't usually snore, since I mostly breathe with my nose.
I think I deviated my septum playing football, so I don't breathe too good through my nose. But I've been trying to train myself to breathe through my nose ever since the COVID thing, especially. Because every time somebody asked me to put on a mask, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be daring today. I'm going to put on this mask, and I'm going to practice breathing through my nose. so I would just like practice breathing through my nose.
Nice.
There's no law that says you have to be a mask hole. So I got called into work today, and I was like, you know what? Might as well go to work. Might as well make some money. So usually I'm not on Tuesday nights. And it's pretty slow tonight. Everybody else must be working too.
Seems to be the case. In like 20 minutes, I have to go to school as well. It's like 6 a.m. for me.
What country are you in?
Romania.
Ah, Romania.
Yep.
So in Romania, your people are a mixture of European and Indian, right?
Yeah, kind of. Most of the Indians immigrating in this country, they made a tons of kids.
Right.
So yeah, we kind of like half-half.
Gotcha.
Like a part of the country is like just pure Romanians, and the other one is just Indians.
So the ones that are not, the ones that are not Indians, do you consider yourselves what you would call Indo-Europeans? That's the politically correct term, or Aryan?
I guess so.
Is that near Hungary? Mania?
Yes.
Is that near Hungary?
Yeah.
Oh, because I've got this girl that I like in Hungary. I want to go visit her. Oh man, maybe I should go over there. It's a good place. That's a good idea. Is it good? Is it good around there?
I mean, we have really good mountains. We have really nice nature. But damn, the people suck.
Is it like very controlled? Because I'm thinking of moving there.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Not, yeah, but I mean to Hungary. I mean.
Hungary. Not precisely. I don't have the intel for that. But if you wanted to live in Romania, it's a little bit harder because, well, we don't get paid a lot, and you can't even keep with taxes. And politics are literally corrupt.
I heard it's pretty bad in Hungary too. The jobs don't get paid too well, but if you got a pretty good job, it's okay. But a lot of people don't even get paid enough to basically pay their rent.
Yeah, that's basically the same case as what here.
How do you survive? You have to like rely on your family and stuff, like to houses and kind of put together.
Either take a second job or get yourself in debt, which is not really recommended.
Yeah, you don't want to get in debt. That's bad. I try to stay out of debt. But man, so you have to kind of like, it's quite hard to maneuver. And then what are the schools like there? Good?
They suck
for younger
all
children.
Of them. We have so less technology that is just primal at this point.
Well, I'm curious because I'm thinking of moving to Europe, but I don't know. Europe's probably not a good place at the moment with all this nonsense going on. Yeah. I mean, no is good, but yeah. But the people are quite nice there, right? Around in the area?
Let's see. The gypsies aren't so nice. They probably would just try to kill you in the first day that you just try to travel. Or probably steal from you. Or they probably kidnap you. Yeah. The Romanians are fine for the most part. But the gypsies, man. They're a new kind of people.
They're like basically the same as a certain group of people that I can't mention on probably on this live feed, because there's probably too many of them in YouTube watching. So,
I mean, I don't know. I don't get the reference.
You mean Glover?
No, he means people with a big head who think really highly of themselves. They're very ethnocentric, and because their head is so big, their hats are very small.
I was talking about these kind of lefties that starts with an A, and their roots come from African witchcraft. They're all directed by
assholes,
like the AN. But you can't probably say that word because it's probably like politically incorrect to say the word.
Anunnaki?
Ashkenazi?
Something like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? You can't say the
yes,
word.
I guess.
It's politically incorrect to say the word. Yeah.
Just say that they are bad, and that's kind of all.
The gypsies are kind of like that kind of same style, right? Yeah.
I mean, not all of them. It depends on which country they're in. If they're in more of an Indian kind of part, yeah, they're kind of bad.
And what's Hungary like? And have you been to Hungary? Do you like that country?
Not precisely. The only place that I've really been is England. It was actually a nice place.
Yeah, England's pretty nice. It's good to know, man. Thanks for that. Heads up.
No problem.
I might pop around there. It's where my one of my friends, she lives, and she's pretty cool.
I just recommend just trying to visit Romania. We have a really low value of money. Like it's like 3 times less than euro.
Oh yeah.
So you can literally just spend your money there, and you can buy literally everything.
So you're saying that I could go over there with like $100,000 and live like a king?
Yes.
The gypsies don't rob you. Yeah. Yeah.
How much is Netflix there?
Can you say that again?
Netflix.
He said how much?
Let me see. So if it's like €8 the minimum, it will be 8 times 3, which 8 is 16, 24. 24 lays.
$24 lays?
Yeah, that's our currency.
What a name for a currency.
Yeah.
So you guys like on the same kind of currency as Hungary? You're similar currency?
Not precisely. We just have a different name, and we have our own individual currency.
Yeah. And what about the police and the law? Are they very strict and controlling, or they're more laid back and they're more free? Is it like more communistic or?
It's not communistic. It's just kind of there. It's just normal police, I guess. Just
so they're not like too controlling,
but they're
not
really
like
passive.
really bad. Oh, they're not bad. They're not like really mean, psycho.
No, just really passive.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, they're a bit psycho around here. I mean, whatever you do, they try to do psycho stuff. Just I think all the crazy people end up in police.
So here we have this thing that are called gypsy policemen, gypsy cops. And the reason we call them gypsy cops is because they'll go somewhere, they'll get hired, and they'll hurt somebody really bad for no reason. and they just quit their job and they go work at the next police department the next town over, right? And they'll work there and they'll hurt somebody. And the same thing happens. The people sue the taxpayer pays the cop, and he quits the job, pays for the cop's damages, and he quits the job and he goes to work at another place. And then he hurts someone again, and it's just an endless cycle of gypsy cops. And there's no, as far as I know, there's no federal mandate to keep track of these gypsy cops that are violating people's rights and causing, punitive damages to people and the taxpayer footing the bill.
Should have prison for those kind of people, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes cops do go to prison. Like there was a cop not too long ago. He kicked a cop in the back. Sorry, he kicked a man in the back of his head while he was laying down, but he wasn't laying down fast enough, and that guy got fired and charged with assault and battery, I think, which is a felony. So we'll see. We'll see if he goes to prison or not. Oh, and he had the same name as that one guy. What's that racist white dude, the KKK member?
What?
The cop who stomped on the black man has the same name as the racist white guy who used to be in the KKK.
Wait,
he was also
killed a black man and kind of killed him in the process.
No, the cop had the same name as a racist white dude who used to be in the KKK.
Oh my god!
I'm trying to remember his name. I think he was like in Congress at one point, or he was in the Senate, maybe Congress, even though he used to be in the KKK.
And they got some really bad role models there. That's what our children have to look up to. Those kind of people, man. It's pretty bad.
David Duke. That's his name. David Duke. That's the cop's name and the racist white guy's
I
name.
was just going to ask you that because David Duke was a famous congressman that was in the Klan.
Yep. And that's the name of the cop that stomped that dude's face to the ground.
That's crazy.
David Duke was in the KKK?
Yep.
Yep, he admits it. He said that he got out because if you're in an organization that large, you can't control what other people are going to do. And while that argument makes sense, he was still in the KKK.
I'm not going to be streaming for very long.
You promise?
Oh, what, you hear that?
Yeah, who was that?
Faintly.
You don't know who it was? Here, let me start it over again, and I'll play a little bit of it. It's not copyrighted.
I wanted to go live to show you guys the billboard that has been put up by David Weiss, EITRH.
With Karen B.
That's the video you just got it from. That pic, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna go crash Flattoberfest. Floss some of my money around, David.
Who's all going to that? Is anybody here
David,
going to
you paid
Flattoberfest?
somebody to fly a banner? Look, that's my plane up there and my pilot. Buy one just to floss.
Is anybody here going to Flattoberfest?
Huh?
I said, is anybody here going to Flattoberfest?
I might. When is it supposed to? It's like in a week, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I might.
Let me double
I'm still
check.
thinking about getting in the Lincoln and driving down there. I
would go if I had.
I actually I bored my MKZ out too much, beat the piss out of it, and blew a rod. So I went back totally stock and put a brand new motor in it. And I like that MKZ. I don't worry about keeping up with the Joneses. I drive a Lincoln from the 60s. I don't give a fuck. I prefer the older cars.
But Flattoberfest is on the 23rd. It starts. It's a Saturday, 10 a.m. It starts at 10 a.m. It's in Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah, I know where it is. I just couldn't remember the date.
So you got 4 days to get down there.
Shit, it only takes, what, 16 hours, 18 hours. I'm a straight through motherfucker, bro. I don't fuck around. When I go to Florida, I only stop for gas. I can do that shit in under 19 hours from Michigan. But I ain't worried about tickets in other states. A lot of states from here to Florida will let you pay right there on the highway. They give you a bill.
I drove straight through to the Little Apple once in Kansas. Took over 10 hours.
Right, Hank's a driver. You know what I'm saying. Driving ain't shit, man.
As long as there ain't no females or children in the car.
Oh, well. Now you're messing with stuff. So, yeah, kids got to go potty all the time. Women got to stop. They got to eat at every place they fuck. Ooh, show me's. We ain't got no show me's. Let's stop. Ooh, a Taco Bell on a gas station. No offense, bitch, but I don't like Taco Bell, and it's on a fucking gas station. Well, you can't get no more redneck than that. You got a BK, a Taco Bell, and a KFC hooked to a buddy's
Denny's.
fucking mini mart.
Don't forget Denny's.
Hooked to a buddy's fucking mini mart. What the? Yeah, let's get some petroleum burgers. Come on, come on, kids. Let Dad poison you. I take snacks, man. I take a cooler, big chunk of meat, crackers. I'll take jerky. I don't care. I like to. I'll tell you what. I make the boy piss in a bottle, but the girls, you know, you can't do that with them. That's why I got tired of having to stop when I drive places, so I just bought a newer Winnebago. Like the reservoir's there. We got a bathroom. Go back there. You're hungry? Look in the fridge. The microwave works while we're driving. I don't like to stop, man. It's just it's a waste of time. You only got so long to live. Why? I know people that only drive 10 hours a day. Take 3 days to go to 1,300 miles. What the hell is that? Do it in 2. Enjoy more of your vacation. I literally drive 19 hours, but hey, I'm used to, I might work 28 hours straight doing asphalt, so it's no big thing for me to drive 19 hours and do it where I make it in Florida maybe 10, 11 in the morning, and then I stay awake all day and go to sleep that night, and we never miss a beat, Shit, I drove 19 hours and went to Disney World. Other parents tripping out. I seen this mom tripping out about her kids and shit. And I thought, damn, bitch, I ain't slept in 24 hours. I'm not fucking tripping. Spoiled kids don't bug me, though, Oh, I like that name, Brad. I'm Brad, bitch. That's fucking funny. Buckle up and guard your grill. I'm Brad, bitch. I should change my name to Buckle Up and Guard Your Grill, huh? Toe up from the flow up. Arnold Chopper. That's funny. What's with the fucking name? Funny names, man. Y'all want a funny name? I'll pick up a funny name for every one of you. Derp 1, Derp 2, Derp 3, name Derp 4. Man, damn Glover 1 in here. What the hell?
Skirt.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Well, I guess I need to go to... Who's who?
Who is that?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Well, who the hell are you? I asked first.
Where the fuck am I?
Oh, I don't know, but you're about to be banned.
No, don't ban me, bro.
Well, who the hell are you,
bro?
I'm just chilling, bro. I'm just chilling. Don't ban me. I didn't even know I was in here. I'm gonna mute now, bro. In a bit.
No. Now you got to talk to us, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna talk to you, man.
Hey, man.
Is that your chick?
No, bro.
Your buddy? I thought your buddy was a girl. Ha ha ha! Laugh at him. Laugh at him right now. He's got a girly voice.
That's pretty funny, bro.
I'm just joking, man.
What's actually going on in here? Like, I didn't even know I was in there, mate.
You ain't got to do shit. This is Flat Earth. You're in the Flat Earth server.
No, I know what this is gonna be, but like, what's going on in the live stream? Is someone live streaming?
Nothing. That's why we're trying to press you into talking. But
oh,
you know, I'm a fair guy. You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
To be fair, I'll give you a kiss, but not right now.
I don't like to force people. You know, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to.
Sir? Okay, thank you.
You know where you're at, boy?
Yeah, he's a flat earther.
Discord.
I know, I'm asking, but like some people in here aren't flat earthers, you know, like they're.
Yeah.
Yes, we are flat earthers.
We measured it. We know that it's flat.
You measured the earth. No, I'm not even.
A portion of it.
Can you
samples?
explain to me how you did that? Like,
Yeah, sure. I will. Will you just do me a favor? Google the radius of the Earth.
I'm
right?
gonna do it right now.
I'll get you the PDF, Hank, and then I'll be quiet so you can do this.
Radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers.
Right. So if we got the radius, we can work out the dimensions of the Earth and see where the horizon would be. Now, if you go to an Earth curve calculator and you type in 1 foot observer height, it'll tell you that the horizon distance must be 1.225 miles, or 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that's going to tell you where the horizon should be, right?
Yeah.
So if we can measure the horizon at another location, then the Earth isn't the size that they told us that it was. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's supposed to be at 1.225 miles away, and we measure it and it's more than 10 miles away, then that means that we falsified the radius, right?
Right.
So, we've done that.
You did that?
We've done that.
Guess what?
What?
That completely doesn't make any sense. Did you make that?
I know, right? Because you grew up in a cradle, right? And you had stars and moons above your cradle that spun in a circle, right? Stars and planets, and you're mobile, right?
I did, yeah.
And then when you turned on the TV, you saw the globe Earth on TV.
I did.
Right? And when you opened magazines and books, you saw the Earth was a ball. And then when you went to school, your teacher said, look, you live here. Right?
No, like, genuine question, who gains out of calling the Earth like a sphere? Or like,
hey, I posted that the FE core.
benefits from
Let,
that?
hold
I
on.
think the Earth's
'cause-
flat, or I think the Earth's round.
hold on, bro. Hold on.
Who gains from
That's
that?
something.
Like,
Hold on, I'll answer you.
thank you.
That's something we can only guess at. So you want me to guess
Maybe there's
who and why? Because there's no logical reason for me to.
It's a golfer in the middle. It's the Middle Earth. It's in the flat Earth.
Can I talk?
What? Oh shit!
Can I talk? Or I mean, I was trying to answer you, but you just cut me off. It's kind of rude.
Sorry, wait, my headset died. I can't actually hear any of you.
All right, so we can only guess at who's lying and why, because we don't have to assume that every scientist, engineer, or any large group of people are in on it, because there's always a possibility that the large group of people just believe the lie is the truth. But
I literally got 1 sec. It's not working.
Oh Lord, whatever.
Oh, hello.
So here's the math on the curvature rate. We use the Pythagorean theorem. There's a complete formula to show the curvature rate.
Where am I looking?
In live stream voice text.
Okay, I'm looking.
Above that.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Above that is a FE core experiment description. That's a field engineers core, not flat earth core. That was done by field engineers.
Yeah, I've read that.
And that's the laser survey. And they're not attempting to prove the Earth is flat. They were attempting to prove the Earth was a globe and prove the curvature exists. But they didn't find none at 42 kilometers. They actually found a missing 90 feet of curve.
Wait, one sec, guys. I'm so sorry. I need to plug something in.
Bro, you got PayPal, you got an address. I'll order you a new headset.
It's working. I can hear it.
I'll order you a good headset.
Yeah, my headset's fucking shit. It's actually terrible. It's sellotape together.
Well, I got this one, $99 you can get it. I paid $1.50 and the motherfucker went on sale.
Go back in.
He said for you.
Yeah, so to be fair, I think you've convinced me.
Oh, I'm not trying to convince you.
No.
Neither is Hank. We're trying to get you to
Come on. Listen. Be reasonable.
Go ahead.
Be reasonable, brother. Right? We're not trying to convince you. We're not. Listen. This isn't a religion. We're not trying to convert you. The only thing we want you to do is to think for yourself and question authority, and go out, find a large body of water, and measure yourself. Yeah, you're going to measure it yourself, and then you'll know whether I'm lying or telling the truth, because I'm just an egghead on the internet. Bro, you keep talking the same time I'm talking. Please do me a favor. Listen. You're being rude. Listen, bro. You can see.
Right, then I'll worship.
You can see France from the UK. Did you know that?
Where are you guys from? Whereabouts are you guys from?
Bro, did you hear me? I just said that there's a spot in the UK where you can see France. Did you know that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's impossible if you live on a globe.
Okay, well, I actually will go test this myself, like probably in the next week. So I'll come back here, Jesus, and then we'll
yeah, all you need is a mirror and the sun behind you, and a person on the other side of the water, and you want it to be during a clear day when you can see really far. And if you can see the mirror that's setting in the water, right, and let's say 10 miles away, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So don't do it with like 1 or 2 miles. You at least want to get a good handful of miles, like 10. And I don't know what that translates into kilometers, like 12, 13 kilometers, right? Don't do 2 or 3 kilometers. You want to do, over a large body of water that's at rest, right? You don't want to do it during a hurricane or a foggy day. You want to do it on a crystal clear day. I know you don't get a lot of those in the UK, so it might take you a couple weeks. But I'm at home, and I'm going to go rub my wife's back or something.
All right, Hank.
Hey,
good evening, brother.
Hey, fuck you, Hank. TMI, damn it. You better treat that woman right, but TMI, bro. Some of us ain't got no wife at home to rub on. Damn it. I'm offended. He didn't think of the wifeless men. I'm just joking.
It was really kind what you did, man. You're like super patient with that person.
Yeah. I'm not a hater. I'm not hurting either. I'm just a picky bastard. But hey,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I worked a long day today. I ain't got the energy to be aggressive.
I don't know. It kind of takes the best out of you, but then when you're at your worst, you're at your best.
Fuck, I've been trying to find hours when certain people ain't on so you can talk, and plus I worked, and then I got a time where I could talk. I was up from like 3 in the morning till 6, and then they called me and said 2 people called in sick. So I had to go get my nephew. And me and my nephew went in and covered 2 empty spots at the asphalt company. It happens when the change of weather is near, and most of my jobs are caught up, so they know that this is when they get so many sick days. I give 7 paid sick days a year. Because, dude, we do asphalt. I can work my guys 118 hours in a week, and they'll still be sleeping in the truck so they can get more hours on that same paycheck. I've literally taken a lot of my guys on jobs where they got paid 24 hours straight, 5 days in a row, 120 hours. Still had the weekend, and they still work, so I know by the end of the year they're worn out, so am I. So, I give them sick days, so you might need it, dude. The fucking sun. I don't care how much water you drink. When you're putting it in and sweating it out every day, it has a toll on your body, Affects your energy. Can't eat properly when you're working that many hours. You need a day off every now and then. I'm the only asphalt company in my town that actually gives sick days and vacation. You usually don't get a 7-day paid vacation at a seasonal job. But I also know what it's like to work 20 years and then say, damn, I haven't had a summer with my kids in 20 years. So I give them the July 4th week off, 2 days before, and then, 7 days. So they can at least enjoy. The 4th of July is a good holiday to enjoy, I think. If it's the only holiday you get. I mean, I generally have fireworks out here in a company picnic, so I even let them camp out here if they want, because I got 2 rivers that connect to 6 lakes. It's called the Chain of Lakes region. I got a bunch of kayaks, canoes, and boats. I try to hook up. For me, the company's not the equipment or the contracts. It's the people who do the work. Without them, you don't have a company. The happier they are, the better company you got, the more quality work you do, the happier the customer. So, the better treated your equipment is. You put a guy who's miserable with his paycheck in a $200,000 excavator, and it's going to need repaired a lot because he's going to get pissed off a lot. A guy that makes enough in one day to pay his bills, which I have guys that make 30 to 50 bucks an hour. So one day they paid their bills for the week. One day overtime. Anything past 8 is over. Anything past 40, that's how most people do it. You got to get to 40. I don't care if you only got 12 hours in. If you work 12 hours straight, you get 4 hours overtime. And if you get more than 80 hours, it pays double time. I got some guys that make $110 an hour on double time. And you know they're happy as hell coming to work. Done worked 80 hours. They know damn well they're about to get 18 more at double time. They're happy as fuck.
That's a big chunk of change, man. That's more than they basically make more than I would in the entire month in a day.
At $55 an hour, yeah. But those are general managers, job site foremen. My state highway foreman, who is a certified highway engineer, he makes $78 an hour. So he's the highest paid, but he's qualified for his job, and I don't have to run the highway crews. He does it all. He runs 3 highway crews, and he keeps them on track. So he's worth his money. He's actually gets a raise this year, and not no punk ass raise. He'll get like $7. But he's worked here 20 years. I still run the company by the employee rules. My dad said, you get a certain amount of money for a certain amount of time. Doesn't matter. You can make more money than that in that time by getting certifications, that get certified in equipment repair or county roadway inspection, state highway inspection. You can make more money. You can move up. Happy employees make a good company. Like my bidders. If you go out and find a $300,000 job, guess what? You get 3% of the profit off that job. I have guys that find over $2 million worth of work a year. Profit won't be $2 million. It'll be probably somewhere 1.2 after taxes. That's when your 3% comes in. It'll be about 8, and you'll get 3% of 8, which is that's $800,000. Shit, you can make 80 grand in a year just on being a bidder. But bidders don't make a high amount an hour. Literally, I don't even pay them by the hour. You get a salary paycheck with incentive pay. So they only make $350 a week. If you don't find me a job, you get paid $350 a week to drive my truck around and try. Plus it goes up too, though. The 3% can turn to 5% depending on the amount of the job. But like my dad did that, it was incentive for it. It's not just the bidders that can do that. Any employee can get a job for the company and get a percentage of the profit. And they all get profit sharing too, and bonuses. They get bonuses because it promotes this. Whenever you get a job done ahead of schedule, pays a higher rate. The contract will say, if I'm done in a timely manner 2 days before that, then you just pay the contract. But if I'm done 4 days early, then it goes up a percentage. And they know that, so they get a percentage of that too. You'll say 1 or 2% is not a lot, but it really is when you figure how many jobs these people are doing a year in 7 months. We do a lot of fucking work. Look, this year the city just paid to repave every city of Jackson roadway. I've been so busy this fucking year. The state's being dicks, but the county gave me way more work. So I actually made more money off the county than I do off the state. The state's hard to make money for. They're picky sons of bitches. They reject loads. Say, nope, you can't drop that in this highway. If I don't have a job where I can say, reroute that to a Staples parking lot, you know. If I don't have that job, then I just lose that load of asphalt. You can lose $5,000 like that. Just wasn't hot enough to pave on the highway. That's why I put GPS in my trucks and give my drivers phones. Because if they're going to be late, I know it. Like, hey, motherfucker, if it takes you too long to get to the job site, I already know it's going to be under temperature. There's no sense even showing it to the inspector. If I got the job, I'll reroute it when it's already late. I met a guy on here that sells a computerized system, keeps track of everything from the asphalt yard all the way to the job site, and I'm thinking about promoting his system, buying it for a deal, letting them hook it all up, and then they can use my company as advertisement. I'll be the first company to start using it. But then the state can say, my state inspector could get on the webpage and go, well, this one's going to be 15 minutes late, Mike. It's risky. You want to reroute it? You know, he can say it. He can reject it just based on the amount of time. Because once we get going, we know the distance from the asphalt yard. We know this load made it here at 400 degrees. It's got to be 350 degrees to lay it. 400 degrees at a 45-minute travel time, then we know when we get into an hour of travel time, it's going to be probably 350 degrees or less, you know. So if it took you an hour to get there and you're still 20 minutes away, you know, I'm not even going to have you come to the fucking highway job site. I'll send you somewhere else. Mystic Warrior. I haven't heard that name. Hi, Mr. Mystic Warrior. Give me a second, I'll unmute you. Hello, Mystic Warrior. You're unmuted. You got control of your mic. You want to talk for a minute? Maybe you can get VC verified. You don't have to debate. Well, the flip side is you just go on mute again until somebody gets to talk to you. Then you can get VC verified. But I should warn you, if you come in here too many times and you don't want to get VC verified, somebody probably just remove you from the server. We got agents from other servers that come here just to data mine. We don't take kindly to that. Who the hell gave you space aids, Raven? Are you a bird enthusiast, Raven?
Everybody's AFK.
Yeah, fuck 'em, man, if they don't want to talk. I was thinking about Mick Super Loud in the whole lobby. Who knows that verb? We had this guy, Ace Mick Super Loud. When he got pissed off, he would literally ban an entire lobby. Just ban everybody in it if they were under him. Yep. Oh my gosh. No shit, Josh. Where'd you get that? Candace Owens. Isn't that a Secretary of State or something?
No, her husband had something to do with the Trump presidency, but she's fighting against critical race theory and the theory that America is systemically racist.
Yeah, critical race theory is some idiotic shit, dude. I mean, Obama was president. Come on, man. How come we can't let advancements just keep being advancements? The minute they did that shit, they took. When I was a kid, man, people were a lot racist. You know, my parents still had traces of the racism that they got from their parents. But a lot of people in my generation broke it, and we advanced that shit so much so that a black man became president. That's a large advancement. It's a move forward. And when we get people feeling like they're so oppressed that they're not getting any advancements and they don't clearly see the advancements we have made, and we lose all that. It's lost. Come on. If the lesbians had an open lesbian president, they might quit feeling so oppressed. But the truth is, all Americans are oppressed. You're a tax slave, preferred stock, aka stock slave or tax slave. I can show it to you on court records. You're literally a goyim, a tax slave, preferred stock. You're owned by a legal fiction if you're a citizen. A citizen is property of a legal fiction.
Look out for the cat sniper in the tree.
Yeah. Charlie in the trees.
Oh, did you see my photos of the moon? The best photos I've taken yet?
No. Check them out. We need something to talk about. I had a long day. It's time to relax, damn it. The only reason I can keep going, though, is because I know it's coming to an end quick.
What, the day?
No, my season. And most of my employees done used up all their 6 days and vacations. So, damn it, they'll be trying to get in their last hours before the end of the year, you know. We'll be on equipment maintenance. Those are good here in a second. The only thing they'll be doing is maintaining equipment.
Thinking about taking some more, but playing with the settings this time with Pro features so I can do true color. Telescope.
What are you taking them with?
A telescope and my cell phone.
Oh, a telescope that clips on your cell phone?
No, it's just a telescope, and I have to line up the camera.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But I want to see if I can find the Venus and Mars and all that shit.
It looks like a fucking like a orange or something that had the stem pulled out of it.
Yeah. What if it's all flipped up? It's flipped upside down. We know that because it's a fucking telescope, right? So the crater that's on the bottom that you can see is really at the top. And what if that's the North Pole or Montes Negra?
Or what?
Montenegro, the Black Mountain.
Yeah.
I don't know. That thing don't even look real, bro.
What do you mean? Is that the North Pole we're trying to get to?
I'm thinking that's possibly the North Pole. But,
for blood over intent? No, I'm with you. The anode cathode theory, right?
No, I'm saying everything that you look through a telescope is inverted due to the way the telescope works. It's flipped upside down 180 degrees.
I know that. I know that. I got plenty of telescopes. So you're using a reflector.
Yeah, it's a mirror. It's a Meade telescope. It's like a 3-inch telescope.
Yeah, not all telescopes invert it like that, but reflectors do. Because you're looking at a reflection. That's why it is inverted. Damn, that's a daytime one there.
No, that I accidentally had the flash on.
Really? And you got all the blue from the sky from a fucking flash?
Yep.
That's crazy. It lit the damn night sky up and gave you a daytime looking. How the fuck is that even possible?
It was only possible through the telescope. I don't know.
That's fucking
I
crazy.
think I just gave you a bunch of ideas, huh? You're like, man, I'm gonna have to go try that.
Yeah. Make me want to shine a couple lights at the sky. I got these big spotlights. I got lights that, well, they're, you know what I'm talking about. They're generated lights for asphalt work at night. You know?
Yeah.
I can light up an entire highway, bro. Keep it lit for days.
I know somebody that I think they still have it for sale for $9,000.
What, a lighting? A lighting system?
A light trailer.
Well, that'd be worth it depending on how many hours it has on it and what year it is. Year don't really matter, but the hours do.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what they used to do. I know they did a lot of construction. So construction.
Well, I'm just saying, that's a $25,000 setup, if not more, depending on what brand it is. You know?
I mean, if nothing else, like if the lights are junk or whatever, and that circuitry is fried, just replace the coil.
That's simple shit, dude. You're preaching to the choir. I've been doing that shit for years. I upgrade my lighting systems. You know. So I can rewire it. Shit, as long as I got the carriage, man, I can switch it all around if I want to make it all fuse box ran.
Hang on real quick. I gotta help someone locate their shit.
Huh. Yeah, that was what I had to do as soon as I came home. My daughter's, where's this, Dad? I'm like, psh, I don't know. Where was the last place you used it? Let's walk through this. We're going to work this out. You call a white guy 3 a.m, wake him up, and he'll be like, hold on. Let's talk about this. We can work this out. Where was the last place you seen it? Well, I was using it here, Dad, and then I left and I came back and blam, it was gone. Tear the couch apart. Oh, there's your phone. The last place you seen it was the couch. Why you wouldn't start looking under shit, I don't know. I got a big fat dog that likes to get up on the couch and lay on all your stuff. And he ends up with his fat arse pushing shit into the cushions. He does it to me all the time. I gotta find the remote every fucking day, man. Somebody always leaves it on the couch. And then my fat dog, he's gonna lay where there is stuff. Because he might use that stuff to itch his belly or something. Somewhere his fat ass can't reach. I made him a scratching pole. Like the cat's got a scratching pole. I made one that's he can walk in it and it's a hoop. But he squats down to get in it and then he can rub his butt up against it and rub his hips against it and shit. It's a itching post for him. My cat's done whittled it down thin. So I think I'm going to have to build another one. Just made it out of 2x4s and put carpet on it, you know. You know, the cat's done scratched the carpet all off it and whittled it apart. Using it for scratching posts for their claws. I have to build him another one. He loves that. He loves that thing. We go rub his his head against it. He can itch places that he can't reach with it. That's why he likes it. Anyone that has carpet burn knows damn well, you know, you can get some friction for a scratch from some carpet. Where the hell's Quantum? He's on. He ain't been in here in a minute. That's just a crazy fucking photo, dude. That just looks like a daytime fucking photo. I'm amazed you can see the blue just from a flash. You can see the damn clouds, dude. Or is that a lens effect from the flash of the light? And tell me in that one that the fucking moon looks like the ass of a fucking lightning bug. Looks sololuminescent to me. There's just no way it would be a perfect circle if there was light being cast to it. There should be evidence of this light as it, hits the atmosphere of the moon. It's got some atmosphere. There should be some scattering of light there. It shouldn't be perfectly uniform because it's being projected to it, right? So we should get some kind of tracers. I mean, the camera senses light. Why wouldn't the light be visible that's going to it? I think we should actually see a beam of light that goes all the way to it if it's being lighted up by a beam of light. And like they say, it's in our atmosphere. That's the thing. All that atmosphere that the light shines through would be lighted up to a degree because light scatters in the atmosphere. So the reflection, the scattering, that would make it visible as it travels through the atmosphere, right? It's a polarization. Supposedly light isn't in space. Supposedly the minute you leave the atmosphere, you shouldn't be able to see the light from the sun because it's white light. And it's not in space, it's white light. It doesn't come in the visible spectrum until it shines through the atmosphere. So there shouldn't be any light in space because it's all white light. It doesn't separate or become polarized until it casts through a medium called polarization. Let's see if we can get people in here. What do you mean what? Davy Jones, it says join VC.
Oh, thanks for the role. Whoever gave it to me. Nickname Master. That's funny.
Well, I made some interesting observations just now, man. Holy shit. Okay. So I saw a planet. I'm not sure which one, but I was able to zoom in digitally with my cell phone while focused in as best I could to get the clearest pictures to try to get an image of the moons that were around it. But this is what ended up coming out. This is a planet, one of the wandering stars. Crazy, huh? Like, click on it and zoom in on it. You can see the thing. Let me see if I can crop one. Here we go. Enhance. Looks like an eye to me. Be nice if I can get the 6-inch going.
Yo, Joshua, do you have a Nikon P1000 or what? Is that your pictures?
No, this is just my cell phone with a Need 3-inch telescope.
Okay, yeah, I have a Nikon P1000 infrared converted camera. I have some pretty good footage of Polaris and random stars. The only stars I actually identified was Polaris. The other ones I was just zooming in on random stars, trying to keep the camera still on the tripod.
I'm pretty sure I can find out which one this is, but I'm pretty sure this is a planet.
How do you want to go through the extra steps of trying to figure out what star I was zooming in on? How do you think it would make a difference? Oh, which light in the sky is it? Okay, they're all lights, so really don't care. And then if I say it's one star, someone's gonna be like, "That's not that star." Like, yeah, that's a different star. I've seen like all kinds of like fantastical, like geometric shapes and stuff while zooming in. And on the moon too, dude, I was like seeing all kinds of like designs and stuff on the moon. I have some 4K footage on my YouTube channel, and it was even like more clear when I was actually looking at it in real time. If I could find anything, hold on.
So apparently that's Saturn. Because I wasn't able to find Jupiter in the viewfinder, but I was able to find Saturn.
Do some telescopes tell you which star you're looking at, or what?
No, I have to look at a overlay of Google Sky or Star Walk or whatever. This is supposed to have a slew where it will automatically go to it, but I can't figure out the system's like not working correctly. So I can't use the automatic go to star, go to function, go to coordinates. I got to put everything in from location to date and time, and then find a couple of stars in the viewfinder and make sure it's centered. And once it's centered, hit enter, and that'll set the location like pinpoint accuracy with like 6 different stars. Crazy. But it doesn't go through the function all the way. It aborts halfway through.
I'll post like 3 or 4 videos. Yeah, I have them like in like GIF version, but that's on my laptop. I'm on my phone right now.
But that would make sense that that's Saturn. Because the ring.
Oh, Globers hate it when I show this stuff too, and they're like, oh, that's just glare, and you can do that same thing, zooming in on any light, and it's like, okay, dude, Galileo had like a 12.
I had to turn the light aperture way down to like 0. To like 0.1.
It's like Galileo with the 12-nick zoom. Oh, these are perfectly spheres of gas balls, or whatever he said. And 2021, we have 183x zoom, and Globers are like, out of focus. Okay, you can believe the 12x zoom versus the 125x. See, how many times stronger is that one? Yeah, just 10 times more powerful.
Yeah, see, they look like fucking bubbles, man. Straight up like bubbles. Yeah, I have to use like analog mixed with digital. So it'd be nice if I was able to like zoom in on the viewfinder, like get a telescopic viewpoint on top of a telescopic viewpoint, but unfortunately it's not available without like Nikon P1000 attached to it, which would be dope, especially on the 6-incher, because the stars are a lot larger, more detail, more focus. You can actually tune the mirror.
Yeah, if you do get one, get an infrared converted camera.
Don't you just have to take the jewel out of it?
I'm not trying to do that myself. In case I mess up $1,000 camera, that'd be my fault.
Well, I think they have a solvent to get that the light sensitive glue used to set it in place to get that removed. But then again, you might want to replace it with something else because it kind of protects the inner CCD. They have those bypass filters you can add, but it's not the greatest quality. Best just to remove it. And then when you do that, you can take an incandescent light, like a searchlight, or a headlamp, like an old school headlamp from a car, and put a bunch of film over it for taking photography film. And what happens then is it emits a strong beam of ultraviolet or infrared light because all of the wavelengths are blocked besides infrared, and you have night vision. Wherever that beam is, you have good sight. It's like daytime.
Man, some night vision would be dope.
Yeah, see, the best I could do is take this number 12 welding glass and put that over my phone. Try to get a picture of the sun that way. But it would be a green filter. Sitting on the dock of the bay, my ass about a foot above the water, looking out across the bay, way too far.
Yeah, I was in South Padre Island a few months ago, and we're on vacation. I wanted to spend like the whole time doing like observational stuff, but yeah, I was with my wife, family, and son and stuff, I didn't get to spend the whole time doing what I wanted to do. It was pretty fun though, riding around South Padre Island. You could ride golf carts on the street there, and it's funny because they only go like 30 miles per hour, so it like pisses off all the cars around you. Oops.
In fact, if you want night vision scope, like fully digital to where you don't have to look at it, it's like a screen. You know those dash cams?
Yeah.
That have the screen built in?
That you stick to your windshield?
Yeah. You want to get the one that does like nighttime recording, but it's black and white footage, right? And that actually switches to infrared, and it uses infrared LEDs emitted to help light things up for low light situations, right? And you could attach that to, like, say, a piece of PVC to where it's dark and disable those lights. Like, just remove those LEDs completely and disable that circuit. That way it doesn't have to switch, but instead you shunt it to where it automatically sends the current low, so it switches the camera mode to infrared mode instead of daytime mode. So that when it's in that mode, you can also have it to where, like, anything that it's looking through is going to be in the infrared spectrum, right? So it's good time for daytime, but at nighttime you need a light, and the light is like, a mag light or something like that, an old incandescent light with some film over the top of it, some photographic film, and it's invisible light that's only picked up by the camera. Like, animals can't see it at all. But the cool thing is if you get the right one, the ones that will record after, a round, or it senses like a G-force differential to where it's like, an impact, it'll record before and after the impact. So, like, anytime you shoot something on a rifle, like, you have a record of the animal strip. Like, I got the pig.
That's sick.
Got the zombies.
Yeah, we're going. The best time to hunt is like really early in the morning. Like before the sun comes up, like where all the animals are actually really active. A lot of places you're not even allowed to hunt at that time because it's just like easy pickings. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Right, but I'm saying not everyone can afford a starlight scope. Not everyone can afford a light amplification scope or anything like that. Those things are like $2,000. But this system, shit, you can make this system for like $60, depending on if you have supplies laying around, a bunch of disposable cameras from back in the day, film that's never been developed.
Yeah, y'all better learn how to hunt and a place to hunt before shit hits the fan. I got a lot of family that gets in like a lot of deer and like random meat, usually deer. I'm in Texas, so
I know where there's deer right off the reservation where I could get them. But here on the reservation, I can't. Unfortunately, it's in California next to a wildlife preserve, so I can't get them. But shit hits the fan, I can get them. Plus, we
yeah,
got plenty of donkeys that we can trade for other things.
You're going, you're going to see normies like chasing squirrels up trees and shit in the cities.
Tell everybody, you know what? Fuck that electric vehicle bullshit. If you really want to go green, ride a donkey. And then I got the market on them motherfuckers. Wild burros. It's cheaper when they're wild. When they're broken, you gotta pay more.
Is Bailey in the chat? No, she's not in here. Bailey. Octane. Very cool. What's up, DJ?
Hey. I didn't even know I was unmuted, sorry.
I'll see how it is.
Hey, what's up, Bucks Ups?
Damn!
You're gonna have to prove those four. So you're gonna have to. Oh, hold on. Yo, Bailey. Welcome. Bell, maybe. Are you able to talk 0408? No, I think that's our only Glober meet right now.
Bali 0408 space YT.
Bill Bonds. Bill Bonds. Can you hear me?
Hey, welcome, alien. What's going on, man?
How's it doing, Chief?
So, are you a Glober?
Not likely.
You said not likely?
Yeah, you mustn't have heard what I spoke about.
Any Globers in here, feel free to jump in.
What's that?
I'll say, any Globers, feel free to unmute and jump in. Who's Arnold? I don't recognize him. Oh, no, that's probably
That's
a flat earth.
That's Reckonor.
I've known about Flat Earth for about 57 years, 58 years.
Congrats, you got a lot of years on me.
Vet.
I was in another Flat Earth channel, 24/7, Poncho Pete. I was in there for about 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
Who the fuck got the muted role?
Who got the muted role? Say again?
Yeah, Puke Rill. Pukey Rill. Right? He's got a role that says muted. What?
I don't know, man.
Yo, Glat, when'd you get that referee, man?
Like a week ago, maybe 4 days ago. I don't know. Crack gave it to me. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Well, thank you. It doesn't mean anything like gaining anything, like a role, like a job or ability. I can't mute anybody or anything. So nothing really changed. But yeah, when people click it, it says referee, and that means that you won't be fucking around when I'm in the chat. You just won't be fucking around. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. So, cool. Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, so Empirical Emperor wants... I think he says he's not a Globie. So, I feel like he's due at least the 3 questions, and then maybe we can do something for him. What's that?
I'll give you the answers.
No, don't do that.
I better not say that.
Alien, is it... wait, do you know the answers?
I better not say it, otherwise you might just copy it.
Well, yeah.
Starts with N.
Okay. Hey, Empirical, can you speak?
Beg your pardon?
Sorry, I'm talking to the Empirical Emperor, Alien.
Oh, right,
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, buddy, your mic's real low.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, just get closer to it, turn up a little bit. How you doing? How are you, sir? Empirical Emperor.
I'm alright.
Oh, good. Super. So you say you're not a Globie, huh?
No.
Why should I believe you? Okay.
I don't know.
No, that's a bad question. Listen, that was a bad question. You did great with the silence. A lot of people just act out. You feel me? Okay, so, well, I got a series of 3 questions, real easy ones, that help get the whole room acquainted with you, see where you're at with the topic, if you don't mind me asking you those. That's okay.
Are they like nuanced questions?
No, they are yes or no questions. In fact, they're super easy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool, super. It's not a test. Like people already have answers for this, so it's not like you got to go study. So the first question is: do you know of any time in history when a person or a group of persons directly measured the physical curvature of Earth's surface?
No.
Right on. Me neither. Good answer. That was honest. I like it. The next question is similar. Do you know of any time when a person or group of persons directly detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis?
No.
When did it? So you don't know when they would have gotten that either. Me neither. I've been looking for years. Years now. So no rotation, no curvature, but people do believe it, don't they?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, loving to believe in that space ball. So yeah, it is definitely a belief out there. All right, last question. Oh, I can stop waffling. Can there exist gas pressure without a container?
I assume no.
And why would you assume no?
Because I'm not all the way acquainted with the topic.
That's okay. The answer is no, and I'll explain why. And you were honest about that again. So it's probably more that you don't know, but that's just as honest as no in that regard. So let me tell you what it means. Quickly, it's like you can't have a tire without tire pressure. Sorry, you can't have tire pressure without the tire. The tire is the wall of a container. The word pressure has the word press as its base word, P-R-E-S-S. And so the gas does what up against the walls of a container?
Press.
There you go. Very good. It's how we get PSI, pounds per square inch, of the walls of the container, giving the force against the walls of the container. That is a force that we can directly detect, unlike gravity. So, anyway, thanks for going through those with me and for me.
It shouldn't be called pressure. It should be called pusher.
Pusher? Yeah.
Squeeze, man. There's too many people in the party, man. It's squeeze.
Thank you for making it.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Actually, the topic itself is really simple to understand, right? You know what flat means, right?
Yeah.
You know what stationary means, right? Not moving. That's really all we're dealing with. It's flat and stationary. There's other things like space is fake. We could talk about. Gravity's not real. We can talk about that. Talk about a lot of stuff, but yeah, flat and stationary. And if you keep it simple, people sometimes do like to talk about it.
Hang on, let me pick on him real quick. Do you know what flat is? Is flat a shape, a way of things, or a surface feature? Huh?
The basic shape flat, but it can have an incline and decline of flat, whereas level doesn't have an incline or decline.
Okay,
That's why level because flat is.
I was gonna finish.
It's every level, height or depth on Earth.
Putting out the question.
It proves beyond doubt that it's flat because water sits level and continues level no matter the distance. There's no curve or bend in level.
So the question was, is flat a shape, a surface feature, or a way of the appearance of something.
Like a piece of board, it's flat. You know, you say it's a flat piece of board.
Hang on, we're going to see about if we're going to see if empirical. We're going to see what Empirical Emperor says about it. Alien.
Surface feature.
Very good.
Yeah.
Flat does not necessarily mean smooth, right?
Yeah.
But both are the definition of a surface feature.
Yeah.
Like things that are flat don't necessarily have to be completely, razor flat. There is some kind of inclination. That's why we have standards to go by. And, most buildings today are built within, I think 4 inches per meter off square is the tolerance for it. So 4 inches per yard. Huh?
I don't think it'd even be that high. Once you achieve level, it stays level.
I said off square.
All right.
So, and that's pretty much undetectable, that little bit it's just off square, just a little bit skewed, But still, it's not a perfect rectangular shaped room. So could you say that it's rectangular? Yeah, but is it a true three-dimensional parallelogram shape? I don't know what you would call that. A cuboid, I guess, but not a cuboid. A rhombosoid. Anyways, because it's not true dimensions, it's skewed off a little bit, so the angles won't be precise.
Are you sure level doesn't mean curve? Because that's what Globers keep telling us.
What does level mean? There's 32 different definitions for level.
0 degrees, 90 degrees.
And not a single one means an arc.
Nah.
Right, so when the antonym curve
is a plumb bob's level at 90 degrees.
Do you know how level is found today?
The best way to achieve levels with hoses and water. Water in the hose.
Well, back in the day, they would have a knot on the string at the bottom of 2 sticks that were put together in a 45-degree angle, with a plumb bob hanging down from it. And when something is level, that knot will be lining up with the plumb bob string.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
No, but over long distance, like
but today we use water. We use a liquid, not necessarily water, but a liquid.
Yeah.
Called a spirit bubble, right? And coincidentally, we can also use something called a mercury bubble to shoot a transient laser line to find an exact level. We also use, you can shoot a string across great distances and get it as taut as you can. Get that string as tight as you can. You can put a level on that string. It's called a line level, and you can make sure that string is level, right? And once that string is level, you could probably shoot a laser along it, and if that laser is perfectly aligned all the way along with the spacing of it, over say a quarter mile? Quarter mile would be enough to have some kind of a deviation off target, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think outside the box, but I don't know if there's a way to get that string taut enough over a quarter mile. There'd be some sort of a sag. There always is.
Right, so are we able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container? What if we use 2 containers to demonstrate that? Will that work?
I could give you the answer, but you're not going to like it. However, can we demonstrate gas pressure without a container without equalization occurring? No. We cannot demonstrate that, but we can demonstrate difference in pressure. Right? That's what storms are all about. So the thing is a lot of people forget that the law of gas is, or the law of gas is equalization. It's against equalization. The vacuum doesn't suck. It's the pressure that pushes the gas into the vacuum to fill the vacuum, right? The vacuum doesn't pull the air. It's the air pressure that pushes in on the emptiness of the vacuum flask to fill it.
I don't know, man. Every time I ask a Glober for a demonstration of measurable gas pressure without a container, they give me a demonstration with 2 containers. So level means curved and 2 means 0. So I guess we're progressing.
We're doing something, that's for sure. I think we're just moving horizontally.
Yeah, but the bottom line is equalization will always occur. A lot of people forget that even a flat tire with the valve stem removed still has 14 psi on the inside, 14.7 psi. Right, so if you have 30 pounds, you really have 42.7 or 46.7. No, yeah, 44.7.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not good with math.
You'll get the next one. I'm
not good with math.
I'm not either at all. But the good thing is one doesn't have to be good at math to understand their reality that wasn't made with math equations.
Yeah.
In fact, math equations are a way to confound reality, not understand it.
Yeah, I left school when I was 15, so I got no doctrines, no training in any of it.
That's a good
thing. Hey, if anyone's planning a trip from, like, say, California to Colorado, I urge you while you're in California to buy a couple cans of Pringles and drive.
No Pringles over there.
No, there's Pringles there, but the thing is, I want you to try this, okay?
Oh, the pressure.
Yeah. Take some Pringles with you, buy some Pringles at the store, and then drive to Colorado with those Pringles. Once you hit the Eisenhower Bridge, they should have all burst. Or the Eisenhower Tunnel.
Well, yeah, you can just take a drink of water from a bottle and then just blow air into it before you put the cap back on. You know, get it all nice and taut. And just... I almost slid off the side of a mountain driving up there. It's a big storm. Car wouldn't stop sliding, and we just happened to be on one of those mountain curves with no
That's when you
barrier there.
Oh, this is fun. Can't stop now.
Well-
Gotta keep going.
Well, what I did was I said to my girlfriend, because the thing was going to come on my side, the car was going to go down on the driver's side. So I said, all right, when I open this door, you fucking jump, and I'm going to push you too. So you're probably going to survive this. I'm probably not. And I was ready. I was ready to kick the bucket, sell the farm at that point. And, well, I didn't have to. The car stopped real luckily. A couple feet from the drop-off. I mean, obviously, I'm still here, but yeah. That was scary as fuck.
So, whoever you made a promise to, you better make sure you keep that, huh?
I think I am keeping that promise. I don't think I remember the promise, but somehow I'm keeping it, just given how things are going. So, I'm staying the course, you know?
Yeah, you gotta represent.
Yeah, my life's been saved a few times, but that was the most blatant one where, like, I was about to die, and then nothing got in the way of me dying except the car stopped moving, which it shouldn't have done. It was very slippery. I shouldn't have even driven up that hill.
Okay, that just hurts my brain. Why do you have to do that, man?
Nice
Do what?
Oh, fucking box ops. He puts that freaking Newport ad again. It's like, what the hell? Or it's not a Newport ad, but it seems like it should be a Newport ad.
Yeah, it's my favorite color.
With the pants, like, fucking, it hurts my brain.
Weird looking. Also, it's very pretty. Also, she should eat 2 cheeseburgers an hour for the next 25 days. Good Lord. She barely exists. Look how skinny she is. I mean, her hair's amazing, but Eat something, would you, kid?
Someone throw a cheeseburger in it.
Throw a cheeseburger off the cliff.
Problem is, she's probably not hungry at all and won't be hungry the rest of the day. Girl like that, you know.
Not a real photo. That's photoshopped. There's no way that her hair looks like that.
Cousin It.
Yeah.
I love long hair like that, man. Shit.
Yeah, joke's on you. It's the dude. It's Fabio.
Yeah, that what I'm looking at doesn't seem to have any clear indication of hips. So, but that doesn't mean it's a guy. Those are long arms, though. I will say, very long arms.
Oh shit! It's Mrs. Trump.
Sure.
Ivanka Klump.
Yeah, you got to sit there and think maybe Ivanka's not a woman because there's been a couple of photos where it looks like there's a Captain Kanish.
Oh, dude, that Ivanka's getting huge, like as a person. She's getting big, tall. Yeah, that's a man. There's no way around it. The bone structure's coming in, right? On the face. Used to be nice and smooth, hardly any cheekbones, and now it's like, oh man, you're getting some sunken in eyes there, and cheekbones are popping out, a little bit of a chin. Uh-oh.
Yeah, certainly the most used words in 2021 towards those that know you and love you and all that is, I fucking told you so. What do you want? Fucking told you. But no, you shot the messenger.
Be a lot cooler if you did. That's a good one. That's a good meme. Box Hops, did you post that?
Yep. Usually.
Yeah. It's a good one. Hey man, you got any of that first-hand evidence, man? No, not on me, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. I think I saw him once. I lived in Austin for 10 years, and apparently he still lives there, and I think I saw him once. And I was about to go, Matthew! And then I realized that would be the one thing he wouldn't want to have happen in his hometown. Or maybe not, I don't know. But he's not the kind of guy that goes around with a bodyguard, if you know what I mean.
You just go up and like get in his way and like take the cart from him at the grocery store or whatever and just be like, look out, dude. Like he's no one.
He
He's
shouts
like,
at the,
hey, man.
He shouts at the Trader Joe's out there in the middle of the city.
Yeah, just go up and punk him, just take his shit, be like, you're no one, who the fuck are you? Have it on camera.
Well,
he's like, man, I'm fucking Matthew McConaughey, man.
Well, see, the thing is, he doesn't act like a superstar, and a lot of superstars don't look like superstars when they're out in public, so we probably see a lot more of them than we think. And he looks like, I mean, if he puts a fucking baseball cap on, he could be anybody.
Peer-reviewed science. I'll talk to that.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear shape. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, McConaughey might get something going in Texas, yeah. That'd be so funny. I mean, we already had Schwarzenegger as governor of California. That was comical enough. So it might as well be that Matthew McConaughey gets governor of Texas. Why not, right? all right. We're gonna have ourselves a revolution. That's right. Light up the joints, get the girls going.
Tear
Get
down
out
them
your
idols
shotguns.
and
I don't
resurrect
care
the
if them
standards.
shotguns.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I don't even care, man, if them shotguns are sawed off or not, man. Get them out. We are going to party.
See, the thing I like about bullets is they get older, but they still work the same.
It's actually one of the most slimeball things I've ever heard in my life, is what he said in that movie. But, yeah. What are you going to do?
What? Hey, tell your sister I was asking about her.
No. I get older, but they stay the same age. It's like, oh, that's not good.
Well,
That you said that, and that you think like that.
It could be clipped, you know.
Yeah. When we're supposed to believe that he's just a college, like a 22, 23-year-old college guy. Or 21. Nicolas Cage for president, everybody. Why not? We already had Donald Trump. Nicolas Cage would be a step up.
Morning, guys.
Yo,
Roger. What up?
Saw Kai had a new song.
Oh, cool. Is it on her page?
It's on Witch's page.
Okay.
let's jam it.
We can play it.
Yeah, play
Yeah,
it,
let's
and
play
I'll post the link too. Yeah.
DJ spin that track. DJ's taking a quest.
Oh. Wrong room.
Yo, check it.
Apple juice, sunshine, orange shoes, blue eyes, fire in your sign, you just my type. Even when I'm wrong, boy, you always treat me right. Even when we fight, no, you're the love of my life. Days turn into weeks, stay, please do not leave. rush, something more than a crush, yeah. Love, 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 give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz, I feel a rush. I wrote this song because he said, babe, do you really love me? And if you really do, well, tell me how much can it be? I'm like, dang, I just can't even explain. Ever since I met you, wanna do the wifey thing. I've been cooking in the kitchen every morning, scrambled eggs. Wanna have your children, wanna get a ring and take a name. Who knew love could make a runaway, want to domesticate? Oh, this feeling I've been feeling, I would never wanna trade. Long nights and rosé, long drives and no breaks. Swerving on my curb and I know that you're here to stay. Thanking y'all every day that you're the one for me. And an interface, turning face to face. Simple days turn into a soulmate. Out of state, feeling like it's homely. Now we never lonely, let me say it slowly. Oh, I said you're the one and only. Love, 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 give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz, I feel a rush, something more than a crush, yeah. Love, 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 give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz, I feel a rush. I wrote this song because he said, babe, do you really love me? And if you really do, well, tell me how much can it be? I'm like, dang, I just can't even explain. Ever since I met you, wanna do the wifey thing. I've been cooking in the kitchen every morning, scrambled eggs. Wanna have your children, wanna get a ring and take a name. Who knew love could make a runaway, want to domesticate? This feeling I've been feeling, I would never wanna trade. Give me such a buzz,
Yeah, I dig it.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was good. Someone needs to tell the guys making her beats to do another minute always. Give her another minute of material.
Yeah, even if you have to like repeat the chorus or something, or you can just
Yeah.
put it on repeat.
Do a
I like-
bridge. Well, that's the thing. They stop at the bridge usually.
my
But
favorite
I mean,
part
that's
was
the thing.
the beginning.
She proves that she can handle it no matter what it is. So yeah, she should be doing more than that. Because every time it's like I'm like, yeah, all right, here comes the bridge. Here comes at least another minute and a half of song, and I'm like, fuck, I want to hear her fucking flow some more. Yeah, no, excellent work.
Did y'all see them, Witsit and Kai talking to the cops in Houston? Flat smacking cops? Oh,
That
dude.
was cool.
It was really cool.
Yeah, the one cop pulls him aside and starts talking to him, and then all of a sudden, 5 minutes later, he's schooling a group of 6 cops, like teaching a class. It's so funny. You know, cops have a IQ limit of they don't want to hire anybody above like 105, 110 IQ. So, a guy like Witsit is quite the teacher for those guys. About anything, really. No, I'm just kidding. They're good dudes. They're probably good men, most of them. I mean, they didn't have any problem with Witsit. They were like picking his brain.
Play that, Roger, play that Dre song that we listened to the other day. That was like super good. See.
Which one? He has a couple.
Dre's. I think it's his newest one. Let me look. What's the name of his YouTube channel?
Love, Wisdom, Harmony.
Oh, I don't know which one it is.
I
Okay,
think
yeah,
it's
they found it. Yeah.
globe
The
cancellation.
hmm
Okay.
Good job. Passed.
Past is the future. Yeah, here
Oh,
goes.
dude, y'all check this one out.
Go. Oh.
Drace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. We don't accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation, or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication. It lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization, or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation. A parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and Mertz experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass-on-mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
Hell yeah, brother. Nice job, Drace. Got me straight vibing, dog.
Witsit and Kai's other songs. This one is also pretty good. Check this one out.
Yeah, Matrix is good. I don't know if Witsit's on that one, but perhaps he helped produce it. I could be wrong too. I could be dead wrong. It's Britney bitch type of beat though, huh? Oh yeah.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Yeah. I had that song, the chorus stuck in my head the other day when I woke up. I was laying there and I was like, man, I gotta get up for the day. And then I started humming the song, singing it to myself. Then I'm like, well, fuck, I'm up. And before I do anything, I gotta hear that song. So I played it. Then I had breakfast.
Any idea if these are on Spotify? That'd be cool.
I don't think so. SoundCloud and YouTube, I think, just right now, but I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Quote me instead when I say, there is no Earth curvature to be found today, tomorrow, ever. What going say now? What going say now?
Oh, he has more songs on SoundCloud than YouTube. That's cool.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, for sure.
Probably for good reasons.
Well, he might just they might not have been slamming the YouTube just yet, but like for instance, I've had a SoundCloud for years and years and years, and I don't think I have one YouTube music video just yet.
Oh, so we're gonna have to listen to your song next. You're the exposure.
Well, it's not flat Earth music, and there's no lyrics. I mean, it's fun to make, and I like it, but I got to change my SoundCloud. I guess I could do that now to take all of my personal information off of it, and then I can start showing you guys some stuff. I guess. Don't pull my arm. Don't twist my arm, okay? Don't threaten me with somebody listening to my art.
After you put some lyrics over it.
Some of them could use lyrics. What I try to do when I make these songs is I just try to make electronic music that doesn't need lyrics. So instead of like vocals or backup vocals with the lead part, I'll just do like a lead synthesizer instead that has like harmonies to it or something. Anyway. I didn't know SoundCloud was Swedish. Just found that out. Oh shit, I can't take not only that, but because I deleted both the email addresses that were attached to that account, I don't think I can change any of the information. Shit. I might have the password laying around. I'm not going to give you guys any more play-by-play, sorry.
Just use the same password for all your devices for your whole life, man. It's the safest way to do it.
Honestly, I did that for a long time when I was growing up. When I first started using the internet, I was like, dude, I'm lazy. I'm just going to use the same fucking password. And so I did for years and years. Up until about a week ago. No, I'm just kidding.
My wife
about 5 seconds from now when I change one.
Yeah. Your wife did what?
Oh yeah, my wife has a Discord account also, and trolls always joining all the servers and stuff, and she clicked on like a link in a private message and ended up like being a hacker, and they ended up getting our credit card information. Luckily, like our bank like immediately like, oh, this is a suspicious charge, and put a hold on my account. But they tried ordering like 2 MacBooks off a random sketchy website.
Yeah.
It's like
dumbasses.
Yeah.
Then they're usually dumbasses when they're like, oh my fucking god, I actually got a credit card number. What do I do? And then they want to order they want to buy a car and order computers and all kinds of dumb shit. Like if they were to really do it, they'd take a look at somebody's Amazon history and like watch them for a while, stake the thing out, and then see what they get, and then just get more of that kind of shit. You're not going to be able to buy a car with their credit card, you dumb shit.
Something happened to my grandfather's account, right? Somebody took his account and they spent like $4,000 on baby clothes and shit. So he's like, no, cancel that. I don't have anybody that I know of that has a baby. Well, he's got granddaughters, but they're taken care of, So like, he's not having to go out and buy clothes. He's fucking 80. He's dead now, but he's 84 years old. So
yeah.
And the suspicious thing was, right? India was where the charges were taking place.
That makes sense. Because we outsource a lot of stuff to India, telemarketing wise, right?
Yeah, if we start getting a bunch of Indian spam callers, you might as well just get a new phone number, because your phone number they all share with all the other scammers and like all the databases. Usually, if you get scammed once, you're going to end up getting scammed like 18 times. They're like, "Oh, this is a sucker. Write this number down."
Over the years, I've gotten really good at making sure they don't get what they need from me, but I still get to respond to them somehow. I've gotten good at that. It's hard to do, though.
You won.
You don't usually get the opportunity to. You don't usually get the opportunity to scare somebody to the point where, like, they may never hack anyone ever again. Sorry, go ahead.
And I would like to tell you that you have won a cruise. Oh, really? I won a cruise. Yes. Well, how did I win a cruise? Well, your credit card was automatically entered. Oh, really? So I got a credit card because you please read the numbers off to me? And what's the financial branch? Because I've never had a credit card before. Click. Taken off the list. That's all you got to do. IRS will never call. The feds will never call. They will always come to your door and arrest you. They won't call first. They'll either send a letter or they'll come in person. Do not fall victim for the IRS scam and the fucking Social Security scam and all that shit. The government don't care that much. They will not call you. And how are they going to get your cell phone number? Think about it.
I had the same phone number for like ever, right? And then I had to switch phone numbers when I went to this new company. And then the phone number that I got, the last person that had that phone number had like, I don't know, it was on tons of different databases. So I get like 5 text messages a day, like that kinds of stuff. And it's like, oh, this is actually they pretend to be the name of the company or whatever. Here's your cell phone company. Click on this link. Oh, you have a bill due. It's like, no, all my stuff's automatic payments. I don't have any bills due. I think, the last person who had my phone number, it's like in tons of debt, and people always get call in to collect bills and stuff. It's like, no, I'm not Marciela. Do I sound like Marciela?
I have to say, this right here is why we are fucking doomed with the Generation Z. All right?
What, the bending water? Oh.
No, the one where it says, all I have ever wanted from yogurt is to know who the cows are. Right? And then Rosa posted, you notice how they named all the cows traditionally girl names. There is a deep connection between misogyny and consuming animals. You dumb motherfucker, they're all cows are females. You only get milk from a female cow, from a female, you dumbass. Otherwise it'd be called a bull. And what the hell? Because you can't see the curve.
No one claimed the horizon is Earth curve.
They do realize the sphere is three-dimensional, right? And here recently, I've been hearing some people say spear. Like, who's fucking throwing the damn thing?
Oh, dude. Yeah, my cell phone hates me when I say sphere. On voice to text, whenever I'm busy, I don't have time to type it. Like certain words, like you gotta say it 5 times for it to say it to get it down right.
Yeah, like Eratosthenes. Oh shit.
Oh, dude, I hate typing that out, dude. I just go look for it and copy
tossed on knees. It's like, no, Aaron doesn't toss anything on knees. What the hell? Fucking stupid robot. And these people are gonna rely on this thing? Oh, fuck. They're stupid. There's a deep connection between Buzz Lightyear being just a toy. Because he never went to the moon.
I never liked him whenever I was little.
Who'd you like better, Tom Hanks? You didn't like Tim Allen?
Well, I've never been interested in like the names of actors and who's who. I think that's so weird when like everyone keeps up with like Hollywood stuff. I'm like, oh, just this character from the show. I'll know who the hell their voice is.
Well, you know, the voice of Bart Simpson is a woman, right?
Oh, yeah, there's lots of voices that are women. And like, oh, never would think that. So be careful next time you go to the bar.
Damn it, Sam. Get out of here, you stinky motherfucker. Why you gotta fart? Why you gotta sit right next to me and then fart? You're lucky we're outside. Yeah. WTF, mate?
What, you don't want to take Elon's brain chip?
No, this is about a DMT machine where they pump DMT into you. I don't know
But you
if
could
this
be
is also
cool
a
like
machine
everyone
that
else.
causes feedback that induces a DMT-like state, or if it's the actual machine that they've been injecting soldiers with to communicate with the machine out. DMT is extremely powerful, man. It's like salvia on steroids. No, salvia on PCP. Round, round, measurably and observably flat, flat and stationary is self-evident, geometric plane. Round, round.
It's like these guys are like such low frequency or wavelength that they hear the same things and come in here and regurgitate the exact same arguments, and then we tell them something and the exact same rebuttals. It's like we don't get anything new out of these people. It's like, oh yeah, Eratosthenes, for the 8,000th time, I thought I asked you for a measurement, not a calculation assumption. I had to ask this Glober yesterday, like, okay, who directly measured it to derive the radius value? He was gone for a little bit, came back like 10 minutes later. Oh yeah, 2,000 years ago, like, the whole same paragraph. I was like, oh, did he directly measure or did he calculate assumptions? He's like, it wasn't assumptions. And then, like 5 citations later, like, his first assumption was assuming a globe, and his second assumption was parallel sun rays. He's like, oh, yeah, it's not an assumption. Like, oh. Say, okay, then I can calculate the assumption that Superman is flying. So if I can calculate that, therefore he's real because of mathematics. It's like, what about the Earth spinning? It's like, yeah, we don't experience that. Does the Earth rotate underneath airplanes? Are you going 1,000 miles per hour faster, apparently going west as your location meets you more than halfway? No, we wouldn't expect that because the conservation of momentum. It's like, yeah, the conservation of angular momentum, you need the radius value. No, you don't need the radius value for that.
Yeah, the other day, or was it yesterday? Could have been the day before. Checked somebody in, and they were I don't know what the fuck they believe. They believe in like some cosmic sphere or some shit like that, and like Earth was actually inside out. And I was like, huh?
Those goofballs.
Check, check.
1 2 1 2.
How's it going, guys?
Hello there.
What's up?
How is it over there?
Same as it is over there. Look far to your left and you'll see me waving.
Yeah, I mean, I might need like a microscope to see you. You know what I mean? You might be hiding in the shadows.
It's all just the light messing with your vision, man.
Yeah, I've heard there's some kind of refraction that takes place off the lens of the eye. So everything you're actually seeing is actually right to left.
You guys ever noticed, like, it's been like at least a week and a half since I've been on here, but I was just thinking the other day that a lot of the stuff that is on here, and by here I mean this specific server, it's less flat Earth and more anti-globist, which I've got no problem with. I'm totally for that. I that's what brought me here anyway, was just questioning and wondering what the hell's going on. But it's a lot of, like, I mentioned to my brother the other day, check this out, you're gonna really like this, and he immediately brought up the fact that he's 22 now. He said, I always thought that the continent floated upon water. And he had to be corrected. I'm doing that thing with my fingers. That if you drill straight down, you won't find water. And I said, no, Nolan, we have not, drilled straight down. That's just not a thing. He was blown away. He's 22 years. He's never realized that we're all, floating on water.
Yeah, it took me 22 years to realize that there was something fishy going on with the water.
I listen to so many podcasts, and now all I hear is propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. I mean, nonstop propaganda. It's almost like everybody has started from this place of accepting whatever they've been taught in school, while still simultaneously saying, well, we've been lied to in school, the government's lying to us and all that, and everything's propaganda. And then I'm like, well, what about this? And they're like, no, you're crazy. But everything else, yeah, totally. And I'm like, okay. That's where you draw the line. You think the government is lying to you about everything except this, and like 15 other things you've just accepted. Okay.
Like, the thing is like, what I find these days is a lot of people get hung up on one thing, right? But in the grand scheme of things, it's just dissolving the illusion of lies, and then once you're past that, seeking the truth, right? But like, a lot of people, they seek the truth and it's not really beneficial to them. Usually, like, the truth health approach is what I suggest to most people, because at least you're have a hobby that's improving your life and yourself at the same time.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was like severely depressed alcoholic, right? And I basically cured it with something as simple as pure water. So it's pretty magical stuff, and the love of money is the root of all evil. We'll leave it at that.
I want to get into a whole conversation about DMT, but I don't know if it's appropriate for discussion here.
I mean, the stuff comes from a plant, dude. I mean, it can give you, it can show you the entire spiritual realm and beyond. You know what I mean? But anything that you can do with an entheogen, you can do with distilled water. So basically, what I recommend, if you want to tap into the spiritual realm, detox your body, get into a clean state of homeostasis, and see how that is first before you try any entheogen. Because like I said, I would never recommend entheogens to anybody. especially somebody
Can you
that's
explain that?
extremely clean.
Can you explain the entheogen word? I don't know what that means.
I mean, you can just DuckDuckGo it, dude. Just look it up. Look up what entheogen is.
What the hell is DuckDuckGo?
It's just like a search engine that I recommend.
Okay, I'll have to check it out, but I will look that up.
Like, I can enter different dimensions and everything just by having a clean body. So I don't think you need entheogens at all, man.
Have you heard of the what are they called? Breatharians or breatharians?
Yeah. I know what breatharianism is.
What do you think about that? I'm curious.
Well, I mean, honestly, bro, what's the point of having taste buds if you weren't meant to taste something, right? I mean, I guess you could say, "Oh, I'm tasting the air," right? But that gets kind of boring. What I would recommend is that, yeah, most likely you can go for very, very long periods without food. Or at least there's some alternate source of mana or something, right, that exists to where you can achieve states of not having to eat. But I would say that if you can get good, clean, indoor-grown fruits and enjoy those for pleasure or entertainment, I would recommend that.
So by clean, you don't just mean drink water. You mean water, fruit, vegetables, and that's about it?
I wouldn't even recommend vegetables. Anything that's grown outdoors, dude, is affected by, quote unquote chemtrails and geoengineering and shit like that, man. So I would recommend either grow your own food indoors or look into alternate sources of mana or something. Like, if you want to be super serious about it, that's what you have to do, right? Now, the best first step you can do is eliminate much of the toxins as you can, right? Like, all the soaps, the shampoos, the fluoride toothpaste, eliminate all of it, right? The nonstick cooking pans, all that stuff. Get rid of it, right? And then only let distilled water touch your body and drink at least a gallon of it a day, and that'll detox you. That's my recommendation. That's the best first step for anybody out there that wants to start detoxing their bodies and experiencing true reality. That's what I would recommend.
Could I just drink a gallon of coffee with distilled water? Is that good?
Anything, as long as you have like good indoor grown organic coffee, right? If you have good quality coffee and you make it with distilled water, it's instantly medicinal, right? On top of the benefits of coffee. But anytime you make tea, coffee, lemonade, anything with distilled water, it's automatically beneficial.
Yeah, I love distilled water, man. I love the way it tastes. It has no taste, but it's just so smooth. Dude, every time I get stressed, I'm like, oh my God, I'm totally stressed. You drink 2 glasses of distilled water, just stress gone.
I'm gonna have to try this.
It's amazing.
If you're interested in like learning the logistics and the in and outs of it, there's literally a 12-minute video that I pretty much link everybody. If you want me to send you the video, I can.
Yeah, send it, DM it.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Put it in the fucking live stream, man.
Yeah,
hold on. I'll put it in live stream voice text for everybody.
Dude, that's a pretty good impersonation of Flat Earth, dude.
Pretty good.
Perfect.
I'm only voice verified and a metalhead, right? So if somebody wants to like link it so people can see it, you can do that too. But there's the link.
Cool, man. Thank you.
Cool, thanks. Hey, Geobo. Hey, buddy, are you a flat earther?
Man, didn't we already get through this?
I don't know. Are you?
Man, you've already checked me back when I first
I've already
started.
checked you.
Yeah, but if you want another answer, I got you.
Nah, don't.
You sure?
Don't worry about it. Or if you want to go through them yourself and just say, no curvature measured, no axial rotation detected, can't have gas pressure without a container. Those are 3 beliefs people have, but we haven't been able to prove it. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree that it would be.
All right, well, there you go.
Well, let me get this out. I totally agree that it would be ludicrous to claim something that isn't verifiable, which is why I am here, which is why I'm anti-heliocentric, because that is a presumption. That's an assumption that we can't prove. Now, that being said, to then come on here and pull my big fat dick out and be like, oh, yeah, I'm also a flat earther. Boy, oh, boy. Now I'm jumping right into the out of the skillet into the fire. Let's start with the point of, I know what can't be verified. And I don't think there's anybody in here that's going to sit here and say absolutely 100% that they have verified something, because we are going off of the presumption of what we can see, what we can do, and a lot of that's been manipulated by the big they.
Yeah.
I like the way you talk.
I like it, man. You're grooving. You're piffing, baby. You piff out.
Piffing out, bro.
I love it.
Piffing.
Really well said, man.
Yeah, it was. That was great.
Already recorded that.
Hopefully somebody clipped that.
Somebody clipped that. Thank you.
Somebody,
what's funny? Yeah. I see this all the time. Like I do this trick that I've only seen people do, a few times through history and a few times in different circuses, where I stack up chairs or I put a ladder or something crazy. Sometimes it's, 120-pound female in a chair, and I balance that on my chin. And the next thing I say is, it takes 10. I swear on my life, man. I say, it takes 10 pounds of pressure to break your neck. And I kind of touch the back of my head this direction. And yet you can put over 100 some odd pounds in this direction as I touch my chin. And I show them how they can press really hard on their chin. Actually, everybody do this. Take your finger, place it on your chin. Now you feel that ridge that goes from your bottom lip down to the point of your chin. Pick one side of that ridge or the other. Now, pick one of those sides and push as hard as you possibly can. And it's going to hurt your finger a lot more than it's going to hurt your face, your chin, and more than it's going to hurt your neck. And that's what I try to explain to people. It's the first place I jump off with the God speak. I say, what kind of awesome creator would create such a beautiful, delicate thing like the chin and also let you put another human on top? It's beautiful. And, then I get a little weird. I'm like, and I know all the ladies here, if you want to try that, we don't have to use the chair. But that all being said, right? That all being said, I love doing crazy things. But when I do that, the first thing people say to me is, oh, my God, can I get a picture? Can you do it again? Can I get a picture? Now, let me ask you guys. When is the last time that you have actually shown people those fucking pictures or videos of the fireworks you took 4th of July of 2018? Never. Nobody wants to sit there and fucking stare at that shit.
Never.
People just want to take. They basically want to heliocentrist the fuck out of it. They want to take something beautiful, something indescribable, something that's better in a story, and they want to put it in a square picture, and then they want to post that picture up online and say, this is the truth. When, guess what, guys? We all know this. If you see a picture of something, you're not all of a sudden going to go, well, that must be it. That's what they've tried to do to us. So if somebody sees a picture of me and a person sitting on my chin, they're going to be like, that's Photoshopped. And I want them to believe that, because that's how you start questioning everything. But I'm also not going to let people sit there, take a picture of me, post it, and get the credit of doing or seeing something that they don't really understand. It's ridiculous. That's all I wanted to get off my chest.
Wow, man. That was
great.
That was amazing. Dude, you got anything on your chest? I'm listening.
I got a lot, I've done a lot of shit in my short. I'm not going to get it all at once, It's like you busting a nut and half your stack comes out.
Do what you got to do.
Oh
no!
You gotta go. You gotta patience. You gotta let it all come out.
You gotta pace yourself.
You gotta pace.
Dude, I build piano.
Yeah, you don't want to break the hose open.
Shit takes time, man.
Who said they builds piano?
Ladder dude builds pianos. Yep.
Tell me a little bit about that.
And guitars.
And guitars and violins and other things that make noise. Mostly string instruments. I'm a luthier.
Wait, who? What? Remind me again. Who builds pianos and guitars?
Luthier.
Luthier. Where's that?
Luthier. It's a French term for.
His name is Flat Earth Dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's my question for you, because I've always had this question. So when you're building either one, a piano or a guitar, right? Do you build the wood frame with the intention of having a little bit more of an outward flex, so that when you string it, it tightens down and finds its strength once it's actually tightened down? Because if you just build, a frame and then you put some strings on it, it's going to implode.
Yep.
Tell me about that.
Sure, man. On a piano is fascinating because it has what we call on the bridge, man. It has 2 points that the string catches on the bridge, right? Now the bridge is lower than this giant metal plate that holds the strings, right? So when you tighten these strings, it's literally lifting the wood up into a crown. And you have to account for that, what we call down bearing, in order to achieve this. The more curve you can get out of a piece of wood, the more it's going to resonate. And
so then, I don't mean to overload you with questions, but go in on the types of framing, whether it's the design itself or the wood that you pick, or how they used to do it when it was all wood construction, all the way to the different
all
formats.
wood. It's all spruce.
I was in front of an 1899 upright grand piano today. It was beautiful. I loved the play of it. I loved touching it. It was beautiful.
Excellent.
Tell me about that.
I have an 1890 piano in my house. Great construction, amazing. It's no different than 1890 to today. Pianos are built exactly the same. Hasn't changed.
So you mean they're not using metal frames in order to support the weight of all those strings?
It's called a plate. Yeah, it absolutely. You have to have a cast iron plate to hold the tension of the strings. Now the strings vary in length, they vary in thickness, and when you add it all together, there's about 25,000 pounds of tension on that plate.
You're working with a bomb there.
You're working with a bomb. It's a lot.
So then here's my next question, right? Mm-hmm. You've got pianos made in 1890. You've got Stradivarius violins. You've got all these, 19th century instruments that are beautiful and handcrafted and all that. Nowadays, we have access to making, I'm not going to say better, but we have stronger and different forms of metal and different forms of treating wood. Is there anybody that's actually made advances in bettering the sound using these new technologies that you can see to, or do you think they just perfected it back then with cast iron and a few bits of wood?
It's an interesting question because, what is tone quality? Who gets it, right? Martin Guitars has been around since 1833. They build amazing guitars out of rosewood and mahogany, and they use a lot of spruce. But this guy came along, man, called Bob Taylor, and he built this company called Taylor Guitars. And he went and he used all the latest technology you can get your fucking hands on to make a guitar better. We're talking, laser cutters and CNC, and crazy cool technology, man. And he made a guitar that is absolutely dead balls perfect as far as intonation, fret height, string height. Everything's perfect, man. It's fucking perfect.
You've got the back and forth.
Does it sound like a Martin? It does not.
You've got the back and forth between Adidas and Puma. And I'm sure everybody's heard about that back in the 50s or 60s, and the back and forth and back and forth and back and forth that built up these two beautiful companies. And Nike came up and blew them both out of the water. If you don't know about that, look it up. It's a beautiful history. But then you've also got a similar thing going on with Les Paul and Fender. And those two, I think it's Les Paul and Fender. I know it's
actually Puma came from Adidas, and both are Nazis.
Well,
have you seen the Hitler shoe?
Yeah, let's not get into that, right? If it's all right with you, I don't mean to discredit you or anything like that. I'm not trying to say you're not right, but we can say a lot of shit. Volkswagen was Nazi shit, right? But every bit of history has more of history tied to it. Let's focus on the one topic at hand. Otherwise, we get lost into who's an anti-Semite now. So with Adidas and Puma, just to clarify my understanding of it, yes, you could say Puma came from Adidas, but it was one company by two brothers. One was a designer, one was a marketer, and it was Adidas. But instead of Ruda, who was the brother, separating off and creating Rudas and Pumas, he instead created Adidas. And so you've got Puma and Adidas that are two separate companies, both on opposite sides of the river. And one city in Germany was split between the two. It was the city where people would look. It was said they would look down at your shoes first to see which side of the river you came from. And the mayor of the city, which was on both sides of the river, he actually, in a game in the 80s, wore Adidas pants, a Puma shirt, one shoe Adidas, one shoe Puma, because he didn't want to show preferential treatment. Yeah. So, I mean, I could be wrong, right, about the Puma coming from Adidas, but it's tough to say who came from who, because in the end, the story of the two brothers is so much cooler. I mean, you have espionage and snitching and a dude stealing the other's wife. And I mean, you've got so much history there.
It sounds like a Hollywood movie, man. Shit.
Oh, should be made. It should be made. But what I wanted to bring up is you've got Les Paul and Fender, and you've got this back and forth between them creating this amazing competition.
Electric guitar, man.
This free market.
Guitar,
and what I get from that is like you've got people that are working on amplifiers and guitars that are new technology. And so have we perfected the electric guitar, which doesn't really work on, vibrating the wood or anything like that, or acoustic resonality? It's more about the strings and the amplifier and the relationship between them.
The pickups, baby.
So
it's
I'm
all
thinking
about the pickups,
maybe there's more to be done with the piano field. Imagine when the keyboard industry, instead of dying in the 80s with all those 80s bands and all that. What about right? Like I'm looking over here next to me. I'm looking at a Concert Mate, which is knockoff Casio, and I love this thing. It's beautiful, but I just wish that you had, when you touch the keyboard, that same resistance, that same touch of the piano.
That's what Fender Rhodes had, man. He had an actual piano action. But instead of the hammer hitting a string, it hit these things called tines. And those tines were tuned. And that's the Fender Rhodes. Man, that's what you want, man. You still have a real piano hammer hitting something, and you feel it. And
I just heard somebody play the piano. Did I just hear that?
Maybe.
I thought I heard somebody go ding.
Musicians on panel here. They might have tinkled a little something. Or anyway, so yeah, their Yamaha's tried to perfect this digital, the feel of the grand piano, or the feel of that hammer hitting the string, man. It's incredibly hard to duplicate, man.
Right now, it feels kind of like the electric guitar. If all we had was something akin to what you get in a Guitar Hero set, where you're just pressing buttons and shifting a little trigger up and down. That's what it feels like anytime I play a keyboard and not a real piano. Exactly. Yet with an electric guitar, you really get that feel of the strings, the resistance, the press of the frets. You get all that.
Yep.
I think there's more to be done here. I really do.
Well, the piano is an incredible geometrical instrument, man. It's incredible.
I mean, how is it that you hit these really thick strings and these really, really thin strings, and yet the resistance between the two keys are the same? That's beautiful.
That's the key, man.
That's the key.
And,
you're killing me.
Steinway, they're the leader in so many ways, man. I don't know. They invented what we call an overstrung piano. All the strings used to be straight, but Steinway figured out, I'm just gonna lay the strings over the top of these ones, and it changed the entire game, man. It's like amazing. It's like it was like the airplane invention of pianos, overstringing the bass strings over the fucking middle tenor strings. Yeah.
Sounds cool.
It was like, it changed everything. It changed everything so much. You'll love this story. I'm going to say it really quick, and you can check it out for yourself. But before overstringing in 1869, before that, they had these things called square grand pianos, and they were just horrible to play. They sounded horrible, but they played, But Steinway built them, Chickering and Knabe and a few other big companies built these things. But once overstringing came about, all those companies got together and bought back every one of those pianos that they put their name on. And they put them all in a big giant pile on the shore of New Jersey, and they fucking lit them all on fire.
The only place you could get away with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was in Jersey. And so they called it the Great Burn or something. But they literally burned 3,000 pianos.
They could have called it Burning Grand.
You don't even want our names on these fucking pieces of shit. And they burned them.
Hey, man, cool. you going to Burning Grand?
Burning Grand? Burning Man. Burning Grand piano. I love it. I should start my own festival. What do you think?
Yeah, man. Burning
Grand. We'll call it.
And you just burn... What are those things that they played in church? The
pump organs or the
organs. You just burn organs.
I like organs, man.
You do? So can you tell me the difference between an organ and a piano?
Well, a piano is a percussive instrument. Organ's a wind instrument.
So it has to. Okay, that makes sense. Duh. All right. Have they ever made a crossbreed, like the Liger of organs and pianos?
Well, I put electronics inside of a grand piano that would digitally replicate a organ or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I've literally turned a grand piano into a MIDI keyboard, basically, right?
Yeah.
You could do whatever the fuck you want with it, with the right processors, and hook up MIDI and do all kinds of cool stuff. That's a nice combination, man. Is to have digital and a real piano together.
Can you imagine if they had those organs that were hooked up through the church, like built into the church?
Yes, the pipe organs, yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine if some dude like the Skrillex of the 19th century got in there and learned how to make these super huge tubes, and instead of like running it through a tube, he ran it more like a subwoofer, and it was like these hard-hitting bass lines, and he was making like house back in the day, and people are like, cut that off, that's devil music. That would be great.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Oh, I don't know if you guys are going to know this, but your kids are going to love it. Some Back to the Future shit.
Your kids are going to love it.
Johnny be good. You know that sound you've been looking for? Check this out.
Check it out.
Man, I'm curious, Flat Earth, dude. Not to jump around subjects so much. We've gone away from Flat Earth and into pianos, but where the hell did you learn how to speak the way you speak without giving away your location, of course?
Oh, dude, man. My dad is from California. My mother's from Texas. My grandmother was from New York.
Oh,
so I'm like all
over Texas.
I'm all over the place, man. Far out. Yeah. So yeah, I'm tripping out, and that's why my grandmother kind of raised me in the first 3-4 years of my life. She's from New York. So yeah, that shit spills out too, man. Sometimes.
I can hear it when you say the word shit.
Yeah, she was. I barely remember her, and she died. I was maybe 4.
At least that's what they told you, right? They just told me mine went to a farm, and there's lots of little grandchildren she can play with. And speaking of death, I finally got to speak.
Anyway, I live in Southern California, man. I'm down in.
Careful now. People are gonna look in your location.
I'm in the belly of the beast. Well, not quite. I'm actually on the outskirts of the belly.
How do you get beyond that fear that everybody's talking about with water shortages, or is that not even a thing with you?
Well, I know where my creeks are. I kind of live in some hilly area. I've got some woods and some shit that it's not habited. There's no housing or nothing. There's a big giant mountain.
those creeks, where are they getting flooded in from? Like Lake Mead is. Are we on the same page that Lake Mead is not alive?
Creeks,
Like
man,
it's
they're
drying
just
up?
local creeks that run. I mean, if I needed water, man, I know where to get the fucking water, man. There's a creek right here. There's a river.
Let's go
next
back
my
to
house.
flat Earth a little bit here.
Sure.
So I saw some pictures, of rising water levels, and the 3 millimeters a year is actually not happening, right? But what about like Lake Mead is drying up?
Dude, I
right?
was just up in Shasta earlier this year, man. I was up in Shasta. It was down, I think it was 100 feet already when I was there. And it's shrinking. Yeah, we're in some serious fucking. We're gonna get down to 50 gallons a day here real soon, man. I think. And yeah, it's concerning, no doubt. But
So I mean, like it's tough to walk the line, right, between climate change and actual shit that is verifiable, right? So shit that is verifiable, right? When there's fires in California, right? We
dude,
don't have to say
I'll tell you right now, Gio, man. I'm gonna tell you, they need to burn the entire fucking Sierra Nevada fucking mountains down.
Yeah,
and
tell
start
me
over.
about this.
There's so many fucking dead trees, dude. I
Oh, I
drove
know
through
it,
there
yeah.
last year. I drove through there, man, up and down. I'm like, this might as well just burn the whole fucking thing. It's just there's fucking billions of dead trees, dude. Billions.
What about like the
Ridiculous.
I've heard some things about like the carbon in the soil, and that's what absorbs trees, I guess, absorb carbon and all that. How do you guys stand on that?
Huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I do like carbon, man. My friend used to ask me, "What is fire?" It was like oh fuck, how do you explain that?
I would call it a chain reaction. That's it.
Yeah. See, there you go.
And if I'm looking at chain reactions and I can see one in front of me when I was just outside burning some stuff, some wood, and I'm thinking, okay, that's a chain reaction. At a certain point, heat gets so intense that it creates its own new sources of heat by burning material that wouldn't be combustible unless that heat was introduced. And I think, okay, what if I apply that to a larger scale, like maybe carbon? Like, is there a point that we will reach on Earth that we hit some sort of chain reaction akin to fire, where the natural cycling of toxic things in the air, it starts to not be able to do its job, and then this chain reaction starts where the toxins create more toxins,
Good theory. Not
Just
gonna
a
kick it
theory.
out.
Just
Not
a
gonna
theory.
kick it out. No. Something I want to like maybe smoke on a little bit on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you
chain
guys know.
reaction. Yeah, they've threatened this stuff, man. I mean, Al Gore said back in what the fuck was it, 2010, that we only have 2 more years. We're done, or something. Like, whoa.
I mean, it's easy to discredit something the minute you say Al Gore said it. I might as well drop the entire combo. But at the same time, right? If we don't focus on who said what, because let's Donald Trump said it, all of a sudden he's got a point. Like, let's focus on just the theory itself.
I like it.
It has some credit. It has some merit. Whoever may have pushed it for whatever agenda.
I've seen drought times. Dude, they drained all the swimming pools here in California back in the 70s, bro. Drained them all. Yeah, that's where fucking, guess what came out of it?
What?
Kids fucking skateboarding pools.
Hell yeah. It's a
And then you end
dog
up
town,
with,
right?
and then you end up with the X Games, and who knew all that shit was going to come out of fucking a drought,
Maybe they burn down all the Sierra Nevada forest and you get more alpine skiers. More downhill, longboarders.
And, yeah. Downhill skiers, man. Damn, those guys are insane, bro.
You ever looked into like the videos that they have of like people that have gone caving, and they go down and they think they can scoot down this tight little Widowmaker squeeze, and they go down to the bottom, and all of a sudden they realize they can't turn around, but they're already upside down. And they just get stuck in there, so they plug up the hole.
I have not seen that. No. That's
Bro, that's not just one situation. Like you've heard of cave diving, right? Like underwater.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
So that's a scary one, but it's not as scary because you get a little drunk, martini per meter or whatever, and all of a sudden you don't come back. You drown. But the people that are actually like not with a breathing apparatus and they're just like climbing through holes and take some hours and hours of blood circulation to their brain to die. Man, that's a scary way to die, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I think dying's easy, but living's hard.
Dying might be easy, but the process to achieve death can be difficult for some. I think we can all agree on that, right? Dying is easy, but if you're dying through 1,000 paper cuts, that's a bigger feat.
Dude, I got a paper cut today, right on the fucking end of my pointer index finger, man. Oh fuck, man! I can't tie my shoes. It fucking hurts. Cooking, cleaning, forget it, man. Dude, I can't believe that.
We have Cal in the room. He wanted to ask a question. Cal, are you there?
Yeah.
How's it going, Cal?
Hey, Cal, how you doing, man? I would assume you're from like California or Calabasas or.
I think you have to unmute yourself, Cal.
You gotta unmute yourself in order to produce a microphone induction into my ear balls.
Did you just say your ears are balls?
Friend of mine did that. My friend of mine did that one night, man. He's like, dude, my ear balls hurt. And I was like, that's hilarious, man. I got to use it.
You got audio heliocentrist over there.
Well, his question was why can't we see forever, right? That's basically his question.
Hey, have you ever lived in California, man? In Southern California, especially, man. I've experienced probably 4,000 times where I live next to a 10,000-foot mountain. It's only like 80 miles away, right? 80 miles. That's it, man. On some days I can see the tip of it. It's on snow cap. It's beautiful. Other days I'm like, I can't fucking see fuck all, man. I can't see the mountain. I'm right next to it, like 10 miles away. There's so much haze and smog and shit in the air. There's no way I could see it, man.
Yeah, so Cal, you wouldn't see a fly at 1 mile away, right? Because it gets too small. Shit shrinks when it gets away from you. You have no Superman eyes. It's weird that people would think that they can see forever, right? So imagine you're standing so shit shrinks, right? When it gets too far away from you, that's one issue. You can't see stuff indefinitely because it just gets too small. And the next point will be you're looking horizontally through through air. This air can hold tons of particulates, fog, smog. If you're standing in town A and you want to look at town C, but in town B it's raining like very heavily, right? You wouldn't see town C because you're looking through the rain in town B, right? That's why you can't see forever. It's pretty basic. But thanks for the question.
Yeah, it's real basic, man. So much stuff in the air, man. Smog, smoke, barbecuing, It's on a good day, man. On a really good day, maybe you see 100 miles. I guess I've seen 100 miles on a good day. Now, if I'm in an airplane and I'm Jay Tolan, man, I might see 1,200 miles. But that's another topic.
All right, guys, I'm headed out for tonight. You have a safe night and keep your eyes peeled.
Good chat, man.
Yeah, man. Be safe.
Sounded like a little bit like Taboo Conspiracy. A little bit. Ben out there in Utah doing 38-mile observations across the lake. Yeah, 38 miles. I think he got flat. 38-mile flashlight. I don't think it was a fucking laser. Incredible. Well, thanks for playing, Globers. Thanks for playing. What happened to Cal? Never unmuted. Never unmuted. All right. So how you doing, Raj? You good, man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Yeah.
Cool, man. How's
it's already a working day, so
yeah, you're up and rolling, man.
Yeah.
It's almost 8 a.m. Yeah, roughly. Or you're 8 a.m. or
no, it's almost 9 o'clock in the morning.
9 in the morning. Okay, 11. Gotcha. You're 9 hours ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's almost midnight here for me. Dude, beautiful moon tonight. I don't know if you guys saw.
Yeah. No, it's raining here. It's raining, man.
Beautiful moon. I was out
a few days now.
It's about 96% something. Probably be full tomorrow. Beautiful.
I hope I can see it tomorrow, but it's typical Dutch weather, rain and shit. So.
Yeah. Yeah, climate's a fun thing, man. I find it interesting, man. You're over there and it's like cloudy all the time, and I'm over here. It's sunny most of the time. It's we got, I don't know, 50 million people out here. You probably have 5 million. What? Something like 10 million.
17.
17.
I'm having a call. 1 second.
We got 50 million people out here. Yeah, so something like that. I don't know. It seems like 50 million. It's because of the weather. Anyway, we got this real backup of ships out in the harbor, man. It's interesting. I was going to ask Roger if he's noticed any kind of shortages or anything. I've noticed a lot of shortages in little electronic things, man. Like, I want to get a 1/4-inch RCA to fit to a mini or whatever. I mean, I go to my super duper electronics store and they got like one, I'm like,